I've regressed. While everyone else is still chilling on the beach, I've already sold off my properties to start hoarding supplies. With just a single thought, I can store anything into my space. I snap awake, gasping for air as I look around, confirming that I've actually returned to the past. In my last life, that trash, Lu Ruin, hacked me to death. But now, I'm back after checking everything. It's official. I've really regressed to 3 months before the apocalypse. I let out a massive sigh of relief. My whole body finally starts to relax. Thinking back to the end of the world, people would literally kill for a bowl of noodles. Later on, when food ran out, things got. In my past life, I was murdered by a starving Lu Ruin. This time, the only thing that matters is hoarding as much as possible. Luckily, my family is loaded. I've got 2 billion in assets ready to be used. Just as I'm planning my next move, a voice pings in my head. Ding 100-fold Space Copy System bound. I'm stunned for a second before diving into my consciousness. Inside my mind, I see something like a glowing portal. I step inside and realize it's a massive, hidden space. With one thought, I can see every single corner of this dimension in my head. It's completely empty right now, but the area is insane. It's so big I can't even see where it ends. High above a virtual screen appears like a computer monitor, showing the system's details. This is the 100-fold Space Copy System. For every item I put inside, I can choose to either duplicate the quantity by 100 or boost its quality by 100 times. Time is completely frozen inside the space. Everything I store stays exactly as it was the moment it entered. I'm absolutely losing it with joy right now. This system is way too OP. No useless flash, just pure efficiency. With this, I'll never have to worry. As long as I hoard a few billion worth of goods and then copy them 100 times, I'll be the king of the planet when the world ends. This is going to be so satisfying. I spend 10 whole minutes just trying to calm down. This system is straight up broken. It's a cheat code for the apocalypse. I have to keep this secret buried deep until I'm strong enough to protect myself. I can't flex this in front of anyone. Time to give it a test run. Let's see how it works. I focus and send the tactical baton from my bedside into the system. Why do I have a baton there? For self-defense, I've always lacked a sense of security, so I've kept weapons under my pillow since I was a kid. The moment it enters the space, menu pops up. The UI is super clean with only 2 choices, 100-fold quantity or 100-fold quality. I choose the quality boost. The baton flashes with light and floats in the void. I pull it back out to see what changed. The second I grab it, I can feel it. It's a bit heavier than before. Not only that, but the durability and hardness are on a whole different level. I'm hyped. This system is the real deal. It actually upgraded the quality I try putting a goldfish in next, but the copy function doesn't trigger for living things. When I pull the fish back out, it's already dead. After a few more tests, I finally have the basics down. This system is cracked since time is frozen. I can store all the fresh meat and fruit I want and they'll never spoil. With this power, I can hoard gear and even pull off some $0 shopping when the world goes south. If I don't take it, someone else will. So it might as well be. I don't feel a shred of guilt. It's the end of the world. Who cares about rules? Now, I've got a plan. My grandpa's inheritance should be announced in the next few days, too. I need to stack cash and supplies as fast as possible. Suddenly, my phone rings. I look at the screen. It's Wang, my old brother-in-arms from the Special Forces. and my best friend, we've been boys since we were kids. We joined the army together right after high school. After we got out, his parents helped him open a shooting range. That gives me an idea. I pick up the phone. Yo, hello. Bro, why are you taking so long to answer? You watching some spicy videos or what? Wang Long jokes on the other end. I can hear the bang, bang, bang of gunshots. He's definitely at the range. Shut up. Man, what do you want? We've talked like this since we were kids. No filter at all. You free tonight, he asks. Let's go get a foot massage. It's been a while. You down? Didn't we just go 2 days ago? My skin is gonna peel off at this rate. I'm totally speechless. This guy is obsessed with foot spas. Ever since he accidentally went to one in high school, he's been hooked. He knows the staff numbers better than his own ID. There isn't a single spa in Annan City he hasn't been to. Quit yapping and just get over here. Some new girls just started at the Jinmu Pavilion, and they are fire. Fine? Fine. But I'm hitting the range first. Get a VIP room ready for me. I hang up and start getting ready. I visit the shooting range pretty often. I've loved guns since I was a kid playing with toys. Honestly, what man doesn't love weapons? Back in the military, my aim was so cracked that I was always the squad sniper. I try to practice whenever I have time. Plus, since Wang Long owns the place, we basically hang out there all day. Next up, heading to the shooting range to play with some real toys. I threw on my leather jacket, slid on my shade. I'm obsessed with motorcycles. There's just something about that death is like the wind, always by my side vibe. I hopped on and ripped. The bike shot out like a rocket. In my past life, when that extreme frost hit, everyone was trapped inside, while this beauty just sat in the garage. Being back in the normal world, catching a breeze on my bike, absolutely peak. I checked the mirrors, the roads were empty, so I pinned the throttle to the max. The engine roared like a beast as I blasted toward my destination. After 30 minutes of full-on speed, I made it to the range, checked in at the front and headed straight for the third floor VIP suite like I own the place. I reached the door and heard laughing and messing around inside. Didn't even bother knocking. I just barged right in. There was Wang Long, totally relaxed on the sofa with a cigarette, looking like he was living his best life. On the sofa with him was a girl in a staff uniform. She looked about 20, super sweet face, and a body that was absolutely fire. Her t-shirt was supposed to be loose, but it was clinging to her like crazy. She looked like she was struggling with a zipper or something. When I walked in, she screamed. Wang Long was right in the middle of his vibe and got caught totally off guard. The sound of the door opening scared the life out of him. As the owner, he runs this place like a drill sergeant, especially this VIP room. Nobody comes in without his say-so. He never locks the door. And he was about to blow a fuse at whoever dared to interrupt his fun. But once he saw it was me, his anger just evaporated. He gave the girl a look. Her face turns bright red as she rushes out. Damn. Bro. Knock next time. You scared the crap out of me. Wang Long stands up, fixing his pants. He zips it up, middle of the day, and you are still acting like trash. All you think about is that gross stuff. Let me tell you, if you gave me a permanent jump scare, you would be totally cooked. Wang Long crushes his cigarette and chugs some beer like a boss. Stop the cap and take me to the armory. Why are you in such a rush? Wang Long acts salty but finally leaves. We head to the gun room. I know this place like the back of my hand, but I am still hyped. Just look at all those weapons on the wall. Time to go shopping. As a total weapons expert, I am cracked with every gun, but I definitely have my favorites. The AK is the GOAT. High power and it never breaks, which is perfect for the apocalypse. I head straight for the AK. I keep my back to Wang Long, and while he is not looking, I flick 2 guns into my inventory. I instantly multiply. The other one, I give it a 100 times quality buff. Looking at this upgraded AK, I am shaking. With 100 times the power, he is him. Who could I swap the copied AK back onto the shelf in a blink? The whole move was lightning fast. Since my back was turned, Wang Long has zero clue what just happened. Why take 2 guns? Because the system has its limits. You cannot upgrade a copy. It is a one or the other situation. You either pick quantity or quality. I tried to find a loophole at first, but it was a total fail. The system is not mid. It will not let you do infinite loops. After that first play, rifles, pistols, and then the ammo. For the bullets, I go all in on quantity. I need that ammo stash to be. I duplicated 200,000 rounds for every single caliber. Looking at my space filled with thousands of guns and hundreds of thousands of bullets, I am feeling satisfied. All fear comes from a lack of firepower. And right now, I am invincible. Wang Long thinks I am tweaking because I am touching everything. He thinks I have lost it. Are you done yet? Let's go. I grab a random AK and follow him out. At the shooting range, we gear up and hit the lanes. Hey, madman, you want to bet? Wang Long is trying to flex on me. What is the bet I am? Chill, because I literally win every single time we do this. He wants to try something new. Speed shooting challenge. He says he has been practicing and that he is really fast. Now, I give him a side eye and look at his crotch. Yeah, I know you are pretty fast. He yells back, bro, that is a... We traded a few insults before starting the duel. The result, no surprise, I smoked him. 10 shots, 99 points. And Wang Long got 96 points in 36 seconds. Honestly, his aim is cracked. But you can't compare him to me. I'm a former... In the entire Special Forces, I was at the top of the food chain. Man, this is boring. I'm out. Wang Long was salty as hell after losing. He'd been training like a beast for so long but still couldn't win. Bro was looking totally defeated. I hit the sauna with Wang Long and we grabbed a bite. He wanted to go for round 2 of partying, but I dipped. I don't have time to be messing around right now. The apocalypse is literally around the corner. I gotta get ready. I ignored Wang Long's don't leave me eyes and drove off. Back home, I took a hot shower and crashed on the bed. Compared to the hellscape of my past life, this is straight up heaven. I hopped on my phone and started looking up local construction crews. Since I regressed, building an OP safe house is priority number 1. My current villa is decent, but it won't stand a chance against the extreme cold. Plus, in the end times, the weather is actually the least of your problems. Humans are the real monsters. So my house has to be a total fortress. Every wall, window, and door, they better be bulletproof. It needs to be nuke-proof too. Heating, ventilation, the whole 9 yards. I need this villa to be more than just safe. It has to be comfy. I'm scrolling through construction companies on my phone and I finally pick the GOAT, Huaqiang Security. I dropped my info on their site and booked an appointment planning to check them out tomorrow. Suddenly, my phone starts blowing up. I'm dead tired. fumbling around the bed until I finally grab. It's Lin Su from the Yongin law firm. I shake off the sleep and pick up. Hello, Mr. Lin. This is Lin Su from the law firm. Her voice is sharp and crystal clear. Even though we only met once, she definitely left a huge impression on me. It's not just her elegance and that gorgeous face. She's actually got the brains to match. I sit up and give a big stretch. Mr. Lin, about the will left by Mr. Lin Tianhu before he passed. Today is the day we reveal it. Come to the office at 10 a.m. for the ceremony. I'll be there on time. Great. Sorry to bother you. See ya. I hang up, and it all hits me. The most important thing today, my grandpa, Lin Di, 1 month ago, he was in a fatal car crash. The official report called it driver fatigue. What a load of trash. I don't believe a word of it. This was a straight up hit. All the cameras on that road magically glitched out that day. The only one who walked away was the other driver, Grandpa and his driver, dead on the spot. I went looking for that killer right after the report. But that guy vanished into thin air. In my past life, that's where the trail went cold. But now I don't need clues. I know the murderer is my uncle, Lin Yutang. He flexed about it right before he killed me last time. He's a total snake. He plays the nice guy role, a top entrepreneur. But behind the scenes, he's pure filth, doing the most disgusting things. In my past life, he manipulated me into handing him all the shares. Grandpa left me. Man, I was such a clown back then. I just trusted my family too much. My parents died early, so Grandpa raised me. He was always there for me. He gave me all the love I missed out on. He was a war veteran, tough as nails, and worked out every single day. If he wasn't murdered, I snap out of it. Time to head to the will reading. I'm going to start collecting interest on that debt today. The real show is just beginning. I get washed. I put on a sharp suit and check myself in the mirror. It's only 8 a.m. and the drive only takes 30 minutes. I've got plenty of time, so I decide to grab some breakfast first. I hit up a local shop and fuel up. I'm hopping on my bike when I see a small supermarket moving out. I kill the engine immediately. At the entrance, this lady is struggling to stick a for rent sign on the wall. Workers are ripping out the shelves inside. The place is totally gutted. The floor is a mess, but I figure this place is at least 1,000 square meters. Hey, you renting this out? She hears me and stops what she's doing. She turns around. She's all smiles now. Hey, handsome. I just cleared it out today. You're right on time. Wait, why'd you quit? I remember this place was always packed. Business was fire. So why the sudden shutdown? She sighs, looking stressed. I can't help it. The rent is insane. I'm working my life away just to pay the landlord. It's $600,000 a year. But I can give you 8 months for $350,000. She's definitely trying to hustle me. The real rent is probably only $400,000. And she wants to pocket the difference. I see her shifty eyes and immediately know her game. I play it cool and act like I'm broke. Yikes. That's too bad. I'll just check somewhere else. Other places are only charging me $20,000 a month. I turn to leave. Hey, wait. Let's talk. She chases after me. It's super hard to find renters these days. And she's sounding desperate. I'm low-key smirking, but I keep my face neutral. Look, I can only do $20,000 a month. If you're down, I'll rent it, but I'm paying every 3 months. She thinks about it for a few seconds. then grinds her teeth and nods. Fine. Deal. Let's get the contract signed as soon as possible. No problem. Let's do it now. We get it done fast. I sent her the 3 months rent right then and there. She promised to have the place scrubbed clean for me. I head out, is feeling good. I'm not opening a store. This place is going to be my secret stash. A warehouse to store all my supplies before things go south. I can't be too loud about buying all this gear. If the neighbors see it, I'll be a target in the apocalypse. I grab the keys and speed off toward the law firm. I'm redlining my Harley and pull up to Yongin Law Firm. Time to sign in. The receptionist leads me to the VIP lounge. The door clicks open, and in walks Lin Su. Man, she's a total smoke. Absolute top-tier vibes. She's rocking a black business suit, looking sharp, professional, and on. She's tall. She's got the curves in all the right places, and that front and back situation. Pure bait for any man. Hair face impeccable. She looks like she was sculpted by the gods. Small, delicate features. Eyes like a painting. I'm low-key mesmerized. My eyes follow her every move. Those black heels and stockings, they make her legs look like they go on forever. I can't help it. My eyes are glued to her. And I find myself gulping. She looks at me and says, "Hello, Mr. Lin." I stand up to shake her hand and, not gonna lie, I wanted to hold it a little longer. She smells like a fresh breeze in spring. It's totally intoxicating. She tells me, "Mr. Lin," but Lin Yutang isn't here yet. So please wait a bit. I just nod. It's exactly like my past life. My uncle is going to be exactly 1 hour late. He thinks he's playing some high-level psychological chess to show he's the boss. But I'm just chilling on the sofa. Since I've lived through this once already, I'm way more composed. No stress. No rushing. The longer I wait. Meanwhile, Lin Su is losing it, calling him over and over. Lawyers hate people who waste time. So she's already done with him. Exactly 1 hour later, Lin Yutang finally bursts in. He's putting on this huge, I feel so bad act. So sorry, everyone. The traffic was a nightmare. Xiaofeng, your uncle didn't mean to be late. I swear I just look at him. It's fun, but maybe use a GPS next time. You clearly forgot the way. My drive here was smooth as butter. He froze. Bro just got called out. He realized I saw right through his BS. So he just gave a trashy fake laugh. Haha. Yeah, they sit down and Lin Su starts dropping the bombs. First up, Tianhu Medical Tech. This was my Gramps' entire life's work. It's worth nearly 20 billion. Their main game, human gene development. In the last few years, they've been cooking up some crazy results. They've basically hit a breakthrough with something called Gene Serum. This serum takes the best athletic traits from animals and pumps them into humans. We're talking a literal DNA upgrade. It makes you stronger, faster, more agile. If this hits the market, it's game over for humanity as we know it. Because of this, the company's value skyrocketed. We're talking infinite money if they can actually pull this off. Huge global pharma companies were literally banging on the door with blank checks, but Gramps told them all to kick rocks. He knew the serum was still buggy and not ready for humans. When he died, the research just stopped. The most critical data was kept by Gramps himself. After he passed, that data vanished. Then a light bulb went off in my head. I felt like I just grabbed a missing puzzle piece In my past life, my two cousins suddenly got crazy strong. Was it the serum? I need to investigate this. The Gene Serum is the key. I start racing through my memories of my past life to find clues. Over there, Lin Su is still reading the will. Here's the breakdown. Tianhu Medical Tech, inherited by me and Lin Yutang. 50-50 split each. Next, 10 prime properties. Also split down the middle. But here's the kicker. All of Gramps' personal liquid assets, 800 million, go entirely to me. As she reads it out, the room goes dead silent. The look on Lin Yutang's face priceless. He had no idea the old man had written a will this early. He literally murdered his own father to steal the bag, and now it's slipping away. He's looking at me like I'm a piece of trash. This little brat is taking the cash and half the company. He was fuming in his head. He's screaming, "You old geezer. How could you favor this kid so much? He doesn't care about the 800 million though." Gramps dumped a ton of money into the serum research. So his billionaire status had dropped to just 800 million in cash. But the uncle, he's been skimming off the top for years through sales and procurement. He's already worth over 6 billion. Only he knows how OP the company will be in the future. 20 billion is just the beginning, giving half to me. Right then and there, he decided he was gonna kill me. Lin Su finished reading and asked, "Any questions?" "Nope. Let's just sign the papers." I said, "Cold as ice." "Wait," Lin Yutang says with a fake smile, "Xiaofeng, why don't you sell me your shares? I'll buy them all and even give you a 10% bonus every year. What do you say?" I look at him and grin. "Sure thing." "Uncle, how much are we talking?" He thinks I'm an idiot. He's probably celebrating in his head because he thinks he's about to own the whole company. He says, "I can give you 1 billion for all your shares right now. That's all the cash I've got on hand." I couldn't help it. I just burst out laughing. I was mid-sip of water and literally spat it all over his face. The uncle's face went from smug to purple with rage. I clenched my fist under the table and played it off with an apology. "Yo, my bad, uncle. I literally couldn't hold that." Lin Yutang looked absolutely cooked. He forced a smile that looked worse than crying and squeezed out a no worries through his teeth, seeing him this salty, pure satisfaction. I kept it going. "But for real, uncle, was that price a prank? Because that was actually hilarious." "All right, Feng, what's your number? Name your price." He growled. I just rubbed my chin like I was really thinking about it. 15 billion. I said, totally deadpan, "I'm basically doing you a favor here. The apocalypse is coming anyway. Might as well dump them and stack up on gear. In the end times, supplies are the only real flex." Lin Yutang's heart literally skipped a beat when he heard that number. This kid was really trying to fleece him. "Feng, 15 billion is insane. The whole company is only worth 20 billion. He said, looking like he was in physical pain. Clearly, he couldn't handle that price. "Uncle, stop capping. We both know what this company is really worth. That 20 billion is just what if you think it's too much, I'll just sell to someone else." My DMs are blowing up lately. I gave him a smug look, acting like I didn't care at all. Feng, this company was your grandfather's life's work. We can't let it go to strangers. He was being so fake, it was crazy." I just smirked at his hypocrisy. "I only care about the bag. Whoever pays up gets the shares. If you're broke, just say that." I pulled out my phone like I was about to make a call. "Some big international pharma groups have been hitting me up. Let's see if they can handle the price." "Wait, Feng, give me a second. Let me make some calls and get the funds together." He scrambled out of the room while I just leaned back on the sofa and vibed. Lin Su was watching me like, Bro is actually him. She couldn't believe how chill I was. A few minutes later, the old man came back grinning. All right, Feng, I got the cash. 15 billion, just like you wanted. Let's sign the papers right now. Once the bag was secured, we signed the deal right then and there with Lin Su as the witness, just like that. 15 billion hit my account. We shook hands like a couple of fakes, both thinking we just won. Uncle was hyped because he finally owned the company. Little did he know, he had to sell 5% of his own stash just to pay me. I looked at those 11 digits on my phone and felt invincible. With this kind of money, it was time for a legendary shopping spree. After leaving the law firm, I hopped on my bike and headed to Hua. I checked in at the front desk and got sent to a waiting room pretty quick. I was checking out their portfolio when this middle-aged guy in a suit walked in. One look and I knew this guy was definitely ex-military. You can just tell by the way they carry themselves. He had that don't mess with me energy. Hello, Seer. I'm Hu Yang, the business manager here. What can I do for you? I want to upgrade my villa. I need it to be basically a fortress. Hu Yang just nodded with total confidence. Don't worry. Mr. Lin, when it comes to safe houses, we're the goats in this country. We can handle anything you need. I want a villa that can survive a nuclear blast. Can you do it? Hu Yang's jaw nearly hit the floor. He'd been in the game a long time. But no one ever asked for that. Sid, if you don't mind me asking, do you have some serious enemies? Oh yeah. People, I need my home to be unbreakable. Hu Yang warned me that the price would be absolutely insane because of the materials. Money is no object. I just want results. Oh, and I need it finished in 3 months. I said it with total main character energy. Hu Yang looked stressed. Sir, a project like this usually takes at least 6 months. 3 months is cutting it. If we're gonna hit that deadline, we'd need 3 shifts, working 24/7. Don't worry about the cost. I cut him off. Just make it the strongest safe house on the planet. Period. I had over 10 billion left. I literally couldn't spend it fast enough. I had to burn through 15 billion in 3 months anyway. Understood. Sir, we'll give you our absolute best standard. Hu Yang, he'd never seen a whale like me. A client with an unlimited budget, that's a dream come true. I wasn't just planning to survive the apocalypse. I was going to do it in style and comfort. Based on our rough estimate, the whole thing will be about 1 billion. We'll settle the final bill at the end. But we need a 30% deposit. Then you pay the rest when we're done. Does that work for you? No problem. Let's sign the contract right now. I'll transfer the funds and you guys start tomorrow. Hu Yang was over the moon. He led me to the office like I was royalty. After leaving the building, I hopped on my Harley to head back to the villa. I went to grab a smoke and realized I was out. If I don't have my nicotine, I'm not myself. I pulled over at a tobacco shop to restock. The wall was covered in every brand you could think of. It was a bit overwhelming, and picking one was always a struggle. I usually like to switch things up and try different brands. But then I realized, wait, why am I even choosing? I just yelled out to the owner, pack it all up. The owner was this guy in his 20s, totally glued to his phone playing mobile games. He didn't even process what I said at first. He walked over like, wait, bro, what did you just say? I just pointed at the entire display case. Everything in there, box it all up. I'm taking the whole stock. The owner almost fell over. He was probably wondering where this absolute legend came from. Buying the whole stock the second you walk in, big bro. You aren't capping right? Between the shelves and the warehouse. We're talking hundreds of thousands. Stop yapping. Do I look like I'm playing games? Start packing it up. I want full cartons only. To shut him up and prove I was serious. I dropped a $50,000 deposit right then and there. The second he saw the cash, his face lit up like a Christmas tree. He ditched his mobile games and started packing like his life depended on it. People say the customer is king, but to this guy, I was basically his long-lost daddy. I watched him hustle and gave him the address to the warehouse I rented earlier that day. Told him to drop it off later. He bowed me out with a massive grin, swearing on his life it'd be delivered ASAP. He probably thought this was a dream until, but one look at his bank balance and he was back in heaven. As for me, I didn't go home. I headed straight for the next shop. It was time to hoard. You can never have too much of this stuff, but you can definitely have too little. I hopped on my Harley and went on a spree. I only hit the big spots. Quality was guaranteed and they had the full selection. Total pro move. After my shopping spree, I headed back to the warehouse to receive the goods. A van was already waiting there for me. I parked the bike and the driver jumped out. The second he saw me, he ran over and called me big bro with total respect. He told me the goods were here and asked me to check them. This was the guy from the first shop I visited. I gave the haul a quick scan and checked a carton of high-end smokes. Everything was legit. I told him to move it all inside and opened the warehouse doors. While he was unloading, a whole fleet of delivery trucks started. These shop owners actually knew each other since they worked the same area. Small world, right? A crowd of bosses gathered around. I shook by how much bread I was dropping. One guy said he'd never seen a flex this hard. And another one joked that I literally saved his failing shop, but laughed that every smoker in the neighborhood was going to be cooked tomorrow because I bought every single pack. I spent the whole afternoon taking deliveries from 3 in the afternoon until 7 in the evening. It was just nonstop. I dropped nearly $20 million on these cigarettes. I basically wiped out the entire city's supply. With one wave of my hand, I swept everything into my storage space for that sweet 100 times duplication. Seeing millions of cartons in my space gave me a massive sense of, even if I lived for 10,000 years, I could never smoke all this. I lit one up and took a deep hit. In my past life, I didn't notice the signs. My grandpa's Gene Serum was a total game changer for the entire medical industry, but he died in a car accident right at the peak of his research. Was that really a coincidence? And then there are Lin Yutang's 2 sons. Their strength exploded out of nowhere. Could it be related? I'm certain those 2 were just normal trash when they first came to my house, which means they changed after they entered the villa. What did they find in there? When Grandpa passed, his 5 gene serums and all his data completely vanished. Suddenly, a memory flashed in my mind. A gift Grandpa gave me right before the crash. And the weird things he said back then, I still remember that morning, exercising in the yard with him like we always did. He gave me this super detailed rifle model, clearly a custom piece. He told me, "Little Feng, this gift is more precious than you know." He said I had to keep it safe and not waste his kindness. Looking back now, those words were definitely a hidden message. I loved the model as a kid, but I never overthought what he said. I rushed back to the bedroom to find it. I found it tucked away in the nightstand. I'd hidden it there after the accident and completely forgot about it in the chaos. I picked up the model and felt around every inch of it. Bingo! I found a tiny gap at the bottom of the rifle's magazine. I pried the cover off and a hidden USB drive popped out. Grandpa really was a genius. I grabbed my laptop and plugged it in immediately. As the files loaded, a single folder appeared on the screen. Inside was a video and a document. I took a deep breath to calm my heart and clicked play. Grandpa appeared on the screen. He was sitting in his study. In the video, he looked at the camera and said, "Little Feng, if you're seeing this, I'm proud of you." He knew I'd be smart enough to find his secret. He explained that his Gene Serum research had made a massive breakthrough, but it caused a dangerous stir. The project was supposed to be top secret, but a snake in the lab leaked the results. Luckily, he kept the core data hidden. This serum was developed using ant genes, and it's a total masterpiece. Once injected, it can boost a human's physical limit by 500 times. That is a terrifying number. Every big pharma company is chasing this, but their trash versions only boost limits by a few times. That's why everyone is hunting for our research, but there's a fatal flaw. Users become hyper-aggressive, lose their sanity, and their lifespan drops significantly. If this hits the streets, it'll be a total disaster for society. But your big uncle only cares about the money and wants to sell it to the highest bidder. We've thought about this so many times that I don't trust him anymore. That's why I'm leaving everything. All the data and the results to you. I'm leaving it all to you. There are only 5 vials of the Gene Serum ever made, and I've hidden them in a secret compartment under the lab desk. The password is your birthday, so don't mess it up. You only get one shot. If you get it wrong, the whole thing, all the core data for the serum is on this flash drive. If you're down for it, you can keep the research going. If not, just burn it. Whatever you do, don't let this fall into the wrong hands." The video cuts off right there. You can tell from his face that Grandpa was in a massive rush. He definitely had more to say, but the feed just died. I headed down to the second basement level. There are a ton of high security doors down here. Usually, Grandpa wouldn't let a soul inside. I punched in the code like he said and made it into the lab. Sure enough, there was a hidden drawer right under the main desk. I entered the password again and pulled out a small case. Inside were 5 vials filled with a blood red liquid. This is it, the Gene Serum. Looking at this stuff, my heart was racing. I mean, who wouldn't be hyped seeing something this OP? In my past life, those trashy uncles must have found these and used them to get crazy strong. But Grandpa mentioned they had some major flaws. I wonder what happens if I use my space to upgrade them. With a single thought, I stashed one of the vials into my... I hit the quality upgrade button, and a flash of white light blinded me. That deep red serum turned completely clear. Suddenly, info about the serum flooded my brain. This is the first time the space has ever given me a stat breakdown like this. Enhanced Gene Serum 0 side effects, boosts human potential 10,000 times, and unlocks 20% of the brain. I literally gasped. This is broken, especially that third part about brain development. A normal person only uses 10%, and even a genius like Einstein only hit 15%. If I hit 20%, I'm basically a god. I checked the vial one more time, but it looked fine. It was time to go god mode. I decided to inject it right then and there. But this wasn't like a normal shot. I had to inject the serum directly into my heart. I needed a professional grade syringe for this. Luckily, the lab was fully stocked with everything I needed. I loaded the serum, aimed for my heart, and took a deep breath to steady my nerves. Then, I jammed the needle in and pushed the plunger fast. I watched as the serum slowly flowed into my heart and through my veins. I pulled the needle out and waited for the power-up. Honestly, I didn't feel a thing. I moved around a bit, but everything felt normal. Is this thing a dud? But as soon as I said it, a wave of agony hit me like a truck. It felt like a sledgehammer smashed into my chest. My veins were popping, and my face turned bright red. It felt like I was being sliced into a million pieces. Every single inch of my body was screaming in pain. It was like someone was taking a blade to every nerve I had. My insides were even worse. It felt like every bone in my body was being crushed into powder. It was pure. It felt like my organs were literally melting. I collapsed and started rolling on the floor, smashing into lab equipment left and right. I started puking up this gross black liquid, and black blood was leaking from my nose, eyes, and ears. I couldn't stop screaming, "Thank God this lab is soundproof," or I'd sound like a dying animal. Since no one was around, there was no point in acting tough. I just let it out and screamed my lungs out. After what felt like forever, the pain finally faded, leaving me I was drenched in sweat and covered in this sticky black gunk. I laid there panting until my vision finally cleared up. I slowly got up and looked at the absolute mess I made of the lab. I don't even remember hitting all that gear. I crawled over to the wall, leaned back, and lit a cigarette. That pain completely drained me. I needed a minute before I could even stand. After the smoke, I got some strength back and checked for changes. I saw that I was covered in that nasty black slime from head to toe. I sprinted to the shower and spent a whole hour scrubbing that filth off my skin. When I looked in the mirror, I couldn't believe it. The glow up was insane. My rough, tan skin was now pale and smooth. It was smoother than most girls' skin, which I wasn't really a fan of. I missed my rugged, manly look, but my face, totally different level. I still looked like me, but my eyes were deeper and my nose was way sharper. I looked like I had a permanent beauty filter on, and wait, I'm definitely taller. I used to be around 172 centimeters, but now I'm over 180. I'll admit, I'm pretty satisfied. I headed out to the villa's courtyard to test my new stats. I walked over to a heavy barbell and grabbed it with one hand. With just a little effort, I pressed 180 kilograms over my head like it was a toy. Too easy. I added more weight. Even at 300 kilograms, I could lift it one-handed with zero issues. This power is terrifying. I could probably shatter every world record right now. I checked to make sure the coast was clear, then looked up at the third floor balcony. I bent my knees, loaded up my power, and just launched. I soared through the air and landed perfectly on the... I looked down. That was a 7 or 8 meter jump. Easy. After testing my speed and reflexes, it's official. After a bunch of tests, I've confirmed it. My power ceiling is 10,000 times higher than a normal human. And as I keep breaking through, these stats, I just need to stay low-key for now and keep grinding. If I play my cards right, it's only a matter of time before I become an absolute god in this world. But for this stage, staying under the radar is the move. Grandpa did say he wasn't the only one messing with Gene Serums. Who knows if there's some crack monster out there already. Better safe than sorry. Gurgle, asterisk, suddenly, my stomach starts screaming. A massive wave of hunger just hit me. I was so hyped after getting my powers that I didn't even notice. I was too busy testing my new god tier strength to feel the hunger. Now that I've calmed down, this hunger is hitting different. I feel like I could eat an entire cow. I checked the time and it's already 1 a.m. I thought about ordering delivery, but then I realized the world is ending soon. Why settle for takeout? I'm going out. I didn't even bother driving. I just walked. I remember this BBQ spot by the entrance. I get to the shop and they're still open. Even though it's 1 a.m., the place is absolutely packed. It's so crowded. They've got tables spilling out onto the sidewalk. I grab a seat outside. Right behind me, there's a group of punks acting all tough. About 10 or 15 of them being loud and annoying as hell. Nobody says anything because they've got the numbers. People are probably cursing them out in their heads. But I don't care. I'm just here for the food. As long as they don't mess with me, I'm chillin'. I order 5 kilograms of lamb skewers, 40 kidneys, 40 oysters, 10 plates of chives. My body feels a bit drained, so I need to refuel big time. Since it's busy, I have to wait a bit for the food to arrive. Finally, the meat shows up, sizzling, oily lamb skewers covered in chili and cumin. It looks incredible. My appetite is through the roof. I grab a skewer and start demolishing it. Spitze, savory, and perfect. It's time to feast. I'm basically in mukbang mode now. Crushing BBQ and ice-cold beer. You really don't appreciate the simple things until they're gone. After living through the apocalypse once, I know exactly how precious food. I clear the table like a hurricane. But I'm still nowhere near full. That was basically a snack. I'm maybe 30% full. I order 10 kilograms of beef, 10 more of lamb. And while I'm busy inhaling my food, I see a stunning girl walking toward me. She's wearing denim shorts that show off her long, perfect legs. She's got that model tier vibe going on. Her casual tee fits her perfectly, highlighting her curves in all the right places. She's got this natural, effortless charm. Her long hair is smooth as silk, and her face is honestly gorgeous. Every guy in the place is staring at her. No surprise there. I actually know her. Lin Su, I call out to her. Hey, Lawyer Lin. She had noticed me too. But I look so different now that she wasn't sure if it was me. She didn't want to make it awkward by calling out to a stranger, Mr. Lin, what a coincidence, she says. She's looking at me like, wait, why is he suddenly so handsome? Is it just her imagination? Or did I get a massive glow up? She knows that even though I look casual, I'm actually a billionaire. She sees the mountain of food on my table and her jaw almost drops. She's never seen someone order this much BBQ. You waiting for friends? She asks with a smile. Nah, just me. Want to join? I invite her. Oh, no thanks. I'm meeting a friend. She says, waving her hand. She takes a seat at the table next to mine. I don't push it. I just nod and go back to my meat. More for me. Suddenly, there's a loud cheer from behind. I look over and see a girl surrounded by a crowd. She's wearing a hat, so I can't see her face clearly. But her silhouette is top tier, fair skin, and a great build. Long legs, perfect curves. You can tell she works out. I'd give her a solid 7 out of 10. People are whispering that she's some big influencer named Lu Zihan. I'm not really into the whole idol scene, so I don't know much about her. I've just seen her in a few random videos. Most people just call her eye candy. Apparently, her family is loaded, and she's just doing the influencer thing for fun. Watching a bunch of fanboys chase her for autographs is honestly cringe. I turn back to my BBQ. Nothing stops the grind. Chapter 10, Teaching the Punk a Lesson. Lu Zihan finally shakes off her fans and sits down across from Lin Su. She grabs a drink and chugs it, like her life depends on it. Ugh. Being a goddess is exhausting. Did you order yet? She asks while pouring another glass. Lin Su just rolls her eyes. Already done. Lin Su goes back to her phone. Ignoring her, Zihan starts scrolling too. But then she spots me. Her eyes light up. Oh, look, a hottie. She looks at me and sees my sharp features and intense gaze. I'm giving off pure masculine energy, even though I'm a bit pale. It doesn't take away from the vibe. I look like a real man. Way better than those soft boy idols. She's practically drooling. I feel someone staring. So I look up. I see her eyeing my food. And I figure she's just hungry. Want some, I ask. To my surprise, she just gets up and sits right next to me. She grabs a skewer and starts eating. I'm a bit stunned, but I just chuckle and keep eating. Lin Su is just sitting there in shock. She can't believe her friend is acting this crazy. Imagine sitting down to eat without even knowing the guy's name. Lin Feng watches Lin Su sitting all alone at a nearby table and can't help but smirk. He laughs and says, "Hey, Lawyer Lin, why not join us?" Lin Su is too embarrassed to say no again. So she finally sits down. She looks a bit awkward and says, "Sorry for the intrusion." Then young Zihan, who is busy stuffing her face with skewers, asks, Lin Su gives a polite smile and explains that Mr. Lin is her client. Zihan immediately starts teasing her, saying, "Girl, you can't just keep a hottie like this all." Zihan is being way too loud and extra. Lin Su is so cringed out right now. She feels like her toes could dig a whole 3-bedroom apartment in the floor. She shoots her friend a look to shut her up, seriously regretting bringing her out tonight. But Lin Feng doesn't even care. Compared to Zihan's outgoing vibe, he thinks it's actually pretty. Lin Feng steps in to smooth things over, saying, "Well, we all know each other now. Don't be shy. Let's eat." With a social butterfly like Zihan around, they all start chatting up a storm. The vibe gets super lively, and Lin Feng is honestly loving it. Having 2 absolute 10s keeping him company is way better than eating alone. Plus, every guy loves being around beauties. You could tell by the salty looks from every other dude in the shop. As they get to know each other, Lin Feng starts learning more about them. Lin Su and Yang Zihan were college besties and have been working in the same city since graduation. They even bought houses in the same villa district. The crazy part, they live in the exact same villa area as Lin Feng. He was totally caught off guard by that. In his past life, he never even saw these two around the neighborhood. His luck in this life is just built different. But as they are laughing and talking, a thug from the table behind them stands up. This guy has dyed yellow hair, full sleeve tattoos, and a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. He starts walking over to their Yo, ladies, how about you come over to our table for a drink? Yellow hair gives Lin Su a creepy look and grins, showing off 2 rows of nasty yellow teeth. Lin Su takes one look at him and frowns, clearly disgusted. She says coldly, "Sorry, not interested." Yellow hair is not happy with that. He drops the act and threatens her, saying, "My big bro invited you. You better be smart about this, or you will regret it." Zihan snaps back immediately. You think we just go wherever you say beat it? Stop ruining our dinner." She is shouting so loud that everyone nearby starts staring and whispering. Over at the other table, the thug's friends start roasting him for getting hey, you failing already. If you can't handle it, let me try. I thought you said you were a pro with the ladies. Yellow hair's face turns bright red. He can't handle the embarrassment and loses it. "You little brat. I gave you a chance, and you blew it. You clearly haven't heard of my boss. New Xuan ass," he yells. He swings his hand to slap Zihan right across the face. They are so close that it happens in a split second. Zihan didn't expect this guy to be so bold, who tries to hit someone in broad daylight. She has zero time to react to the attack. Panic sets in as she tries to block him, but it looks like she is going to be too late. But right before that hand can land, a strong arm flashes in front of her. It happened so fast she didn't even see where it came from. She looks over and sees Lin Feng standing there with a totally relaxed expression. He has caught the thug's wrist midair. Looking at Lin Feng's handsome side profile, her face turns red and her heart starts racing like crazy. Yellow Hair sees his wrist is caught and tries to pull back with everything he has got. But Lin Feng's grip is like an iron vice. No matter how much he struggles, he can't move an inch. The thug starts barking threats. Kid, let go of me right now. Lin Feng just smiles, and with one quick twist, crack, the sound of bone snapping echoes through the air. Cold sweat pours down the thug's face as he lets out a blood-curdling scream. Lin Feng gives him a toss, and the guy flies 4 or 5 meters away, rolling on the ground in agony. My hand, it's broken, seeing their boy get wrecked. The rest of the gang, an older guy with a massive scar on his face, steps forward. He is clearly the leader of this pack of losers. The boss growls, "You idiot, you dare mess with the Green Dragon Gang boys. Finish this kid." A whole group of them rush forward, throwing punches at Lin Feng. His eyes go cold, but there's a hint of excitement in them. He just finished his body transformation and was looking for a way to test his power. This is literally perfect timing. To him, these punches are moving in slow motion. What looks like a fast punch to a normal person looks like an old lady walking to him. He tilts his body slightly and easily, dodges the first strike, then he explodes with power, slamming his shoulder into the guy. The thug is sent flying 2 meters back, smashing right through a table. The guy's on the ground groaning. Clearly done for Chapter 11, I want to take on 10. Yellow Hair gets kicked so hard he knocks over 2 more of his buddies. The rest of them realize they are dealing with a pro, so they start looking for weapons. Some grab beer bottles, some grab chairs, and one guy even pulls out a knife. Behind Lin Feng, Lin Su and Zihan are freaking out. There are too many of them, and they are all armed. Even if Lin Feng knows martial arts, fighting off a whole mob is almost impossible. They just wanted some late-night snacks. They didn't sign up for this. Zihan is so scared for him, she is literally about to cry. Lin Feng, watch out. If something happens to you, I'm toast too. But our boy didn't even blink. No biggie, Lin Feng said like it was absolutely nothing. The thugs saw him acting all chill and even flirting with girls while they were threatening him, and they completely lost it. They grabbed their weapons and swung for his head all at once. Lin Feng was moving like a ghost, dodging every single strike with total elegance. He wasn't even fighting back yet. He was basically using these guys as a test run to see how his agility stats worked in a real fight. The results, he was absolutely cracked. His agility is now 5 to 6 times higher than a normal human's. The thugs realized that after a whole round of swinging, they hadn't even touched a single hair on his head. They were the ones gasping for air while Lin Feng wasn't even breaking a sweat. "Stop running like a coward," they screamed. "Fight like a man. If you got the guts." Lin Feng stayed perfectly calm, his breathing totally steady. He looked at the exhausted thugs and said, "All right," boom. He lunged forward with explosive speed. The thugs didn't even see him move before he was right in their faces. They knew right then they were cooked. The people eating nearby had already cleared out to a safe distance. Some were even recording on their phones. Totally hyped to watch the beatdown, Yang Zihan watched as Lin Feng charged straight into the crowd of armed thugs. It looked like a death sentence, and she seriously considered making a run for it. But Lin Su wasn't moving an inch, so she had to stay put. Lin Su looked incredibly worried, her eyebrows furrowed as she watched the chaos. The thugs saw Lin Feng rushing them and went full psycho. They raised their weapons and swung with everything they had, going straight for the kill, but Lin Feng was way too fast for them to land a hit. On the flip side, his punches, those were impossible to dodge. Remember, he's a former special ops pro who's already mastered combat. And now his body is fully upgraded. One punch from him is basically a cheat code. One thug took a hit and felt like he got slammed by a literal freight train. He went flying instantly. There were only 10 guys left on the field. Aside from the boss, everyone else was face down on the pavement in less than 10 seconds. They were all clutching their bodies and groaning in pure. Lin Feng was actually holding back, only using about 40% of his strength. If he went all out, there wouldn't be a single person left. He didn't want to cause a scene, though it's not the apocalypse yet where you can just delete people. He wasn't trying to end up behind bars. The crowd watching from afar went absolutely wild. Everyone was staring at him with total respect. The younger guys were feeling the hype, watching their real-life hero. People couldn't help but cheer. This guy was literally him taking on 10 guys at once. It was like watching a high-budget action movie in real life. The girls in the crowd had literal heart eyes. A guy who's handsome, strong, and can fight like a god. Some were already getting ready to go ask for his number. But then they saw the two stunning women standing next to him and immediately lost their confidence. Meanwhile, the only one left standing was the boss. Scarface, all that tough talk from earlier was gone. His legs were shaking like leaves. He finally realized he had messed with a literal monster. His entire squad got wiped out barehanded in seconds. The power gap was terrifying. Lin Feng was so fast that people were flying through the air before anyone could even see. Pure efficiency. One hit, one knockout. These guys were street brawlers. But against Lin Feng, they were just training dummies. Even a pro boxer couldn't have pulled this off. Lin Feng looked over and noticed the boss had actually wet his pants. A nasty smell hit his nose, and he pinched it in disgust. Bro, you seriously just peed yourself, he said, totally roasting him. Scarface tried to act tough one last time. We're the Azure Dragon Society. We have hundreds of brothers. You sure you want to mess with us? Lin Feng just started laughing. Azure Dragon, more like the Tiny Worm Club. What year is it? Who still plays gangsta like this? Go home to your mama and stop embarrassing yourself. Now beat it. You're ruining my dinner vibe. He turned his back on them and walked back to his table, seeing Yang Zihan and Lin Su staring at him like he was a superstar. He asked them with a playful flex, so, was I cool? Or what Yang Zihan was looking at him with total obsession, her eyes practically sparkling. She swallowed hard and whispered, so cool, that was amazing. Lin Su had a strange look in her eyes too, but she hid it quickly and went back to acting normal. The shop owner was looking at the broken tables and chairs, feeling totally defeated. The fight had scared off almost everyone. Most of the customers ran off without paying their bills. He was looking at a loss of thousands of dollars tonight. He knew the thugs started it. But he wasn't a fighter like Lin Feng. A small business owner like him couldn't stand up to the local snakes from the Azure Dragon Society. Lin Feng saw the owner's stressed out face and knew exactly what was wrong. He called out to the thugs who were trying to sneak away. Yo, hold up. The thugs jumped like they'd seen a ghost. They were completely traumatized by now. Scarface turned around, trembling from head to toe. What now? He asked, his face pale with pure terror. Lin Feng just pointed at the ground. You broke all this man's stuff. You think I'm gonna pay for it? Pay him for the damage right now. Scarface actually looked relieved that it was just about money. He walked up to the owner, trying to salvage some pride. How much is it? The Azure Dragon Society always pays our way. He hissed the name of the gang like it was supposed to be a threat. He was trying to intimidate the owner into saying it was free. The owner was shaking, sweating bullets, and couldn't even get a word out. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. Lin Feng's eyes went cold. He walked over and kicked Scarface right back onto the dirt. I told you to pay him. Not act like a clown. One more word and I'll finish the job. Lin Feng looked at the owner and asked, Boss, is 10,000 enough? The owner just nodded frantically. Too stunned to say a word. Don't you dare look up at me. You heard pay up. Now. Lin Feng's face was ice cold as he stared down Scarface. Scarface didn't dare try any more sneaky tricks. He scrambled to scan the code and transfer the money. Once the notification pinged that the cash had cleared, Lin Feng finally let them off. Now, it was like Scarface had been handed a get-out-of-jail-free card. He stumbled away as fast as his legs could carry him. But for a split second, his eyes were full of pure. Chapter 12. A literal 100 table feast. After dealing with those trash mobs, Lin Feng went right back to his seat to finish those skewers. Man's only half full. He was still pretty hungry. The owner kept bringing out free dishes to show his thanks, and Lin Feng couldn't really say no. The three of them kept feasting for another 30 minutes. Once the table was finally empty, Lin Feng patted his stomach, totally satisfied. When it came time to pay, the owner absolutely... But Lin Feng insisted until he finally paid. He's not the type to take advantage of people. Besides, he's a billionaire now. He's not sweating a small bill like this. Just to be safe, he drove the two girls back to their villa before heading out. He's a gentleman, okay, purely for their safety. No other weird thoughts involved. Definitely none. Lin Feng got back home, took a hot shower, and flopped onto his bed. Then he pulled out his phone and started cooking up a new plan. He started searching for the top-rated restaurants in the city. While he was eating those skewers earlier, he had a massive brain blast. If his storage space can keep food fresh, why not just stock up on finished meals? That way, even when the world ends, he can still eat like a king while everyone else is starving. Lin Feng is a man of action. He found the top 30 restaurants in the city and decided to order 100 full tables of food from each one. Talk about an absolute flex. This city is world famous for its food, and the variety is insane. Unique flavors, high-end stuff. He wanted the whole spread. He started with the #1 spot, Daming Mansion. It's late, but this place is open 24/7. So he gave them a call. A girl with a super sweet voice picked up almost immediately. Lin Feng started scrolling through their digital menu and just went ham, ordering every signature dish they had. If it looked good, he clicked it. He was ordering the most expensive stuff abalone, Wagyu beef, bird's nest, bluefin tuna. He wasn't holding back. As for the price, not even on his radar. The operator's jaw was basically on the floor as he kept listing off high-end dishes. She went from being calm to totally shocked. Lin Feng had already ordered over 40 dishes and showed zero signs of stopping. Every single thing he ordered was top tier. One table was already worth over $10,000. After 60 dishes, he finally felt it was enough. Let's start with these. Oh, and I want 100 tables of this entire order. The girl couldn't believe her ears. Sis, did you say 100 tables? She thought she misheard him, so she had to double check. Yes, 100 tables. Not a single dish missing, Lin Feng said, sounding dead serious. The operator was spiraling. She'd been doing this a long time, but she'd never met a customer this cracked. 100 tables. She did a quick estimate at least $2 million. This was way too big for her to handle, so she sprinted to find the general manager. The manager was just as stunned. He rushed over and took the phone. Hello, sir, this is the manager of Daming Mansion. I just need to confirm. After Lin Feng confirmed it a few more times, the manager finally realized this guy wasn't trolling. Once the total was set, Lin Feng dropped a $1 million deposit right then and there. He told them he wanted everything ready and delivered to his spot within 24 hours. He hung up, leaving them in a frenzy. The manager's face was beet red from excitement. He called the owner immediately. The owner, who was fast asleep, woke up instantly and started barking orders. Treat this guy like a god. Use the best ingredients and make sure the taste is perfect. Everyone is on overtime, even if you're exhausted. Get this order done. After sorting out the food, Lin Feng started looking for compound bows online. These aren't toys as modern weapons. They pack way more punch than traditional bows. Some of these are so powerful they can take down a grizzly bear. Lin Feng picked out the highest rated one he could find. Just one of these bows cost $80,000. It was made of carbon fiber, super light but strong as hell. He picked the one with the highest draw weight and bought 10 of them, plus 5,000 arrows and every accessory available. This was more than enough for him, especially since he can upgrade his gear in his space. An upgraded compound bow is going to be straight up broken. But he wasn't done yet. He dropped another 60,000 on 10 high-end slingshots and 1,000 pounds of steel balls. Lin Feng grew up playing with these, but don't get it twisted, they're lethal. During his time in the Special Forces, they actually had a whole training course for slingshots. They're small, silent, and perfect for special ops. They can be surprisingly effective in the right situations. Along with those, he bought tactical shovels, baseball bats, and golf. He was basically building an arsenal of self-defense weapons. In the apocalypse, you can never be too safe. He looked over his shopping list. It seemed solid. He already had dozens of rifles, pistols, and hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammo stored away. He's basically a one-man army. The only thing he really wanted but couldn't get was a heavy sniper rifle. As a pro sniper, that would be God mode. He could take out threats from a distance without any risk, but you can't just buy a sniper rifle in this country. Gun laws have been strict for decades. That kind of heavy hardware only belongs to the government. The government. The apocalypse. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that in his past life, the whole system collapsed completely. The authorities only stuck around at the very beginning. After that, they just vanished, like they'd never existed. And he remembered that 2 days before the end, there were massive shortages across the city. Was there some kind of secret connection? He had to wonder, looks like I gotta speed up the hoarding. I need to finish everything at least 3 days before the world ends, just in case things get messy. Thinking about it, my to-do list is massive. Tomorrow, I'm heading to the Chillago wholesale market in the city. Chiligu isn't just the biggest agricultural hub in North China. Its cold storage is literally the largest in the entire country. You can find any ingredient you can imagine there. Meat, seafood, fruit, veggies, you name it. It's the absolute goat spot for stockpile. But while I'm planning my next move, I hear some suspicious shuffling. Chapter 13, The Assassins Are Here. I'm off the bed and ready instantly. Thanks to my super hearing, I catch 3 different sets of footsteps. They've already snuck into the house and are heading up from downstairs. I sneak a peek over the railing. In the pitch black, 3 shadows are creeping toward the stairs. And every single one of them is packing heat. They've got silencers on their pistols. These guys are pros. They're here to take me out. And there's only one person desperate enough to do this, my trash uncle. I just squeezed 15 billion out of him today. And he's already sending hitmen tonight. Talk about being impatient. But that old man really underestimated me, thinking these 3 nobodies could finish me off. He's dreaming. I pull out my upgraded pistol and rack the slide. This thing is fully upgraded, but I haven't tested its power yet. Perfect timing to use these guys as lab rats. The assassins move into a tactical triangle formation. I'll give them credit. They know what they're doing. I aim at the leader and pull the trigger. Psh, he drops instantly. No loud bang, just a tiny whisper of a sound. Yo, this is cracked. I didn't realize the upgrade gave it built-in stealth. This is way better than those crappy silencers you see in movies. Real silencers are actually still pretty loud. But this gun, it's basically silent. This is going to be my favorite tool for ghosting enemies from now on. 1 down. I quickly vanish into a blind spot. The other 2 didn't even hear the shot. They just see their buddy go stiff and collapse. They're quick, though they instantly drop and take cover on both sides of the stairs. I can't help but smirk. They're fast. Sûr. But they have 0 clue where I'm hiding. I'm right above them. I can only see one of them right now. So I line up a shot on his leg and boom. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rips through the air as he tumbles down the stairs. Clutching his leg, that one shot completely shattered his bone. He can't even hold it in. Just screaming his lungs out in pure agony. I don't finish him off. I'm waiting for the last guy to try and save him. Classic bait-and-switch tactics. Right on cue. The 3rd guy sees his partner down and starts crawling over, trying to drag him to safety. But I'm not giving him that chance. The second his head pops out, psh, 1 tap, straight to the head. 2 dead. 1 wounded. I casually walk down and flip the lights on. Man, the stairs are a total wreck. Blood and guts everywhere. It was too dark to see before, but now it looks like a straight up horror movie. This upgraded gun is, that guy's head literally exploded. It's a red and white mess all over the floor. The last survivor is shaking, face pale as a ghost. He's so terrified he actually forgets the pain. He watches me walk toward him like I'm the Don't come closer, please. Spare me, he begs. Crawling toward the door, I just look at him coldly. Tell me who sent you, and I'll make it quick. My voice is ice cold, totally heartless. The killer stammers. I don't know, we just follow orders from the organization. How do I find them, I ask. He spills everything. Coral Street, 185. Jingsheng Building, floor 25. A place called Jingwu Gym. Look for Lu Wu. He says, I memorize the address and finish him with 1 shot. Looking at the mess, I'm honestly annoyed. Cleaning up all this blood and gore is going to take forever. At least the bodies are easy to handle. I wave my hand and store the corpses in my dimension. I'll dump them somewhere remote tomorrow. Then I grab a bucket. It takes me 2 whole hours to get the living room and stairs clean. Note to self, no more gunfights at home. The cleanup is a nightmare. By the time I'm done, it's 4 in the morning. I'm so tired, I can barely keep my eyes open. I wash up and pass out the second my head hits the pillow. Next morning, a fleet of trucks loaded with building materials rolls into the villa area. Dozens of workers in uniform start unloading everything right in front of my place. All the neighbors are gathering around to gossip. The workers said he's building a safe house. Lol, is he for real? His brain must be fried. Probably read too many doomsday novels. He's totally lost it. They're all talking trash, treating me like a total joke. I just watch them and smirk, laugh it up now. Guys, let's see if you're still laughing when the world actually ends. Just then, my uncle, Lin Yutang, walks out of the crowd. He's got this fake-ass smile that makes me want to vomit. I really want to end him right here. But I hold back. Dying now would be too easy for him. I'm going to make sure his whole family suffers. Once the apocalypse hits, he looks at me and asks, Sao Feng, what on earth are you doing? Why the sudden renovation? Things haven't been too peaceful lately. So I figured I should make this place a fortress. Lin Feng said this with a cold smirk, his eyes piercing right through Lin Yutang. Lin Yutang's eyes flickered with instant panic. Hearing Lin Feng's words, he realized his secret hit was probably exposed. He tried to play it cool and asked, "What is it? Did something happen? If you need help, your uncle is right here for you." Lin Feng just calmly cracked his wrists and replied, "Oh, it was nothing. Just a few little rats. But do not worry. I already took care of them. You do not need to stress about it." Uncle. Lin Yutang's heart skipped a beat. He knew right then that Lin Feng definitely knew about the hit in his head, and the uncle was cursing those useless assassins for failing to take out one guy. He could not believe Lin Feng's luck. How is he still alive? Even though he was fuming and wanted Lin Feng gone, he forced a fake smile and said, "Well, as long as you are okay. I have got stuff to do at the office. So I will head out first." He turned and practically ran away. Watching him leave, Lin Feng started prepping for his trip to Chiligo. It was time to start the ultimate shopping spree. Chapter 14. Stockpiling supplies. Lin Feng hopped into his Hummer and blasted off toward Chiligu. Being an ex-soldier, he did not care for flashy supercars. He was all about these off-road beasts. His grandfather had gifted him this monster for his birthday. Lin Feng was obsessed with this ride. Those rugged lines, the wide view, and that tough energy were exactly his vibe. 30 minutes later, he pulled up to the Chiligo wholesale market. The place was massive, with giant trucks constantly rolling in and out. Lin Feng headed straight for the management center to find the big boss of the whole market. The manager was a middle-aged guy in his 50s with a serious dad bod. Once he heard why Lin Feng was there, he practically rolled out the red carpet to his office. He was acting so extra, pouring water and acting all humble. "Mr. Lin, whatever you need, if it exists." Jiang Xingwang was flexing his confidence, but Lin Feng just looked at him. "I need a lot of stuff. I am not sure if your market can even handle my order." Jiang Xingwang just burst out laughing. "Mr. Lin, our market is one of the best in the entire country. You can trust us on that." Seeing how confident he was, Lin Feng did not waste time. He handed over a piece of paper. This is what I need. Take a look and see if you can make it happen. Zhang Xinguang grabbed the list with a grin. But as he started reading, his face went from smug to straight up shook. In all his years in the business, he had never seen anything like this. 100,000 tons of rice, 50,000 tons of flour, 10,000 tons of beef, 10,000 tons of pork, 5,000 tons of mutton, 5,000 tons of chicken, and 5,000 tons of steak, 10,000 tons of eggs, 5,000 tons of duck, plus every kind of seafood, vegetable, dried goods, seasonings. Literally everything sold in the market was on this list. And the quantities were all in the thousands or tens of thousands. This order was absolutely mad. You could not even touch this list without at least 20 billion. It was no exaggeration. This was enough food to feed a small city for several years. Mr. Lin, are you for real right now? Zhang Xinguang stared at Lin Feng. Totally suspicious, he asked if this was a joke, and Lin Feng just looked him dead in the eye. Do I look like I am playing? I am here with a serious bag. Mr. Lin, honestly, this amount is insane. It is impossible for us to give you everything all at once. Plus, if we give everything to you, it would wreck the entire market supply. Lin Feng just nodded and said, you can deliver it as long as it is all delivered within 3 months. We are good. The manager agreed, saying they could handle that, but since the amount was so huge, he needed a 50% deposit before each shipment. No problem. Lin Feng agreed instantly. They spent the next hour hashing out the fine details. After an hour of talking, everything was set. Lin Feng signed the contract right there. All right then. Mr. Lin, I will start coordinating the supplies immediately. The first batch will be ready in a week. Lin Feng shook his hand and said, I will leave it to you then. Manager Zhang Xinguang was acting like he just met a god as he saw Lin Feng out. He could not believe his luck. This was a literal gold mine falling from the sky. This was a 20 billion project. Even if he only skimmed a tiny bit off the top, he would be set for life. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was feeling totally chill. One part of his prep was finally done. 20 billion worth of food. He could not finish that in 10,000 years, especially since he had the system to copy everything 100 times over. It was going to be insane. Plus, he only had to pay half the deposit. As for the other half, by the time that is due, it will be the apocalypse. Who is going to care about next? Lin Feng rented a massive warehouse in a super remote area just to keep things low-key. He needed a place to hide his mountain of supplies. He chose a spot so isolated that nobody would ever notice. Once the warehouse was secured, he didn't stop. He drove straight to his next stop, Food City. He had the basics, but now he needed the good stuff. Drinks, snacks, and instant meals. He could not just cook every single day. Snacks were a total necessity for keeping his vibes up during the end of the world. He still had billions left, and he was not going to let a single cent go to waste. Lin Feng arrived at Food City in no time. But this time, he skipped the management office and started hitting up the shops one by one. Honestly, the variety here was cracked. There were so many snacks, including high-end imports that made Lin Feng's head spin. He went into full sweep mode. If it was good, he wanted it. He ordered 10,000 boxes of instant noodles alone. Every flavor, every brand, In the apocalypse, these are basically currency. Even if he could use them to trade for anything, on top of that, he started mass buying everything else, including tons of high-end red wine. Lin Feng starts by buying high-end snacks, but then he decides that's way too slow and just goes full sweep the store mode. If it tastes good, he clears the entire inventory. This absolute flex has the shopkeepers shook. They all swarm around Lin Feng to pitch their best food, and he just takes it all. If it's fire, he buys it. This shopping spree goes on for 4 hours until the entire food city is basically empty. Lin Feng finally wraps up his shopping for the day. The merchants handle all the packing and send everything to his warehouse. Mission accomplished. He drives back home, but as soon as he parks, he gets a call from the restaurant. His order of 100 banquet tables has arrived. No rest for the goat. Lin Feng rushes over to his rented warehouse to oversee the workers unloading all that food. The restaurant followed his orders perfectly. Every dish is packed in an insulated container, labeled with its name, and kept in a thermal box. The heat retention is cracked. The food looks like it just came off the stove. Lin Feng is low-key impressed with He pays the final bill and looks at the mountain of food stacked in the warehouse. With one wave of his hand, it all disappears into his system space. Time for the usual 100 times duplication. Once that's done, he pulls out his phone and orders from the second best restaurant in town. He's about to head home when his phone starts ringing. Is that a call from a mysterious woman? It's actually Wang Long. Lin Feng picks up, and his bro is screaming, "Bro, you're literally viral. Do you even know? The background is loud as hell. Sounds like the dude is at a club or something." "What do you mean viral?" Lin Feng asks. Wang Long tells him to check the video he sent, saying the views are insane. Lin Feng opens WeChat and sees the clip from yesterday's fight with those thugs at the barbecue spot. The video shows the whole fight lasting about 1 minute. Since it was recorded at night, the lighting is pretty bad. The quality is mid, but the views. Over 2 million in just one day. There are tens of thousands of comments too. Lin Feng scrolls through and sees people losing their minds. No way. Is this a movie scene? Some people think it's fake or special effects because no normal human is that fast. They're calling cap on the whole thing. Others are like, "I was there, he's so hot. Does anyone have his socials?" Lin Feng just frowns. This is not good. He needs to lay low and hoard supplies, not get targeted by clout chasers. If people catch on to his plan, he's cooked. Luckily, the lighting was dark and his face was blurry. Only someone like Wang Long, who knows him well, could actually recognize him. While Lin Feng is trying to figure out how to fix this mess, Wang Long calls him back. "Bro, since when did you become a god at fighting? You want me to make these videos disappear? I can get a buddy to help." Apparently, his friend is a moderator for the video platform. I'll call him now and let you know what happens. Wang Long says before hanging up, that's a real one right there helping out without a second thought. But Lin Feng is feeling conflicted. Wang Long is his day one. They're closer than real brothers. They served in the military together and survived dangerous missions where they literally saved each other's lives. In this life, Wang Long is the only person Lin Feng actually trusts. He's the kind of guy you'd trust with your life. But should he tell him about the end of the world? The problem is Wang Long has a massive mouth and can't keep a secret. But Lin Feng can't just let his best friend die when the apocalypse hits. He lights a cigarette, trying to figure out what to do. He needs a strategy. Then he remembers that the villa right next to his has been empty and for sale for a long time. Decision made. Since his own villa is being renovated, he books a presidential suite at a hotel nearby for the time being. After a quick shower, He's back on his grind buying more supplies online. He's got enough food, but he needs gear for the extreme cold. In his past life, millions of people froze to death. When the climate shifted, extreme winter gear is a must. He goes for pro-level Antarctic suits, the kind scientists wear in the coldest places on Earth. These suits are OP. They're made of special material that's light, waterproof, and even fireproof. They aren't cheap, though, costing over $10,000 each. Lin Feng just buys 100 sets in every single color and style. He also adds tactical gloves, hats, socks, and even underwear to his massive cart, toilet paper, toothpaste, shampoo. If he can think of it, he's ordering it in bulk. His whole life is just one big shopping spree now. Whether he needs it or not, he's buying it just in case. Meanwhile, at the Changsheng building, Lin Yutang is losing his mind with rage. I paid a fortune for you to handle this, and you sent 3 losers. Now, the job isn't done, and I'm the one exposed. Relax, Mr. Lin. A seductive voice says, it's a stunning woman with a dangerous aura sitting on the couch. She's wearing a revealing outfit, looking absolutely fire but lethal. Her eyes are full of mystery and charm. She moves with the grace of a predator as she walks over and places a cup of tea in front of him. Those 3 were our top guys. Not trash. Your target is way more dangerous than you told us. She pulls up the clip and hands it to Lin Yutang. Bro looks at the screen and his face instantly drops. The lighting is trash and the face is blurry, but he knows exactly who he's looking at in one glance. It's Lin Feng man's literally 1 versus 10ing, a pack of thugs like it's nothing. They're getting absolutely folded. The baddie behind him whispers, Yo, your nephew is built different. He's ex-Special Forces. Total unit, he's a crack shot. Pro at hand-to-hand, and has cleared high-tier missions, taking him out. Yeah. Lin Yutang just scoffs. I thought you guys were pros. Double the bag. Just get rid of him. Now, she flashes a smirk. Bet. Consider it done. Boss, no matter what it takes, he's cooked. Next morning, Lin Feng is already on that grind. Hits the hotel gym and clocks 10 kilometers on the treadmill to start the day. Then he bangs out dozens of sets until his muscles literally give out. Man's potential is actually insane. He's only tapped into a fraction of his power to max out his stat. The grind never stops. Post-workout, he hits the buffet. It's a 5-star hotel. So the breakfast spread is absolutely fire. Everything from dim sum and noodles to fresh pastries and milk. Literally a feast. He keeps it light with some buns and soy milk before heading out to his secret warehouse. Time to collect. All those weapons and gear he ordered are finally here. Loot drop time. But when he pulls up, he sees a tiny black pup shivering at the door. Little guy is looking rough and super skinny. It looks at him with those sad eyes. Poor thing. Lin Feng reaches into his spatial storage and pulls out some snacks. He peels it open, but the pup just stares. He thought maybe it wasn't hungry. But wait, the dog is literally drooling over the sausage. Lin Feng realizes he's still holding it, so he drops it on the floor. Eat up, buddy. The pup goes feral on it and looks back up like, is that all? He chuckles and feeds him 3 more. Now, the pup is officially part of the squad. He's not going anywhere. Lil Bro decided to stick with his new owner. Lin Feng doesn't mind the pup's cute, so he lets him tag along. He opens the warehouse, grabs a seat, and browses for more gear while waiting for the delivery guy. The pup snoozes at his feet. Moments later, the delivery truck pulls up right on time. Those guys are fast. There's a mountain of boxes. So Lin Feng helps unload. Once the driver takes off, it's unboxing time. 10 minutes later, everything's unpacked. He starts by stashing 10 composite bows into his spatial storage. Time for a massive buff. He hits them with 100 times upgrade. 4,000 arrows get copied, and the rest get their quality boosted to the max. He pulls out one of the upgraded bows. It's still light, but it feels different. The flexibility and durability are off the charts. It looks slick and feels like a legendary item. The draw weight is 500 pounds. That's insane. A normal bow is only like 40 pounds. If 40 pounds can drop a target at 50 meters, 500 pounds is straight up God mode. Only Lin Feng is strong enough to pull this thing. No one else could even budget. Then he upgrades a slingshot, turning it into a literal hand cannon. He fires a steel ball at a concrete pillar, and it gets buried deep inside. One shot from this, and it's game over. It's small, quiet, and perfect for sneak attacks. Total Ninja vibes. He keeps upgrading the rest of his stash. Seeing his warehouse stocked up, he's finally feeling secure. Time to take these babies out for a test drive in the sticks. He locks up, grabs the pup, and hops into his Hummer, heading straight for the outskirts. But once he hits the open road, he notices something sus. 2 white SUVs are tailing him, keeping their distance. They've been on him since the city. He took 3 detours to check, and they're still there. Yeah, these guys want smoke. Lin Feng heads for a deserted area to finish this. In the back SUV, there's a woman in red leather looking ready for trouble. She's got that villainous vibe with the heavy makeup. As they hit the dead zone, she just smirks. He's leading us into the wild. This guy's actually interesting. A bald dude in the back asks, "Wait, he spotted us. Is he crazy? He thinks he can take us alone. Bro is way too cocky." The woman just licks her lips. That's exactly what makes it fun. Meanwhile, Lin Feng checks his mirror. They're about 100 meters back. Suddenly, he floors it. The Hummer surges forward, leaving them in the dust instantly. Don't forget, this Hummer is upgraded. Its acceleration could literally humble a supercar. The SUVs are losing their minds. They try to keep up, but it's no use. The Hummer is way too fast, just a few seconds. And he's already gone. The driver couldn't even see his taillights anymore. Damn! He slammed the steering wheel in pure rage. He scrambled for the radio to report to the boss lady. The target just hit the nitro. He's too fast. We can't keep up. What's the move? Relax. This road is a dead end. He's trapped. A lazy voice replied from the other side. The 2 SUVs kept rolling for another 4 or 5 kilometers. As they hit a slope, they finally spotted the Hummer. It was just sitting there on the side of the road with the hazards flashing. The SUVs pulled up 30 meters back, and 10 guys piled out, ready for smoke. Everyone had their pieces out, creeping toward the Hummer. Little did they know, Lin Feng was chilling on the slope, watching these low-tier assassins walk straight into his trap. He was perched on the right side of the road, about 400 meters away. For our MC, hitting a target from this range, absolute light work. But for these trash aim NPCs, no shot. They only had pistols. Pistol range is barely 100 meters. They couldn't even touch him if he stood still. It was time for some classic bait and switch. Lin Feng pulled the trigger. Mal. One shot? Right in a bald guy's thigh. Why him? Because his bald head was reflecting light and hurting Lin Feng's eyes. Talk about a skill issue. The shot was barely a whisper. After that system upgrade, the recoil was gone. But the power absolutely broken. The bald guy hit the ground screaming. His leg was literally shattered, and the sound echoed through the wasteland. His buddy tried to drag him away. Asterisk times. Another shot. Samelech. Bro is having the worst day ever. The lady in red screamed, "Take cover!" The rest of the squad scrambled behind the cars, desperate for an extra life. But they were way too slow. Asterisk. Times 3 more down with leg shots. Only 5 managed to dodge behind the car. The 5 guys on the road were bleeding out and crying. But nobody dared to peek. These assassins were officially shook. Hands were shaking. Sweat everywhere. The lady in red wasn't so calm anymore. She couldn't even see the shooter's shadow. Hearing her men scream was getting on her nerves. She grabbed a sniper rifle from the car and started hunting for the target. After a few seconds, she finally spotted Lin Feng on the hill. She smirked. Got you. Chapter 17. The counterkill begins. Suddenly, Lin Feng's spidey sense went off. This was the same instinct that saved his life back in the day. He dodged instantly. Asterisk. Boom! Times a bullet slammed right where he was lying a second ago. A sniper. Lin Feng broke into a cold sweat. If his agility wasn't maxed out, he'd be cooked. He got way too comfortable and almost threw the game. The lady in red couldn't believe her eyes. What kind of monster is this? That reaction speed was inhuman. She took a breath and tried to find him again. But he was gone. Like he vanished into thin air. Suddenly, another scream erupted from her men. She looked over and saw an arrow sticking out of a guy's chest. The arrow had punched right through the car door first. The guy was fading fast. The lady in red was losing it. What kind of bow does this guy have? Piercing a car, even a bullet can't do that. While she was distracted, another guy caught an arrow straight through the heart. Instant lobby. The last 3 guys completely folded. Being hunted by a god is terrifying. One guy lost it and yelled, "I'm out. This mission is cursed." He bolted for it. The lady in red yelled at him to come back, but he didn't listen. He made it 20 meters without getting hit. The other 2 saw this and thought they had a chance. They started running too. The boss lady just shook her head. They barely made it 5 meters before all 3 were dropped. 1, 2, 3. Done. The timing was insane. His aim was literally aimbot level. Now, the boss lady was officially panicking. Her elite squad was wiped. Her organization was basically finished. You, brat, when I catch you, you're going to wish you were dead. She spotted him again and fired, but he dodged it like it was nothing. And now, the man was charging straight at her. She tried to lock on, but he was moving way too fast. He was zigzagging like a glitch in the Matrix. In 3 seconds, he cleared hundreds of meters and was right in her face. No way. This speed was absolutely cracked. She tried to raise her gun, but Lin Feng was faster. In a flash, he was behind her, twisting her arm and snatching the sniper rifle. She reached for her pistol, but he already had that too. Looking at his smiling face, she felt a chill down her spine. Are you even human? Lin Feng casually lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. He looked at her coldly. You're with the guys from the other day, right? Tell me, how much is my uncle paying for my head? The woman tried to switch back to her seductive boss mode to save her skin. Hey, handsome, if you just let me go, I'll tell you everything. She arched her back, really trying to flex those curves. She gave Lin Feng a look that was pure riz, but he was just scanning her like she was a loot drop. With a smirk, he walked right up and grabbed her by the chin. As long as you stay loyal, I might just let you live. The girl immediately folded. From now on, I'm all yours. Master, whatever. She reached one hand toward Lin Feng's leg, but the other was quietly reaching for a dagger at her waist. The second he seemed to let his guard down, she went for a wild backstab. Since they were so close, the blade easily sliced through Lin Feng's clothes. She was literally grinning, thinking she'd secured the win. But right before the blade hit skin, she felt a sharp pain in her back. Suddenly, all her energy was drained, and the dagger just slipped from her hand. She stumbled back, completely shook. She couldn't believe she was about to be cooked. She was so close. How did she even fail? Lin Feng just shook his head, looking totally disappointed. I told you, if you stayed quiet, you'd live. She felt the life leaving her body and closed her eyes. Once she was gone, Lin Feng quickly cleared the area. He swiped all the assassin's weapons and tossed them straight into his storage space. But the real jackpot, a Barrett sniper rifle. With this thing in his hands, he's officially reached God mode. The only problem was the ammo, just 30 rounds. Luckily, he's got the system to duplicate items. For now, that's more than enough. Lin Feng threw the sniper into his space for an upgrade and duplicated the ammo until he had 3,000 rounds. He pulled it out and aimed at a massive tree 800 meters away. Boom! The tree literally snapped right in half. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Lin Feng was vibing, admiring his new toy. This thing is cracked. If he hit a person with this, they'd be left in pieces. He was high on adrenaline, flooring it down the road. He was already planning to raid the assassin's nest tonight. Who knows what kind of loot he'll find. But first, he had to secure the bag. His suppliers were blowing up his phone, telling him the goods were ready for pickup. When he got to the massive warehouse, dozens of trucks were already lined up. He immediately started getting them to unload the haul. This entire batch was nothing but snacks. And that's just the first wave. There's way more on the way. After clearing that, he rushed to his private warehouse where 100 full banquet meals had just arrived. His schedule is packed looting all day, raiding at night. Busibro. He's drowning in it. He spent the whole day just stacking supplies, and by the time he finished, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. He hit up a random restaurant, ordered about 10 different dishes, and finished dinner fast. Then he went straight to bed to start some late-night online shopping. That girl, Yang Zihan, tried to chat him up on WeChat, but he just gave her some low-effort replies. The apocalypse is literally starting. Who has time for her? Buying more gear is a way better use of his time. By 1 in the morning, he geared up in all black mask, had the whole look, and headed out. Destination, the assassin's headquarters in the Changsheng building. Chapter 18, the Assassin HQ. To stay completely off the radar, Lin Feng went on foot through the back alleys. Even changing his clothes a few times to lose any tail, he finally reached the building. He skipped the elevators and headed straight for the fire stairs. When he hit the 25th floor, he saw the sign for Jingwu combat. Even though it was 2 in the morning, and the place was lit up like crazy, he could hear people training inside. The moment Lin Feng stepped in, every eye in the room was locked onto him. A massive, tough-looking guy walked up. You need something? Pal, I'm looking for Lu Wu. Lin Feng kept his voice totally flat while casually scanning the room. The training area was about 200 square meters. He spotted a heavy steel door in the back, no telling how deep this place goes. There were about 6 guys visible, all spread out. Taking them all out at once was going to be tricky, since he didn't know what was behind that steel door. He couldn't just go in guns blazing. He had to play it cool and gather more intel before making a move. The second the big guy heard he was looking for Lu Wu, he got super suspicious. He turned to a guy in black drinking tea in the back. Boss, someone's here for Lu Wu. The boss just gave a small nod. The big guy turned back with a fake smile. Follow me, Sir. He led Lin Feng toward the steel door, but another guard stepped out to block them. The big guy looked at Lin Feng. Sir, we gotta search you first. No phones or weapons allowed past this point. Hope you understand. Lin Feng just nodded and put his hands up. He didn't care at all. Every single one of his weapons was hidden in his system space. The only thing they found on him was a phone. They took his phone and radioed the guys inside. A few seconds later, the steel door hissed open, and the guard gestured for him to enter. He stayed outside while Lin Feng walked in. Totally unfazed, behind the door was a 10-meter-long hallway. There were cameras on the ceiling, tracking his every move. At the far end, there was yet another steel door. This one opened automatically, too. Man, these assassins really have their security on lock. If any normal person tried to start beef here, they'd be cooked in seconds. Zero chance. Bro, this place is a fortress. The entire hallway is lined with steel plates, and the doors are 20 centimeters thick. Normal bullets wouldn't even leave a scratch. The second he steps inside, the heavy steel doors slam shut behind him automatically. The room is about 100 square meters, and 3 of the walls are stacked with every weapon imaginable. Lin Feng's eyes are literally glowing right now. There are 4 guys in the room. One is sitting right across from the entrance with massive safes lined up behind him. This guy is clearly the manager. The other 3 are standing in a tactical triangle formation, ready to jump. If Lin Feng even twitches, they're ready to end him instantly. Lin Feng's already calculating how to wipe these guys out in seconds. The manager just smiles and says, "Hello, sir. Please take a seat." He gestures to a chair with a fake nice grin. Lin Feng calmly sits down, sizing up the man in front of him. "So, are you the big boss?" Lin Feng asks, lighting up a smoke like he owns the place. The guy answers. Lin Feng just scoffs, leaning back and blowing out a cloud of smoke. "Bring me your actual boss. You're not qualified to talk to me. This is a $100 million deal." The guy gets heated for a second, but then his eyes go wide. 100 million. That's insane. Usually, their contracts are only around 2 million. Anything over 10 million is considered huge. The only time they saw a 9-figure deal was that hit on the Tianhu Group chairman. He can't believe another $100 million bag just walked in. This is definitely a job for the big boss. But he took 4 elite members out on a mission and hasn't come back yet. The manager starts looking real awkward. "Sir, I'm so sorry." He says, "Our boss took some of our guys out for a job, and they aren't back yet." Lin Feng tilts his head. "Is your boss a woman?" He's just testing the waters. The manager asks if he knows her, but Lin Feng just says no internally. He's like, plot twist. If the boss is already dead, then this just got a whole lot easier. Time to clean house Lin Feng keeps the act going and asks, since she's not here, tell me, how strong is this group? Anyway, the manager gets all cocky. Sir, we are the top dogs in this city. Pero, we've got over 20 members, and every single one of them is a former mercenary. Our boss is ex-special forces with a perfect mission record. While the guy is yapping away, Lin Feng's hand flashes, and a pistol literally spawns out of thin air. Pump, one shot right through the forehead. The guy's head basically explodes. It happened so fast, he didn't even have time to blink. Without missing a beat, Lin Feng spins around and starts blasting the other three. They're completely caught off guard. They're thinking, wait, this guy was unarmed. Where did the gun come from? They reach for their holsters, but they're already cooked. Lin Feng's aim is cracked. 3 shots, 3 headshots. The assassins are deleted instantly. With the room cleared, Lin Feng starts eyeing the loot. He's loving this. There are over 100 rifles, 5 shotguns, a massive sniper rifle, and 50 different daggers. His personal armory just leveled up big time. Once the walls are bare, only the safes are left to crack. He loots the manager's body and finds a ring of keys. He tries the first key, and jackpot, it clicks open, and Lin Feng is grinning ear to ear. Chapter 19, time to raid the grenades. There are 30 M67 grenades, tens of thousands of rounds of ammo, and 10 sets of body armor. Lin Feng is just laughing at this point. This isn't an assassin base. It's his personal supply drop. In the very last safe, he finds a tank blade. He pulls it out to get a better look. It's a straight style Tang Hang blade. It's about 1 meter long, perfectly straight and sharp on one side. The flexibility is insane, and it looks absolutely fire. This is basically the peak of cold weapons. Lin Feng is obsessed. Every guy dreams of a blade like this, and he can't look away. He's never used one before, but he's definitely going to learn. He vows to master it. Tosses the blade into his space for an upgrade and saves it for later. Now that he's stripped the place clean, he finds the button to the main doors. The 6 assassins left in the lobby have zero clue what just went down. Lin Feng doesn't do half measures. If he's clearing a floor, he's clearing the whole floor. No survivors. These guys are all trash who've killed for money anyway. So he feels zero guilt. He opens the first door and grabs the radio. Everyone, get in here now. He commands. The guard at the door is a bit confused by the voice, but he doesn't think twice and calls everyone inside. Lin Feng watches the monitors like a hawk. Once every single assassin is packed into the hallway, he hits the switch. Glang, the doors lock. They're trapped. The assassins are standing there like idiots, having no idea why they're locked in. So they just wait. Lin Feng walks up to the steel door, opens the tiny firing port, and starts letting it rip. It's a narrow hallway with nowhere to hide. For these guys, it's a total nightmare. 6 suppressed gunshots ring out, and even with their pro instincts, these hitmen can barely react. They try to draw their pieces to fire back, but Lin Feng's speed is just cracked. Before they can even pull their triggers, the whole squad is wiped out. Done. After confirming the kills, Lin Feng opens the iron gate and dumps all the bodies into his storage space. He wipes the security footage and locks the gym tight before heading out. He hangs a closed for renovation sign on the door and just strolls away. Nobody's gonna miss these assassins. And definitely nobody's calling the cops. Lin Feng isn't worried about the law at all. But right after he leaves, a Middle-aged man, wrapped up like he's undercover, shows up at the gym. It's Lin Yutang. He sees the renovation sign and catches a major case of the what the hell is going on vibes. He only came here to see if the hit he ordered on Lin Feng was finished yet. Looking at the dark building and the locked doors, he feels like something is seriously wrong. He pulls out his phone and hits up his contact. Not in service. Lin Yutang isn't giving up though. He spams the call button over and over. Still nothing. He starts coping, thinking maybe they took his money and dipped, but that doesn't make sense. This organization has a solid rep in the underworld. They've never failed a contract, which is exactly why he hired them. The only other option is that the mission failed and they're all dead. Just thinking about it gives him the chills. Is Lin Feng really that broken? These guys were battle-hardened killers, but he can't ignore the bad feeling in his gut. Suddenly, he feels like a pair of eyes is watching him from the shadows. He looks around like a paranoid mess, jumps in the elevator, and gets out of there fast. With the hitmen dealt with, Lin Feng finally gets some. He settles into a solid routine. Every day, it's the same collecting orders, online shopping, meal prep, and hanging out with his dog. He checks the villa's progress every few days. The crew is actually ahead of schedule and should finish a week early. At night, it's straight to the gym to max out his stats. He even grabs dinner with Yang Zihan and Lin Su once in a while. Yang Zihan is clearly trying to make a move, but Lin Feng shuts her down every time. He's not heartless, but he knows who's real. He thinks Lin Su is actually decent. No hidden agenda. But Yang Zihan total red flag. She's way too calculating to be trusted. He drops a few hints, telling them the weather might get crazy cold soon and they should stock up on supplies. Whether they listen or not is on them. Meanwhile, Wang Long is still the same, always hitting him up for drinks and foot massages. That viral fight video, Wang Long handled it and got it taken down before it blew up too much. Fast forward 2.5 months, we're 15 days away from the end of the world. Lin Yutang hasn't tried any more funny business in all this time. Sometimes they cross paths in the Villa District. And the guy even acts friendly, like he didn't try to have him killed. But inside, Lin Yutang, his business partners are breathing down his neck too. Ever since he took over the pharma company, the Gene Serum research has been dead in the water. The data and the 5 finished serums are missing. He didn't realize his old man had a backup plan. He's betting Lin Feng has the data and the serum, but he doesn't have the guts to ask for it or even try to sneak into the villa. He blew all his cash trying to buy Lin Feng's shares. He even sold some stock to the MK Group for 10 billion. But since research stopped, they are fuming. He's completely cooked. MK is putting the squeeze on him daily. On the other hand, Lin Feng is fully prepped. 2 months of shopping and his hoard is massive. The villa renovation is finally done. Lin Feng wakes up early, hyped to inspect his new fortress. This place is his SSS rank sanctuary for the apocalypse. He eats a quick breakfast and heads over to check the work. Chapter 20. The shelter is complete. Standing in front of the villa, it looks pretty normal from the outside. But if you look closer, the glass and the doors are built different. The windows are the highest grade bulletproof glass in the world. Lin Feng went overkill and installed 3 layers. This stuff can tank a bomb. No problem. It's peak safety. The main door is even crazier. It's a bank vault door made of steel and titanium alloy. It can literally survive a small nuke. Lin Feng even had them install emergency shutters made of the same material on every single window. If the glass ever breaks, those titanium plates drop down as the ultimate shield. Entering the villa, you hit a 5-meter-long corridor. There's another inner door at the end, just like a hitman's hideout. But this one is solid. The walls, ceiling, and floor are all 30-centimeter thick titanium. There are even kill holes in the ceiling, so he can blast anyone who tries to break in. The whole interior is lined with titanium. It's indestructible and keeps the heat in perfectly, preventing 95% of heat. Lin Feng heads to the basement first. This level is massive. 500 square meters of pure utility. It's got a lab, a gym, a power room, and a control center. He even installed a gravity room where he can crank up the pressure to push his body to the absolute limit. The power room has 5 massive industrial generators. This base is officially God mode. 2 of these bad boys provide enough juice for the whole villa. And the other 3, those are pure backup. He is not taking any chances. Once the world ends, the power grid is going to be absolutely cooked. These generators are the only way to keep his base running while everyone else is stuck in the dark. The control room is basically the brain of the whole place. It handles all the circuits, the network, the security feeds, and every single piece of tech in the building. Heading up from the basement, Lin Feng hits the first floor. It is a clean layout with the living room. Now, the second floor is where the real fun begins. He has totally revamped every room into a paradise. Setting up an esports den, a design studio. We are talking a private cinema, a bar area, and even an indoor hoofdzone. When the apocalypse hits, he is not just surviving. The third floor is all about that comfort. Every single bedroom comes with its own private bathroom. If he gets bored of one room, he can just hop to the next. Plus, he is got a fireplace installed in every single one. When that extreme cold hits, regular air conditioning is going to be useless. He needs that old school heat to stay cozy. To keep those fires burning, that is more than enough timber to last through the end of the world. And get this, the ventilation system is custom built to keep any toxic gas out. Total fortress. The whole villa is a top-tier smart house. Doors, windows, cameras, he can control every single thing. With one tap on his phone, there are nearly 100 smart cameras covering every inch of the property. 0 blind spots. He sees everything after doing a full lap of the place. Lin Feng is feeling pretty satisfied with his new home. Everything was built exactly to his specs. Hu Yang, the guy from the security construction company, stands by and hands him he says, "Mr. Lin, if everything looks good with the service, just sign here and we are all set." Lin Feng signs it without even looking. Hu Yong smiles and reminds him that the remaining balance needs to be paid off within a month. Lin Feng just nods and agrees. But as the guy walks away, he is thinking, pay you in your dreams. Bro, the world is literally ending soon. Who is going to come looking for cash with the villa finally done? A huge weight is off his shoulders. Out of his 15,800 million, he has only got about 2 million left. But man, the amount of loot he has got now is actually insane. Just the food stored at Chilago is worth nearly 20 billion. That is not even counting the mountains of supplies, snacks, drinks. But for our MC, it is never enough. Who would say no to more gear? Before the clock runs out, he is planning to pull off one final his target, the Tiananmen Storage Center. It is a literal gold mine with tens of billions in food, clothes, and medicine all in one. This is the main hub for all the big malls and supermarkets. It has got every single thing you could ever need for daily life. If he pulls this off, he is going to be absolutely cracked. He has been studying the layout and the plan for a long time. Remember, he has got that system that lets him vacuum up anything within a 10-meter radius. Plus, his training has boosted his physical stats to 20 at full speed. He could clear out that entire warehouse in under 30 minutes. Easy money, but he cannot move just yet. There are still 15 days left until Doomsday. He remembers that in his past life, the city started running out of supplies right as the end began. To stay safe, he decides to make his move 5 days before he needs to refine every detail of the plan to make sure it is a total success. While he is plotting his big move, his buddy Wang Long gives him a call. He picks up, but Wang Long sounds totally different. No hype, just a heavy, depressed voice asking him to come out for a drink. Thanks to his past life memories, Lin Feng knows exactly what is up. Wang Long's dad's company just went bust, leaving them with massive debt. His dad could not handle the pressure and ended it all, and now every asset they owned is being seized. Even Wang Long's design studio is gone. In the last life, Wang Long completely spiraled after this. He ended up vanishing right before the apocalypse hit. Lin Feng tried to find him, but it was like he disappeared off the face of the earth. He asks where he is, and Wang Long tells him he is at the Jushin Hotel, room 305. Lin Feng says he is on his way. He hops in his Hummer and tears off toward the hotel. Chapter 21. Physical boost. He makes it there in about 10 minutes. The Jushin is a total dump, just an old, run-down hotel. As soon as he steps inside, he is hit with the smell of mold and damp air. He heads straight to the third floor. The door to room 305 is slightly open. Inside, it reeks of cigarettes and rot. There is Wang Long, looking like a total wreck. Messy hair, greasy beard, just lying there looking defeated. The confident guy he used to know is gone. He just mumbles, "You are here. Let us go," Lin Feng says, gesturing for him to get up. Real bros do not need a whole speech to know what is up. They head to their favorite little spot. It is a dive, but the food is top tier. As soon as they sit down, the owner greets them. "Long time no see." "Boys, old Zhang." "How is business?" Lin Feng chats him up. The owner just shrugs. It is all right. Old Zhang is always vibing. No matter when Lin Feng shows up, he is always rocking a huge smile and top-tier energy. Lin Feng chats him up for a bit and starts ordering like a boss. He gets the smashed cucumbers, some shredded. He adds the braised lamb, garlic abalone, and the big banquet stir-fry. These are the fire dishes that make this place legendary. To top it off, he orders 2 cases of beer. Old Zhang rushes to the kitchen to get busy, and pretty soon, the feast and the drinks are hitting the table. The two of them start knocking them back, but Wang Long is totally silent. He is just staring down and drowning his sorrows in the beer. Lin Feng does not push him and just stays there as the ultimate wingman. After they crush 6 beers, Wang Long finally starts to open up. He spills all the trauma about his family. "Feng, I have got nothing left. Even my dad is gone." Wang Long's eyes are bloodshot, and he is looking totally broken. He is drowning in grief. But Lin Feng steps up. "Bro, you have still got me. We are in this together from now on. Money comes and goes. It is not the end of the world. You have got to look forward." Wang Long notes hard, downs his drink in one go, and tries to get his head right. No more words needed. They keep drinking from noon until sunset. And by the time they are done, they have absolutely cleared 8 cases of beer. Lin Feng carries a completely wasted Wang Long to the back of the Hummer. But here is the crazy part. After all that drinking, usually, Wang Long could outdrink him. But since his body was literally built different now, he is unaffected. He drives him back to the villa. He tosses his buddy on a bed in a random room and heads out. The little black dog is watching this stranger with the most confused face ever. After 2 months of premium feeding, this pup has leveled up. He is huge and round. Now, and Lin Feng officially names him Black Panther. Lin Feng gives Black Panther a pat on the head and heads to the basement gravity room. The villa was just finished, so he has not tested his new toy yet. Tonight is the perfect time for some real training. This room can push the gravity up to 500 times the normal limit. This is not some cheap gym gear. Lin Feng dropped serious cash to customize this beast because standard rooms only go to 50 times gravity. He spent 20 million on this setup. It is a standalone unit. So he uses his mental powers to move it. He pulls the whole room into his system space for a quick upgrade. A few seconds later, it is back and looking absolutely cracked. The upgraded gravity room looks straight out of a sci-fi movie. That titanium alloy was already tough, but now it is basically indestructible. The space doubled too. Now, it is 50 square meters. Luckily, his basement is massive enough to fit this monster device. Checking the parameters, the gravity limit is now 5,000 times normal. Plus, it has an AI voice system for that easy control flex. Increase gravity to 20 times. Lin Feng starts slow. He knows he needs to let his body adjust before going God. 2 seconds after the command, the pressure hits him like a freight train. It feels like he is carrying a 1,000-pound boulder on his back. He slowly takes a step forward. It is heavy, but he can handle it. After a few minutes, his body starts to get in the zone. Lin Feng starts with some basic strength work. Push-ups that used to be easy are now a total nightmare under this heavy pressure. He hits his limit before even reaching 100 reps. His hands are shaking like crazy and sweat is pouring off his forehead. His arms completely give out from the exhaustion. Next, Lin Feng moves on to some leg training. Time for squat jumps. Jumping, the moment he stands up, makes this a brutal compound move. This is the ultimate way to build explosive power while also pushing his cardio to the max. After 200 jumps, his legs are totally cooked. Just 20 minutes in, and he has already hit his training limit. But Lin Feng does not stop. He keeps grinding through the squats. If he wants to break his limits, he has to keep pushing in this exhausted state. That is the only way to get a massive breakthrough. Lin Feng grits his teeth and tells the AI to bump the pressure up another 5 times. Now the weight is so insane that his movements are super slow. His back starts to bend under the crushing weight. He roars, forcing his back straight while his legs shake uncontrollably. Just when it feels like his body is about to crack, a new surge of energy flows through his limbs. The shaking stops and the 25 times gravity does not feel so bad anymore. Lin Feng checks the clock and sees he has been in there for an hour. He turns off the gravity and feels like he is about to float away. It is that post-training light feeling that is just so satisfying. He knows it is just an illusion from the weight drop, but he is feeling great. This first session was a huge success. 1 hour in here is worth a whole month of normal training. His physical stats should now be around 25 times that of a normal person. After the workout, Lin Feng hits the shower in the basement. He even built a sauna down there to relax after his intense sessions. Chapter 22. $0 shopping. Lin Feng heads back to the bedroom after training. He sees that Wang is finally awake. After that drinking session, his buddy looks way better and the dead look in his eyes is finally gone. Feng, why is your house built like this? Wang asks. Knocking on the walls. Being an ex-special forces guy, he knows his materials. A missile wouldn't even scratch this place. Do you have enemies or something? He is looking at Lin Feng with total confusion. Lin Feng just smiles and tosses him a cigarette. Come on, I am taking you somewhere. He turns and leads the way downstairs. Where are we headed? Why so mysterious? Wang looks totally confused, but he still follows Lin Feng. Lin Feng leads him to a villa right next to his. Why'd you bring me here? Wang asks, blowing out a cloud of smoke and looking at Lin Feng with suspicion. Let's go inside first. Lin Feng replies. He opens the villa door and they step inside. The whole place is decked out exactly like Lin Feng's own villa. 2 months ago, Lin Feng bought this spot and had a security company build another safe house here. It's not as high rank as his own, but it's still cracked. Mostly because he was running out of time. After finishing his own place, the high-end materials were almost gone. So Lin Feng had to settle for a protection level that was just a bit lower for this one. Even if it's not as solid as his main base, it's still a top-tier safe house. It can literally tank hits from small missiles for the apocalypse. It's more than enough. Aside from the slightly lower defense, everything else, the gear, the layout is a carbon copy. Lin Feng tosses a set of keys to Wang. From now on, you live here. Wang hesitates, not taking the keys right away. Aren't we brothers? Why are you being so formal with me? Lin Feng says. Faking a bit of anger, Wang eyes get a bit misty. This time, he doesn't hesitate. He grabs the keys and clenches them tight in his hand. Wang realizes that true friends show up when things get real. He used to think he was popular, with plenty of connections. Whenever he went out for drinks, one call could bring 10 or 20 people. But the second they heard his family went bankrupt, they all treated him like a plague. And some even kicked him while he was down, mocking him behind his back. In that moment, Wang realized his so-called friends were a joke. When you're truly at rock bottom, only your real brother Feng would help you out without asking for anything. Lin Feng takes Wang around, showing him the layout and how to use all the high-tech gear. Wang is his only real brother in this world. When the apocalypse hits, there's no way he can just stand by and watch him suffer. That's why he bought this villa and turned it into a safe house for him. He wanted his bro to have a place to survive. After an hour of explaining, Wang has the whole system. Feng, building a place like this must have cost a fortune. Why the hell did you decide to build a literal iron turtle? Lin Feng looks him dead in the eye. Totally serious. Wang, or do you trust me? Do or ride, or D. I don't trust anyone but you, Wang replies. Good. Then let me tell you, before long, the whole world is going to change. I did all this to stay alive. This has to stay a secret. Don't let it slip to anyone, or we're going to have some major problems. Hearing Lin Feng talk with such a heavy tone for the first time, Wang knows he's not joking. He nods solemnly. Don't worry. No third person will ever hear about this. Good. Also, stay in the city for now. Stop running around. Lin Feng gets Wang settled in the villa next door. Even though he hinted at the end of the world, he didn't. It's all about safety. He needs to stop any plot twists or accidents from happening. With Wang Long sorted out, his pre-apocalypse prep is basically done. Now, there's only one thing left on the list. The Tiananmen Storage Center. Days pass, and now there are only 5 days left until the end. Lately, Lin Feng's daily routine has been studying the security and the supplies of that to make sure the plan is flawless. Lin Feng actually went undercover. He worked as a mover at the warehouse for a few days. After scouting the place, he's got the whole layout and the security measures mapped out in detail. The whole center is split into 6 main zones, each storing different types of goods. Lin Feng's main targets are 4 of those zones, mostly holding food and daily essentials. These supplies cover everything you'd need for survival. Management there is super strict. Guards patrol 24/7, and the cameras are everywhere. There are basically 0 blind spots. Trying to pull off something sneaky here would be a nightmare. However, Lin Feng still managed to find some gaps. After staking it out, he figured out the patrol frequency is about once every hour. That's plenty of time for him to swoop in and collect everything. Then there's the issue with the cameras. The monitor room is staffed 24/7, but if he cuts the power and takes out the guys in the room, the cameras won't be an issue anymore. Lin Feng rehearses the plan in his head a million times. Once he's sure it's perfect, he's ready to move. Tonight is the night. At 2 a.m., Lin Feng rolls up to the storage center on an e-bike, dressed as it's right after the shift change. Inside the guard post, a few guards are huddled around a table playing cards. Behind them, a huge Lin Feng knocks on the window and points at the takeout food in his hand. The guards look up from their cards and see a delivery guy. They immediately look annoyed. It's a classic beef guards and delivery guys never get along. No entry. A fat guard growls at him. Wait, bro, someone ordered this for you guys. He said he's a tenant in there. He saw you guys working the night shift and wanted to send over some snacks and drinks since it's hard work. Hearing that, the fat guard's face softens up. He walks to the window, grabs the food, and says impatiently, fine, I got it. He slams the window shut. Lin Feng rides his e-bike around the corner and watches the guards from a distance, waiting for his moment. That chubby security guard didn't suspect a thing and opened the delivery boxes immediately. To keep those guards happy, I prepared over 10 different dishes for them, all high-end, top-tier food. I ordered this feast from a luxury restaurant, so the taste was fire for these guards. This was food they'd only heard of but never tasted. Seeing them chow down, Lin Feng just smirked. Chapter 23, Massive Gains. To keep them quiet, Lin Feng spiked the food with heavy-duty sleeping pills. In less than 10 minutes, every single guard was out. They were slumped all over the floor in a total mess. With the guards dealt with, Lin Feng pulled out a device that looked like a smartphone. This bad boy is a signal jammer he bought online. Once it's on, it kills all network signals within a 1 kilometer radius. It messes with the cameras too, jamming the signal transmission and making the entire surveillance system go dark. He even upgraded the device to make it even more broken. Lin Feng flipped the switch, and the security monitors in the guard room turned into static instantly. Lin Feng grinned. It actually worked. Let's get to work. He hopped the fence like a pro and sneaked into the zone. He knew this place like the back of his hand and headed straight for the food section. Looking at the rows of warehouses, he tried to calm his racing heart. He walked up to the first door and literally crushed the lock with brute force. He stepped inside and wow, a huge warehouse, hundreds of square meters. Looks like a wholesale spot. Lin Feng didn't hold back Coke, Sprite, iced tea. Everything went straight into his storage space. He activated his super speed and started vacuuming up supplies. In under 10 seconds, the entire warehouse was empty. No time to waste. He rushed to the next one. This one was massive, over 2,000 square meters. It was snack heaven. Thousands of boxes of instant noodles, chips, cookies, and candy. Everything. Lin Feng took it all without hesitation. Then the third warehouse, then the fourth. He was in full loot goblin mode. Soon, the entire food section was cleared out. Honestly, this 100% off shopping spree felt amazing. He didn't feel guilty at all. If he didn't take this stuff, the high society elites would just hoard it all anyway when the world ends. Next, he hit the clothing and general goods area, bedding, clothes, daily essentials. The variety here was even better than the stuff he bought himself. Even the stuff Lin Feng forgot to buy was right here. Mine, all mine. Then came the furniture zone. High-end sofas, appliances, pizzas, and even game time to sweep. In less than 30 minutes, all 4 major zones were completely emptied out by Lin Feng. He checked his phone and saw time was running out. He vanished from the scene like a ghost. After leaving the park, he ran 2 kilometers with the jammer, still buzzing to kill every camera on the way. Then, he pulled his massive Hummer out of his space. He drove off like a boss. To stay safe, he took a long detour before finally heading back home. He kept the jammer on until he was almost home. He wore gloves, a hat, and a mask the whole time, plus some basic shoes to stay low-key. No clues left behind. Even when he gave the guards their food, he was disguised as a limping hunchback with a fake voice. With a plan this solid, there's no way they'd trace it back to him. Back home, Lin Feng hopped in the tub for a nice soak. He checked his insane loot in the storage space and went to sleep with a huge grin. He had no idea his little raid just broke the entire world. 10 minutes after Lin Feng dipped, a security guard finally went on patrol and saw the busted warehouse doors. The warehouses were completely empty. Not a single crate left. The guards turned pale, shaking like leaves. They're cooked, totally cooked. They called the cops with trembling hands. When the officers arrived, they were absolutely baffled by the scene. After looking around, the whole case felt straight up paranormal. According to the rules, guards patrol every 30 minutes. That means the suspect cleared everything in under 30 minutes, but with that much loot, even 100 guys with trucks couldn't finish that in a whole day. Doing it in 30 minutes was impossible. Plus, there were 0 tracks, and the cameras just happened to die at the exact same time. It wasn't just the warehouse center. Every single camera, for miles, just went dark. This guy's stealth is literally broken. The cops are absolutely losing it. Their brows are so furrowed, they're practically touching. They can't even wrap their heads around how anyone could pull this off. When tens of billions in loot just vanishes, it's going to be a total circus. The beat cops are totally out of their depth and had to call in the big guns. The scale of this heist is just too insane for a normal officer to handle. Meanwhile, Lin Feng is out here sleeping like a king until 10 in the morning. Zero stress. He wasn't even tired. He'd been awake for ages, just chilling in bed and scrolling through clips. He's already finished his prep. All he has to do now is wait for the apocalypse to drop. But online, bro, it's a total meltdown. The $10 billion warehouse heist is trending. Every media outlet is clout chasing the story. The ones who got there first are live streaming to over 1 million people, the hype is unreal. But the real kicker is how impossible the whole case is. It's actually mind-blowing. The internet detectives are working overtime trying to figure it out. Some people are saying it was an inside job by the guards. Some say it is an alien invasion. Others think the suspects have superpowers. Everyone has a theory, and the hype for Hidden Arrow is in just a few hours, it snatched the #1 spot on the trending list. Lin Feng shuts off his phone right as he reaches the community gate. He unexpectedly runs into Lin Su. She is rocking a casual look today, with a totally bare face, giving off major fresh and youthful vibes. Lin Su is actually the one who takes the lead and says hi to him. Yeah, what a coincidence. They chat for a bit. Lin Su is off work today and was just about to find some breakfast too. Since they are going the same way, they hit up the breakfast shop together. Lin Feng orders a whole feast-steamed bun. Lin Su just goes for a simple bowl of lean meat porridge. As they eat and chill, she asks, "By the way, you mentioned I should stockpile food last time. Do you know something I do not?" Lin Feng, who was mid-wonton, freezes for a second. His internal alarms are going off like crazy, but he keeps his poker face strong. "Why do you ask?" he says, keeping his tone totally casual while slurping his wontons. He knows he has to be careful with a woman like Lin Su. She is a lawyer, which means her mind is sharp and her observation skills are cracked. He has no... The apocalypse is about to drop, but I am just guessing for now. Lately, the market has been acting weird with supply shortages. Essentials are starting to sell out everywhere. For this season, that should not be happening at all. She notes, someone is definitely doing this on purpose, but the officials are staying silent. Then I thought about what you said, and it all felt sketchy, like the calm. Lin Su breaks down her logic so calmly. Hearing her analysis, Lin Feng is low-key giving her a standing ovation in his head. Honestly, her brain is on another level. She can see the truth behind the curtain with just a few tiny crumbs of info. I just heard it from a friend. The world is looking pretty unstable right now. So I figured it is better to be safe than sorry. Being prepared is never a bad thing, right? Lin Feng looks at this shockingly smart woman, not daring to leak any more intel, but with a brain like hers, she can probably figure out the whole plot. Lin Su nods like she is deep in thought, and they part ways after finishing their meal. Lin Feng grabs a takeout bag for Wang on his way back. He has got nothing but time now. So he plans to stay in the training room to max out his stats. No one knows what will go down once the world ends. After breakfast, Lin Su originally planned to just chill at home for the day. But Lin Feng's words totally changed her mind. As soon as she gets home, she hits up Yang Zihan. On the other end, Yang Zihan's voice is a total mess. She sounds like she just woke up. "Su, why are you calling so early?" Lin Su is speechless. It is almost 10 a.m. How is that early? She tells her about the talk with Lin Feng and invites her to hit the supermarket to... After hearing the plan, Yang Zihan's voice is full of shade. "I do not believe a single word that jerk says. That guy has totally lost it. My neighbor has told me he is building some kind of safe house. Is that not the dumbest thing you... Su, do not listen to his nonsense." Yang Zihan keeps dragging Lin Feng over the phone, all because that jerk rejected her when she tried to get with him. Her ego took a massive hit. She is a 10 out of 10 with a rich family, and the line of guys chasing her is a mile long. Who does he think he is? gross. She could pick any random guy from her DMs and they would be way better than him. Hearing Zihan talk trash about Lin Feng makes Lin Su feel low-key annoyed. He is not as bad as you are making him out to be. She says flatly, if you do not want to go, then forget it. After a few more words, Yang Zihan says she is going back to sleep and hangs up. Lin Su just shakes her head. She trusts her gut 100%. She grew up as an orphan and got to where she is without anyone's help. All thanks, she is not the type to change her mind just because of some random gossip. She hops in her car and heads out to shop, just to be safe. She buys enough food and supplies to last her for 2 whole months. August 1st, 2098, 8 a.m. Lin Feng is fast asleep when a sudden he snaps his eyes open, sits up, and walks to the window. The sun, which should have been up by now, is nowhere to be seen. Lin Feng checks the thermometer, negative 30 degrees. It has started. He mutters, looking at the foggy, gray sky. Only he knows what the apocalypse arrived exactly on time, just like in his past life. This is only the beginning. In an hour, the temp will drop to negative 40, and then the non-stop snow will hit for months. In 12 hours, it will hit negative 60. That is when the real nightmare begins. Lin Feng leaves his villa and heads to Wang Long's place next door. Banging on his door, Wang Long is literally shivering when he opens up. The second the door cracks, a blast of icy air hits him, making him tuck his entire neck into his clothes. Once Lin Feng is inside, Wang Long slams the door shut. Crap. What is with this crazy weather? It is summer, but it is colder than the dead of winter. This is just the warm-up. It is going to get way colder. Lin Feng just sits on the sofa and lights a cigarette like a boss. What even colder Wang Long looks like he is about to cry. His nose running from the freezing air. Lin Feng points to the fireplace. You have that. So what are you scared of? This house was specially modded to block 95% of heat loss. I know that, but I do not have any wood. I cannot exactly burn my furniture. Who said, we do not have any. I already set you up in the basement. He leads Wang Long down to the basement. The second they step inside, Wang Long is absolutely floored. The entire place is packed to the ceiling with supplies. Bro's storage is cracked. A third of the place is just firewood, and the rest stacked with food, water, and essentials. He even bagged 5 massive barrels of... Yo, madman, when did you even stock all this up for me? Yesterday. Also, take this. Lin Feng casually slides him a Glock and a few boxes of ammo. Wang Long is literally shook. He's looking at his bestie like he's a total stranger. No way. Since when did he get this kind of heat, bro? It's just a cold wave. A gun, really. You're acting like it's the literal end of the world. But Lin Feng just looks him dead in the eye. It is the end of the world. Gamma ray bursts just fried the planet. Humanity's entering the 5th ice age. This is gonna last hundreds of years. Tell me again. Does that sound like a vacation? Wang Long is frozen. He finally connects the dots. Wait. You knew, didn't you? You knew this day was coming. That's why you went. Lin Feng just gives a slight nod. Listen. In this new world, trust no one, and your kindness, throw it away. It'll only get... He drops some more survival hacks for Wang Long. All the do's and don'ts, because in the apocalypse, the weather isn't the final boss. It's the people. Never let your guard down. No matter if they look old, weak, or hurt, Only the ones who stay paranoid actually make it out alive. After setting his bro up, he speeds back home. Outside, the first snowflakes are already dropping. The wind is absolutely feral. Slamming against the window, Lin Feng tosses some wood into the fireplace, and boom, room hits a cozy 25 degrees in no time. He heads to the bar and pours himself a glass of Romani Conti. Just vibing, watching the snow fall outside like a boss. Sipping luxury wine while the world freezes. This is the life. Chapter 25, The Blessed Apocalypse. He checks his feed. And, yep, it's nothing but snow vids. Some people are hyped. Some are crying about it. And others are low-key panicking. Some wages slaves are actually celebrating. No work today, huge W. It's freezing. But I'd rather rot in bed than go to the office. Then there are the aesthetic girls posting stuff like, snow is so pretty. It'd be way more romantic if I was with my crush. Being alone is such a mood. I'll never feel that romance. She even posted a pic in thin stockings. Hoarding, Lin Feng just rolls his eyes. That pose. Totally fake. But hey, you gotta respect the hustle. Imagine wearing stockings in negative 30-degree weather just for the gram. Dedication. Meanwhile, some Southerners are losing their minds. Oh my God, I'm from the South and I'm finally seeing snow. Who wants a snowball fight? But others are starting to catch the vibe. Wait, why is it getting this cold? Guys, start hoarding food. If this doesn't stop, we're gonna starve. My car won't even start in this trash weather. Pipes are already frozen over here. It's over. Lin Feng scrolls through the chaos. It's just the beginning. Most people are still joking around. They're treating a global disaster like a meme. They haven't realized that life as they know it is officially canceled. While he's scrolling, a notification pops up. It's the ZZ1 owners group chat. 120 people, 80 luxury villas. And Lin Feng's been a total lurker since he joined. Usually, the chat is dead silent. I mean, these are rich folks. They're usually too busy making moves to chat about the weather. Usually, it's just the property manager spamming about fees or sending happy holidays texts that everyone ignores. But today, the group is popping off. Some big shot named Xiao Pengfei from Unit 26 starts the fire. He's telling everyone to go grab supplies before the snow traps them. Then, Li Ling from Unit 59 drops a bombshell. The mall is literally empty. I only managed to snag a few bags of crackers. As soon as she says that, the chat goes nuclear. No one can believe it. The mall near Jizuan is the biggest supermarket in the whole city. And it's gone in a few hours. People are calling Cap. They're like, no way that's true. Liu Haisheng from Unit 5 is like, Cap, our T-Mart is huge. There's no way it's empty already. Li Ling claps back. I'm serious. The staff said they're low on everything. They only got half the usual shipment today. She drops a video of the mall. It's absolute madness. People are fighting over food, and the shelves are stripped bare. Now the panic is real. Lu Feifei from Unit 38 starts whining. We never stock up on food. We only have red wine. What do I do? Then Lin Yutang from Unit 80 chimes in. Same here. We've only got 2 days of food left. But don't worry. The government will handle it. Everyone chill. Lin Feng sees his uncle's message and just laughs. The government, bro. This disaster is global. The entire world's social order is about to crumble. Even the authorities are going to be cooked. But of course, people start agreeing with the old man. Li Ling's like, Mr. Lin is right. Let's trust the system. And hey, if anyone has extra food, maybe share it. We're all in this together. Wang Tianyi from Unit 27 tries to be a hero. I don't have much, but I can share a bit with whoever needs it. Then Lu Jue from Unit 20 offers up his medkit. Lin Feng just scrolls through it all. Watching the drama unfold, right now, everyone's still acting civilized. They're helping each other out because they still have a bit of food left. A few days, no problem. The law still exists, and people are still playing by the rules. For now, Lin Feng just kicks back and turns on the TV. Lin Feng flips to the news channel. On the screen, two anchors are sitting in the studio, bundled up in. They're reporting on this insane cold wave, but their faces are pale as ghosts. They're clearly freezing. Usually, a news studio is kept super warm, even in the dead of winter. These guys usually wear light suits. Seeing them like this shows just how cooked the world is right now. Outside, it's already minus 50 degrees. At that point, even the best AC units are completely useless. The anchors are capping, claiming this extreme cold is just a random event. They tell everyone not to panic. Stay warm. They promise that supplies are coming soon and ask everyone to be patient. Lin Feng watches for a bit, but gets bored and shuts it off. If you actually believe that garbage, you're just speedrunning your way to the afterlife. Outside, the blizzard is getting even more violent, and the wind is screaming. Even though the storm is heavy, the snow isn't piling up too high on the ground yet. That's only because Jizi Bay is right by the coast, so the heavy winds keep the snow moving. The storm just blows most of it away. But for areas further inland, they're getting absolutely buried. Plus, it's so cold that as soon as the snow hits the ground, it turns into solid ice. Feeling a bit bored, Lin Feng heads up to his second-floor gaming room before the world went to hell. He bought and downloaded over 10,000 single-player games. He even has a dedicated fridge in the room, so he can grab a cold drink whenever he wants. He changes into some comfy silk pajamas, sinks into a soft sofa, and grabs his controller. Time to go God mode in. He's got ice-cold beers on the desk, along with a mountain of snacks like spicy duck, neck, and pastries. Gaming, snacking, and sleeping whenever he feels like it. No job, no annoying people. Honestly, this is the peak lifestyle. While everyone else is fighting for their lives, his only struggle is deciding what to eat. His storage space is so stacked that this apocalypse is basically his dream life. Chapter 26. A simple snack. 5 days pass in the blink of an eye. Over these 5 days, the neighborhood group chat has been blowing up. Everyone is complaining about how hard life is and how their food stashes are running low. The extreme cold froze all the pipes, so there's no running water. Some people tried melting the snow outside to drink, but it's full of bacteria. And now they're all dealing with massive stomach issues. The official supplies never showed up, and families are starting to starve. These billionaires who used to live like royalty are finally feeling the pain. These rich folks have never suffered a day in their lives. We're talking about people worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, all they talk about is bread and water. Panic is setting in, and end of the world theories are spreading like wildfire. But Lin Feng, he couldn't care less. He's been having the time of his life. When he gets tired of gaming, he calls Wang Long over to play pool in their short sleeves, since the house is so warm. If he doesn't feel like cooking dinner, and he just pulls 10 gourmet dishes and a few bottles of top-tier liquor out of his space. They just drink, smoke, no work tomorrow, no worries. He just tosses the leftovers. His stash is so huge, it's not even funny. Even if he ate 10 full banquets every single day, he wouldn't run out in his entire lifetime. Wang Long actually complained about getting fat. So Lin Feng dragged him to the gym to help him get his combat form back. Since they left the service, Lin Feng has stayed in peak condition. He's still a beast. But Wang Long, he let himself go. After retiring, he got distracted by the party lifestyle, and his fitness totally tanked. Even his legendary fighting skills got rusty. Back in the Special Forces, Wang Long was the GOAT of hand-to-hand combat. Nobody in the entire unit could touch him. If he can get back into shape, his skills will be a literal cheat code for surviving the apocalypse. Lin Feng puts Wang Long in the gravity room and cranks it up to 2 times Earth's gravity for some hardcore training. After just 30 minutes, Wang Long is collapsed on the floor like a pile of wet. I'm done. I'm actually dead. Wang Long groans. Unable to even lift his hand, Lin Feng sees he's hit his limit and finally lets him off the hook. After the workout, they head to the dining room for a quick bite. Lin Feng pulls out a few dishes, 6 massive Australian lobsters, 4 premium steaks, 2 jars of caviar, and he pops a bottle of expensive wine just to wash it down. But as they're starting their feast, his phone rings. Lin Feng checks the ID, Lin Yutang. He lets out a cold laugh. Looks like his trash relatives are finally out of food. In his past life, they ran out of food on day 5 too. A family of 5 with no supplies. They were lucky to even last 3 days. Lin Feng takes a big bite of pasta and answers the phone. Yo, uncle, what's up? On the other end, Lin Yutang only called because he was desperate. He knows how he treated Lin Feng in the past, and he knows Lin Feng probably, but he's starving to death. He has no choice. He knows Lin Feng has food because he saw him stocking up. He'd hired someone to spy on Lin Feng before and knew all about those massive restaurant orders. So he swallows his pride and tries to play the family card to beg for a handout. Little Feng, could you maybe lend your uncle some food? Lin Yutang is shivering under a pile of blankets, his teeth chattering so loud you can hear it through the phone. Oh man, uncle, things are really rough right now. I'm almost out of food myself. Lin Feng says, his mouth full of lobster, the sound of Lin Feng chewing makes Lin Yutang's mouth water like crazy. Little Feng, are you eating right now? Yeah, just a little late night snack. As he speaks, Lin Feng snaps a high-quality photo of the lobster and steak feast and hits send. Lin Feng hits send on the photo. On the other end, Lin Yutang sees the notification pop up, and the second he sees those giant Australian lobsters on the table, his eyes literally bulge out of his head. Each one had to be at least 3 pounds. And get this, there were 6 of them. It wasn't just lobster either. We're talking steaks, caviar, and even a half-empty bottle of high-end wine. Lin Yutang was so jealous he could barely stop himself from drooling. In this literal apocalypse, most people are praying just to find a scrap of bread. But here's Lin Feng eating like a total king. He couldn't believe it. Who would be this wasteful? He types back, Feng, you're trolling your old uncle, right? Where would anyone even find fresh ingredients like this right now? To prove he wasn't capping, Lin Feng sends a selfie showing his face with the entire feast in the background. Seeing that, Lin Yutang's eyes turned green with envy. This old man was so hungry he was seeing stars, while this little brat was out here flexing a 5-star meal. And check this, Lin Feng was barely wearing anything, just a thin bathrobe. That meant his place had serious heating while Lin Yutang was freezing his butt off. It had to be minus 40 or 50 degrees inside his own house. Seeing that food made his stomach roar. He wanted to teleport there and feast right now. He messaged back, "Hey Feng, you can't finish all those lobsters by yourself. Wouldn't it be a waste? Oh, don't worry about it. If I can't finish, I'll just give the rest to my dog. Can't let my best friend go hungry. Right. Besides, he's the one guarding my house." Then he sends another pic of his dog, Black Panther, sitting there like a boss. Right in front of the dog was a massive, juicy lobster. Lin Yutang was absolutely fuming. This brat was... He thought to himself, if you're not eating it, give it to me. A random mutt doesn't deserve food that expensive. He tried to play it cool. Feng, your uncle actually really loves Australian lobster. But before he could finish, Lin Feng cut him off. "Hello, uncle, what was that? The signal is trash." Then click. He hung up. Lin Feng just sat there at his table, laughing his head off. That call definitely sent Lin Yutang's blood pressure through the roof. But this was just the warm-up. The apocalypse is long, and over on the other side, Lin Yutang was shaking with rage. His face was so red he actually stopped feeling the cold for a second. Looking at those photos, he felt like he'd been spit on. He was starving, and his mind started racing with a truly demonic plan. Chapter 27, The Pity Play. He immediately calls his son, a daughter, and wife into the room. The whole squad of 5 gathered. Lin Kier was acting like a total brat because she'd just finally gotten her bed warm and her dad woke her up. She was shivering and hungry. "Dad, why did you drag us out here?" she complained, wrapping her jacket tighter. Her brothers, Lin Yi and Lin Tao, I just stared at him, waiting for the news. Lin Yutang didn't say a word. The moment Kara saw the lobsters, she snatched the phone and stared at the screen like she was possessed. The selfie, the lobsters, the steak, the caviar, and the wine, Dad. She licked her dry, cracked lips, her eyes filled with pure greed. Lin Yutang just gave a slow nod. The rest of the family piled in, grabbing the phone to get a closer look. They were all mesmerized. "Dad, how does he have all this?" Kara was staring at that lobster photo so hard it looked like she was trying to eat the screen. Lin Yutang spilled everything, how Lin Feng hoarded supplies, built a high-tech bunker, and how that little trash has zero humanity. We're his flesh and blood. Lin Yutang's wife, Mama Lin, started cursing him out instantly. Seriously, why does that loser get to live in a palace and eat like a god? Lin Tao's fists were clenched white. He looked totally unhinged. He hadn't eaten in a full day, and seeing Lin Feng's feast made his jealousy turn into pure hate. We gave him 150 billion. Everything he has was bought with our money. He should be giving it back to us. Lin Yi acted like it was a total fact. Lin Yutang looked at his family and saw they were all on the same page. Finally, he spoke up. We need a plan to get his food. Better yet, we need to move into that house. I called you all here to figure out how to make that happen. Why don't we just break the door down and take over? Lin Tao suggested, thinking he was a tough guy. Lin Yutang shut that down fast. Lin Feng was special forces. He's a literal weapon. We try that, and he'll delete us before we can blink. Linny piped up. We could get the whole neighborhood to help, but his dad just glared. Are you stupid? If everyone knows, we'll have to share the loot. You think you're keeping that house to yourself? Lin Yutang ripped into Lin Yi for being a total moron. These two were all bark and no bite. 0 brain cells between them. Lin Tao and Lin Yi, shut up real quick. They were basically just NPCs. All they ever thought about was partying, and girls asking them to use their brains was like asking a fish to fly. Lin Yutang looked at his useless sons and sighed. I have an idea, said Lin Kier, who'd been quiet until now. Lin Yutang looked at his youngest daughter. She was always the clever one. She was full of schemes, feeling everyone's eyes on her. And she cleared her throat and said calmly, we can't go in hot. We have to use a strategy. Lin Feng used to be a real softie for family. If we do this, after hearing her plan, everyone started nodding. Back at the bunker, Lin Feng was in a great mood. After trolling his uncle, his appetite was so good he cleared the entire table. Right after he finished dinner, his phone started ringing again. Lin Feng is chilling on his sofa, playing games in his private villa with only his dog. Black Panther. For company, Black Panther has grown a ton lately and already weighs nearly 50 pounds. He's pitch black from head to toe. Not a single white hair on him. And even his tongue is black, a legendary 5 black dog. He looks like a total derp and super chill. But don't let that fool you. This beast is cracked when it comes to combat. An adult 5 black dog is a top-tier hunter. Smart as a whip, and ride or die, loyal to its master, right? As Lin Feng is hitting a clutch play in his game, a loud alarm goes off. He checks the security monitors in the living room. He's got a massive screen set up just so he can watch every inch of his villa in real time. Absolute God mode setup on the screen. A girl is frantically banging on his front gate. But because his double doors are reinforced, he can't hear a thing. But his AI security system is next level. The moment a stranger's face appears, the alarm kicks in. Lin Feng is shocked to see Lin Kier at the door. Then he spots her dad, Lin Yutang, lurking behind a tree nearby. He knows this trash family is up to no good. He opens the second security door and climbs a ladder to open the high-level observation hatch. The hatch is over 6 feet high and can only be opened from the inside. Who is it? Stop banging. People are trying to sleep. Lin Feng sounds pissed. Care looks like a total mess with bird nest hair and red eyes, acting all fragile and pitiful. But Lin Feng knows their true colors. They're all snakes. And she's definitely hiding a nasty surprise. Care hears his voice and thinks she's in. She starts sobbing. Brother Feng, it's me. Care, why are you out here this late, Brother Feng? My brothers kicked me out. I have nowhere else to go. Please let me in. She's shaking like a leaf. And that part isn't an act, she's actually freezing. Lin Feng just scoffs. You want in, keep dreaming. He puts on a fake concerned voice. What? How could they do that to you? What happened? She starts wailing. They said there isn't enough food. So they forced me out to find some and told me not to come back. They even beat up my dad. What those animals? How could they be so heartless? Lin Feng acts all furious for her. Care thinks he's totally fallen for it. She thinks she's halfway to owning that villa already. Brother Feng, I'm so cold. Can I just stay inside to get out of the wind? I promise I'll leave first thing in the morning. Lin Feng sees right through it. She's just trying to hijack his house. In his past life, he would have been a simp and let her in. But now, lol, not a chance. We're family, right? No need to be so formal. Stay right there. I'll go find the keys. Don't move. Oh, thank you so much. Brother Feng, she's internally screaming with joy. She thinks she's about to eat lobster in a warm bed instead of starving in the snow. Lin Feng goes back to the living room. It feels a bit too warm from the fireplace and decides to just go upstairs and go to sleep. Meanwhile, Care is still outside, vibing and waiting for the door to open. 10 minutes pass, and she starts getting a bad feeling. Lin Feng still hasn't come back. She tells herself he's probably just looking for the keys. She huddles up and keeps waiting. Another 30 minutes pass, and she's basically an ice sculpture. She's starving, and after an hour in the freezing cold, her body is completely out of energy. She's cooked. That's when it hits her. She got played. She starts slamming the door, desperate to get his attention. She can't accept it. She was so close, but no matter how hard she hits the door, Lin Feng can't hear a thing. But the camera catches her mask slipping, showing her true evil face. Lin Feng watches the whole breakdown on his phone from bed. It feels amazing. But he's not done yet. He wants more. He gets up and heads back down to the entrance. He looks through the hatch and sees her still banging. He's holding a bowl of steaming hot beef noodles. He usually hates instant noodles, but after a while, you just crave them. He opens the hatch and lets the smell waft out. Care stops mid-swing as the smell of those noodles hits her like a truck. As a spoiled brat, she used to look down on cheap noodles, but right now it smells like the best meal on the planet. She's drooling and her stomach is growling like a beast. Right on cue. Lin Feng's voice drops. Hey, little sister. Sorry to keep you waiting so long. The moment she hears him, she flips the switch back to pitiful victim. Brother Feng, I'm freezing. Please let me in. Man, I really want to, but I can't find the keys anywhere. I'll stay up all night looking for them. I promise. Then he takes a massive, loud slurp of the noodles. Care is dying of hunger. Can I at least have a bite? Lin Feng finishes the noodles, lets out a massive burp, and says, just come back tomorrow morning. Then he tosses out a Lin Feng says in a fake gentle voice, this is my only food for the day. If you're too picky for ramen, just take this. Then he slams the observation hat shut. Lin Ki looks at the bun he tossed out like she's a stray dog. Dignity gone. She snaps it up and starts inhaling it immediately. The bun is still warm and soft. She never realized a basic steamed bun could taste like a 5-star meal until today. Her dad, Lin Yutang, was hiding nearby. He sees her eating something that looks delicious and sprints over like a vulture. Seeing her dad coming, Lin Ki panics and starts shoveling the rest of the bun into her mouth. She's eating so fast, her face is literally turning bright red from choking. She has to jump up and down just to force the food down her throat. By the time Lin Yutang reaches her, the bun is already gone. Not a single crumb left. Lin Yutang is absolutely fuming. He points right in his daughter's face and starts screaming. How can you be so selfish? You didn't even think to save me a bite. I raised a house full of ungrateful wolves, but Lin K doesn't even care. She just looks at him like he's an NPC and says, I'm the one who begged for it. So it's mine. Why should I give it to you? He decides to drop the food issue for now and asks about the mission. Lin Ki just gives him a cold look and says, let's talk at home. She just walks off, leaving her dad to sigh and follow her like a lost puppy. A total loving family moment. And Lin Feng is watching the whole drama in high... Their entire conversation was caught on the hidden mics. Lin Feng's surveillance game is cracked. Those tiny cameras are basically invisible. Watching the Lin family walk away, Lin Feng just laughs. Seriously, they all deserve each other. Only a trash human like Lin Yutang could raise kids this toxic. Back at Villa 27, Lin Ki is planning tomorrow's big move with the rest of the squad. She doesn't say a single word about the bun she ate If she did, they'd be fighting all night. Still, and her dad is giving her the sign since the plan was her idea and they've got zero loot so far. Everyone is beyond hungry. Their stomachs are literally touching their spines at this point. Tomorrow, the whole family moves together. We need a one-shot kill or we're cooked. Lin Ki says, laying out the battle plan, she's feeling herself. She thinks her Oscar-level acting will definitely bait Lin Feng into opening that door. Don't worry, she says. Me and the old folks are pros at me and Big Bro will take him down the second the door opens. Lin Tao and Lin Yi boast, acting like they're actually built for this. Lin Yutang thinks it's too risky. But they have zero other options. Lin Feng is a beast in a fight. You two better be fast. You hear me, he warns them. Day 6 of the apocalypse. Lin Feng is cozy in bed until a security alarm wakes him up. He rubs his eyes and checks the monitors. It's the Lin family. Again. What kind of circus act are they putting on today, he wonders. Last night was a solo performance by Lin Ki. But today, it's a full-on ensemble cast. Chapter 29, Shooting Lin Dao. Lin Feng watches the clown show outside his door. Lin Tao and Lin Yi are camping on both sides of the door. Holding machetes high in the air, they're posing like they're in some low-budget action movie. The mom, Mrs. Wang, is leaning on Lin Yutang with fake bandages on her head. There's even some red liquid leaking out to look like blood. She's acting like she's about to faint. Lin Ki is back to her damsel in distress routine. Banging on the door. They have no clue their perfect plan is being live-streamed to Lin Feng. He looks at this trashy family with pure disgust. He can't believe how stupid he was in his past life to be played by these clowns. Instead of dealing with them, he decides to go wash up first. He takes his time making a gourmet breakfast, 2 fried eggs, a fresh sandwich, and a warm glass of soy milk. He's honestly getting tired of eating heavy meat every day. So he wanted something light for a change. Talk about a flex. An hour passes before he finally strolls over to the door. Outside, Lin Tao and Lin Yi are losing their minds. They've been standing still for an hour, and their arms are literally going numb. Lin Tao whispers to Lin Ki, "Is this plan even legit? Why hasn't he opened up yet? My hands are so cold I can't even feel them anymore." Lin Yi complains, sounding like a total loser. Lin Ki rolls her eyes at them. Have some patience. Stay hidden. She, low-key, hates her brothers. All they're good for is chasing girls totally useless in a real situation. Just as she's trash-talking them in her head, they hear a noise from inside the door. Lin Tao hides his head, gripping his machete tight. He's holding his breath, ready to deliver a deadly blow. The second the door swings open, Lin Feng opens the small observation window and looks at Lin K. He acts all shocked. "Kia, wait. Didn't we agree yesterday that only you would come? What's all this?" Before she can answer, Lin Yutang jumps in. "Xiao Feng, it's an emergency. Your aunt took a nasty fall yesterday. She's dizzy and weak. We didn't know what else to do. We had to bring her to you. I know your place is warm. I just want her to recover in there for a bit. Just let the 2 women in so Kier can look after her mom. As soon as she's feeling better, they'll leave immediately. I promise." Lin Feng puts on a troubled face. "Look, I only have enough food to keep myself alive. I can't take 2 people." Lin Ki starts fake crying, begging him, "Brother Feng, please, save my mom. We're family. I'm begging you." Lin Feng is laughing internally. Wow. Here comes the moral blackmail. Their acting is so mid, he almost wants to give them an award just for the effort. He says in a teasing tone, "I hear you. I really do. But I have one question. Why are your two brothers standing on both sides of the door holding giant knives? Lin Qi's eyes go wide. She's caught. All she can manage is a super awkward, what? You guys still playing dumb, drop the act. I saw everything on the security feed. Lin Tao, Lin Ye, aren't. The two of them looked at Lin Kier, absolutely fuming. They dropped their knives and marched straight to the door. And Auntie, stop faking. Wake up before you catch a cold out there. Mrs. Wang, who was playing the weak victim card, snapped her up. She jumped out of Lin Yutang's arms and pointed a finger right at Lin Feng. You little trash, don't think those walls can protect you. Damn. For someone sick. She sure has a big mouth. She sounded perfectly fine. Probably thanks to all that extra insulation she's carrying. Tao Yi smash every single window in this place. She yelled, if we can't get in, you're not gonna have a good time either. Lin Feng just laughed. Bro, the audacity of this woman is Yo, you fat old hag. Did you pickle that mouth for years or what? Why is it so toxic? I know you've got no filter. But try not to. She absolutely lost it when he called her fat. She started pounding on the door like a maniac. You little brat. You're the fat one. Get out here right now. You're not just ugly. You look like a straight-up alien. I honestly don't know how your mom didn't throw up the moment she saw your face. Lin Feng was just chilling behind the door, puffing on it. She went full psycho, grabbed a brick, and started chucking it at the windows. The sons joined the party. Lin Care and the uncle just stood there watching, probably plotting something. These three were really trying to break in. Lin Feng was inside just dying of laughter. Bro, his villa has bulletproof glass that can tank a missile. You think a brick is going to do something, please. He walked right up to the window, made a goofy face, and gave them the middle finger, flexing on them. Lin Feng decided it was time to teach these clowns a lesson. Call it a little down payment on his revenge. He went up to the third floor and pulled a compound bow out of his subspace. He even picked out a special arrow with barbs on it. Once that thing goes in, it's not coming out without taking a chunk. He took his stance, aimed, and sniped. Suddenly, a scream like a dying pig echoed outside. Lin Tao was on the ground, clutching his leg in pure agony. The arrow went straight through his thigh. He was sweating from the pain, but the air was so cold, the sweat froze instantly. But honestly, the pain only lasted a few seconds before his whole leg went numb from the sub-zero temps. Lin Tao looked at his leg and saw the blood was already frozen solid. His whole leg was dead weight, and the wound was literally iced over in this kind of insane cold. A wound like that is a death sentence for the limb. If he doesn't get help fast, his leg is misses. Wang was completely traumatized. As a rich lady, she'd never seen anything this brutal. Before she could even process it, another arrow hit Lin Tao's other leg. Lin Ye, the other brother, literally peed his pants. He turned tail and ran as far as he could, leaving his brother on the ground. Lin Care and the uncle rushed over to check on Lin Tao. When they saw the frozen wound, they knew they were cooked. The three of them panicked and carried Lin Tao back home. Lin Feng watched them run away like losers. MC just scoffed. He's letting them slide for now. But next time, it's game over. Chapter 30. Lin Yutang tries to play the victim. The family scrambled back to their villa with Lin Tao. Benao. The dude was pale as a ghost and totally knocked out. Lin Yutang grabbed some scissors and cut away the bloody clothes. When they saw the damage, Everyone gasped. His legs were turning a nasty shade of purple and felt hard as a rock. Yeah, those legs are definitely toast. If they didn't do something fast, he was going to kick the bucket in this cold. Lin Yutong held the leg down and gripped the end of the arrow to pull it out. Since it had those nasty barbs, and it was a clean pass-through, he had to use every bit of strength he had to yank those two arrows out. He got them out, but there wasn't even any blood. His whole lower body was frozen solid. They started grabbing their fancy wooden furniture. That chair probably cost a fortune. But in the apocalypse, it's just expensive firewood. He smashed the chair into pieces and started a fire. Praying the heat could somehow save his son's legs, the fire slowly grew, and they all huddled around it, finally feeling some warmth for the first time since the world ended. Mrs. Wang couldn't hold it in anymore. She grabbed Lin Tao's hand and started bawling her eyes out, cursing Lin Feng. That little piece of trash. We just wanted some food, and he does this. How can he be so heartless? Lin Yutong's face was dark with rage. His sons were his pride and joy. And now Lin Tao was basically a goner. He only wanted some snacks and a place to crash. He didn't think it would turn into a bloodbath. Lin Care wasn't even sad, though she was just full of hate. She was pissed that her trash brothers ruined her plan. She really thought she could have seduced Lin Feng if she went alone. Delusional, much. Now, she knew getting Lin Feng to trust her would be almost impossible. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was just glad he wasn't the one on the floor. He was low-key terrified of Lin Feng. Now, the guy has weapons and isn't afraid to use them. He decided he was never going to mess with that monster again. After crying for a bit, Mrs. Wang wiped her tears and choked out. Yutang, we have to save him. Exactly. Call the cops and get that bastard. Lin Feng arrested. She waddled over to the table and grabbed her phone to call the police. But no matter how many times she dialed, there was no answer. Every line was dead. He tried calling the hospital emergency line again, but obviously not a single call went through. He still naively thought the world was the same as before. He just sat there on the ground, totally broken. Right then, Lin Tao, who was out cold, suddenly woke up and started mumbling for his mom. The silent crowd rushed over, faces lighting up with hope. They thought Lin Tao was actually making a comeback. Wang began frantically stroking his face. Lin Tao's face was pale and ice cold. His voice was shaking as he whispered, "I'm so cold." Hearing that, Wang and Lin Yutang quickly dragged Lin Tao closer to the fire. "So, are you feeling any better now?" But Lin Tao just drifted back into a coma, and his body temperature started tanking. 30 minutes later, he was nothing but a cold corpse. It was over. Wang collapsed onto Lin Tao's body, crying her eyes out and screaming curses at Lin Feng. Lin Yutang didn't cry, but his face was a mask of pure grief. He was filled with nothing but pure hate for Lin Feng. He completely ignored the fact that he was the one who started this mess. He basically signed his own in his head. This was all Lin Feng's fault. If the kid had just been a good little boy and handed over the food in the house, none of this would have happened. He blamed everything on Lin Feng, calling him a selfish, toxic brat. He thought, since you want to play dirty, he whipped out his phone and snapped a photo of Lin Tao's dead body. Then, he immediately posted it to the West. He tagged Lin Feng right away. Lin Feng, we just wanted to borrow a little food. You have so much, giving us a bit wouldn't have hurt your lifestyle at all. If you didn't want to help, you could have just said no. Why did you have to kill him? I'm your real uncle. and Lin Tao was your own cousin. You shot him in the leg with an arrow, and now he's dead. You better give us a real explanation for this. The second Lin Yutang posted that the group chat went absolutely nuclear. He framed the whole story to make Lin Feng look like a cold-blooded psycho. People started pointing fingers at Lin Feng, especially when they heard he had a mountain of food. The pure jealousy made everyone side with Lin Yutang. Seeing the support roll in, Lin Yutang was low-key flexing. As long as he could make everyone hate Lin Feng, he could move on to the next phase of his plan. Resident number 26. Xiaoping Fei said, "No way. I can't believe anyone could be this cruel. How could you kill your own cousin?" He tagged Lin Feng too. Then resident number 55, Zhang Dashan, chimed in. "You have all that food. What's the big deal with sharing a little and then you go for the kill? Are you even human?" Lu Hai Xiang from Villa 5 added, "This kind of psycho doesn't belong here." Liu Yang from Villa 32 said, "Having all that food and not helping your neighbors. That's so selfish." Meanwhile, Lin Feng was just vibing in his gaming room. His phone was blowing up with notifications, but he was right in the middle of a high-stakes match. He ignored the noise and kept focusing on taking the dragon. The messages kept popping up, and he was actually losing the game. The notification sounds were starting to tilt him just as he was about to mute his phone. A WeChat call came through. He glanced over at the screen. It was Lin Su. He hit the answer button and put it on speaker, but his hands stayed glued to the controller. Total gamer move. As soon as he picked up, Lin Su's panicked voice came through. "Lin Feng, did you actually kill someone?" Lin Feng thought to himself, "I've killed way too many people." "Which one are you talking about?" He had no idea why she was suddenly asking him this. "What are you talking about? Why would I kill someone? I'm a law-abiding citizen." She replied, "Your uncle is in the group chat accusing you of murder. He says someone died and everyone is losing their minds. You need to check the chat right now." Lin Feng finally put down his controller. "All right, I got it. I'll go take a look." Lin Feng hung up and opened WeChat. The group chat was at 99 plus messages, and he had been tagged 1,000,000 times. Chapter 31. Baiting Lu Jiwei. Lin Feng tapped into the chat. He scrolled through the logs, and after seeing everything, he just gave a cold laugh. This uncle of his really was a snake that wouldn't quit. Looking at that post, the guy was being straight up malicious. First, he told everyone that Lin Feng was sitting on a massive stash of supplies. Right now, it might not seem like a big deal, but once everyone else runs out of food, Lin Feng is going to be target number one for the whole neighborhood. He wouldn't have a single moment of peace. They'd all team up against him. He wasn't scared of these losers, but it was going to be a major pain in the neck. He just wanted to live his best life in peace, not be watched by everyone. Second, the uncle was playing the moral high ground to make him look bad. The guy only mentioned the injury, but said zero about their plan to rob and kill him. Lin Feng decided to drop the receipts. He pulled the security footage, he posted it, and tagged his uncle. "Your whole family was hiding outside my door with knives, trying to bait me out. You said you just wanted to borrow food. Who shows up to borrow food with a blade?" Then he posted another clip of the brothers and the mom. It showed them smashing his windows with bricks. "I was just defending myself. You were destroying my private property, and I have every right to use for it. And to all the saints in the chat, how much food I have is my business, and it has zero to do with you. Don't try to use your fake morals to control me. I don't know you, and if you starve, That's not my problem. If anyone else tries to mess with me, they'll end up just like the guy in that photo. Lin Feng dumped several videos at once, and he finally felt a bit of relief. It's the freaking apocalypse, and these people still think they can tell me what to do. Your little egos mean nothing in the face of the end of the world. After he sent that, the group chat went dead silent. The people who were just talking trash instantly shut up. After watching the two videos Lin Feng posted, they finally realized what actually went down. Some people think Lin Yutang had it coming. He was plotting to hurt someone and got Uno reversed instead. That is just karma doing its thing. But then you have the ones who think Lin Feng is being way too savage. They are like, bro, he is literally your family. No need to go God mode on them. The moral police in the group chat even start trying to lecture. Lu Jiwei from building 20 chime in saying, young man from building 5, don't beshweg. We are all neighbors we see each other every day. So why keep things so tense? Your uncle's family messed up first. Sûr. But you should have just kicked them out. Going for the kill, that is way too... I suggest you go apologize to them right now and pay some compensation to make it right. Lin Feng literally laughs out loud reading Building 20's message. He knows this Lu Jiwei guy. He is some retired big shot from a state-owned company who loves acting like he is still the... It is so obvious he is just backing Lin Yutang. They are playing good cop. Bad cop to try and pressure him. It is literally the apocalypse, and this guy is still trying to boss people around. Talk about main character syndrome. Lin Feng is not falling for it. A retired official living in a multi-million-dollar villa. No way he is clean. These types are usually the greediest, but Lin Feng does not clap back yet. He wants to see what kind of trash energy this Lu Jiwei is about to drop next. So he replies, oh, then what should I do, Lu Jiwei? Lounging on his sofa, sees the message and gets a massive ego boost. He thinks the kid is finally showing some respect. His own food stash is almost empty. And he was stressing about what to eat now that he found a whale with, based on the photos Lin Yutang sent him, this kid is eating luxury lobster. While the world ends, he definitely has a massive hoard. Lu is so sick of eating stale bread and energy bars that he is about to throw up. He wants a taste of that lobster life too. He sends a long voice note back. First, you need to apologize to Lin Yutang's family in person. Second, you have to provide them with all the food they need for their daily lives. Third, we are in a crisis right now. We need to stay united and face this disaster together. You need to take a portion of your supplies and hand them out to the neighbors who are running low. Of course, we won't let you lose out. We can buy it from you at double the market price. Also, I heard your place is actually warm. I suggest you let the elderly and the sick move in temporarily. They have weak immune systems. They can move back out once the disaster is over if you do this. I am sure everyone will be super grateful for your sacrifice. We are all important people in this group with lots of resources. We will help you out big time in the future. As soon as Lu Jiwei sends that, all the starving owners start spamming. Wang Tianyi from Building 27 says, I totally agree. We need to stick together to survive this. Xiao Pengfei from Pengfei Industries also thinks the plan is fire. A close neighbor is better than a distant relative. They say, after hearing that voice note, Lin Feng is impressed. This Lu guy is a professional exploiter. Not only does he want the food, he wants the whole house too. I guess that is why he was a boss. Huh. He won't stop until he has sucked you completely dry. Lin Feng replies, how about I just give you all my stuff and let you decide? Lin Feng is just trolling the leader now. And it is honestly hilarious. Lu Jiwei strokes his last few hairs and reads the message, thinking the kid is actually falling for it. Well, as for who manages it, we should discuss that as a group. If needed, we can form a committee to make the final decisions. Lin Feng says, then hurry up and do your research. Let me know when you have a conclusion. Lin Feng is dying on his sofa. This is way better than playing video games. This Lu guy really thinks he is him. He actually thinks he can flex on a regressor like this. To make things even more chaotic, Lin Feng takes a photo of a tiny bit of his hoard and drops it in the group chat. To him, it is just a tiny bit. But to them, it is a mountain of loot. Between his shopping sprees and his $0 heists, the amount of gear he has is straight up terrifying. Chapter 32, Yang Zihan's plea for help. When the owners see the photo, their eyes go red with greed. Dozens of boxes of ramen, all kinds of canned meat, fresh water. There is fruit, fresh meat, and snacks too. The variety is insane. It is enough to feed a family of 3 for 3 whole years. After posting the pic, Lin Feng adds a caption. If I gave all this to you guys, how would you split it instantly? The group chat goes feral as they start planning how to divide his stuff. Lu Feng from Building 1 says, I think we should split it evenly between all 80 villas. That is the only fair way. Wu Tianlei from Building 50 snaps. In your dreams. You live alone, but I have a family of 5. How is an equal split fair for us? Then Lu Lili from Building 35 says, Li Ling from Building 59 loses it. All you feminists can get lost. You only bring up ladies first when there is free stuff to grab. Lu Lili fires back. Watch your mouth. You pathetic loser. You better clean your tongue before you start spitting trash like that. Lin Feng is watching them tear each other apart, and he is laughing so hard his stomach hurts. It has only been a few days, and these elite neighbors are already ripping off their masks to fight like dogs over a bone. While the chat is popping off, Yang Zihan sends him a DM. You there, Lin Feng is actually surprised. It has been a long time since they talked. Since he shut her down for good, she hasn't reached out once. Why now? Honestly, Yang Zihan did not want to message him either. After all, she is supposed to be the goddess. Men usually have to wait in line just to talk to her. She is always the one being chased, reaching out to a guy who rejected her. That would have been impossible before. But now, her stomach is starting to growl. Pride won't fill your stomach when the world is ending. Back when the apocalypse first started, Lin Su actually gave Yang Zihan a bunch of food. But yesterday, when Yang Zihan went back for more, she got nothing. Now, her whole family has been starving for an entire day. Thinking about it just made her hate Lin Su even more. She thought, my family of 4 only ate a little bit of her stuff. And now she's cutting me off. I must have been blind to ever call her a friend. Seeing that Lin Feng hadn't replied immediately, Yang Zihan sent another emoji. What is it? Lin Feng replied, with just 3 words. He didn't want any drama with this woman, so he kept his tone cold and distant. Big brother, can you give me some food? She sent a pathetic-looking emoji. No. When Yang Zihan saw Lin Feng's reply, I'm literally a top-tier beauty, and I'm humbling myself to ask for a bit of food. Yet you still say no. You have so much stuff at home. What is wrong with giving me a little? Why are you so stingy? Honestly, such a turnoff. She suppressed the urge to scream and forced herself to keep chatting with Lin Feng. Big brother, aren't we best friends? I just need a tiny bit. But she waited for ages and got 0 response from Lin Feng. She realized she was being ghosted This was a move she used to pull on guys all the time, and now she was getting a taste of her own medicine. Just as she was about to type a nasty comeback, Lin Feng suddenly replied with 2 words. Not close. Yang Zihan wanted to smash her phone, but then she realized she was stuck at home. Without a phone, she would be in even more trouble. But she was completely out of food. She had to find a way to get some. Looking at her messy, disheveled reflection. Since the extreme cold hit, the pipes had been frozen solid. She hadn't showered or even washed her face in days. Her hair was a greasy mess. She opened her WeChat and scrolled through a contact list she named the Simp Tank to find a target. After scrolling for a bit, she found one, Zhao Yun, a rich kid who lived in the same complex and used to chase her constantly. Back then, she didn't give him the time of day. But every time she went live, he was always there dropping expensive gifts. Thinking of this, she immediately messaged him, "Big brother, what are you doing?" She even added a cute emoji. Zhao Jun was lying in bed eating bread when he saw the message from his goddess. He literally jumped out of bed. He had been obsessed with Yang Zihan for the longest time, ever since he saw how gorgeous she was. No other girl even existed to him, especially when he'd send her virtual sports cars and rockets. And she'd give him that sweet smile. Just hearing her call him Big Brother made him feel like he was floating every night. He snapped a photo of his half-eaten bread and sent it over. "I'm just lying in bed eating." Young Zihan replied, "I'm so jealous you still have," swallowing her disgust. Young Zihan sent Zhao Jun a voice note. Zhao Jun was short, chubby, and dark-skinned. In the past, she wouldn't even look at someone like him. But now, for the sake of food, she had to play the part, hearing his goddess's voice. Zhao Jun felt his whole body go weak with excitement. He quickly sent a voice note back. "For Han Han, how could I let you go hungry? Wait for me. I'm bringing you food right now." He grabbed a backpack and stuffed it full of snacks before rushing toward Yang Zihan's place. Luckily, his family owned a food company, so they had plenty of stock at home. Thinking about her acting all cute for him made him walk even faster. When he reached her villa, he nervously pressed the doorbell. A moment later, Yang Zihan opened the door. "Big brother, you're here." She was all smiles, grabbing his arm and jumping for joy, seeing his goddess, so happy to see him. Zhao Jun just blushed and giggled like an idiot. He handed her the bag and said, "Let me know if you need more." Young Zihan took the heavy backpack, her eyes glowing with greed. "Thank you, big brother. You're the best." Zhao Jun headed home feeling like he was on cloud 9. He was already hallucinating about their future love life together. He finally got close to her today. He thought, one day soon, I'm definitely going to make her mine. Meanwhile, after rejecting Young Zihan, Lin Feng just blocked her to save himself the future headache. Where was all this energy when I told you to stock up? Now you're begging. He had zero time for idiots like her. In the apocalypse, people like that are the first to go. Best to stay far away so they don't drag you down with them. Now, someone like Lin Su, she was different. Beautiful, smart, and decisive. That's the kind of person who actually survives. Thinking about Lin Su's cool vibe, her tall figure, and that perfect face, Lin Feng started getting some ideas. Once you've got food and shelter, your mind starts wandering to other things. Chapter 33. The Oversight Committee, living in this huge villa all alone. Even though Wang Long came over to hang out, there were just some things only a woman could handle. While Lin Feng was lost in his thoughts about Lin Su, His phone started ringing. He looked at the screen and laughed. Speak of the devil. It was a call from Lin Su. Lin Feng picked up. Lin Feng, are you seriously planning to give your supplies to those people? He could tell she didn't believe him. She knew exactly what kind of guy Lin Feng was, and he definitely wasn't the type to play hero for free. Lin Feng liked her, sure, but they weren't close enough to share every secret yet. It's the end of the world. You can't just trust people. He replied, I don't really have a choice. If they raid the place, I can't stop them all. Lin Su wanted to mention the law, but then she looked outside and realized the world was broken. She bit her tongue. Then, sounding a bit shy, she asked, I have some rare medicine that's hard to find right now. If you need it, can we trade for some? She had never asked anyone for a favor in her life. But this was an emergency. The food she had left would only last her one more week. Ling Su is on the phone, sounding pretty desperate. She says she's only got 10 days of food left at most. She needs to lock in for the future. And honestly, Lin Feng is her only real option right now. Lin Feng is actually shook when he hears this. This girl should have had a solid stash, right? How is she running low already? He asks her, wait, did you not stock up at all? Turns out, it's a total mess. She spills the tea about Yang Zihan and how that girl is a literal parasite. Always, most of her food ended up in the mouths of Yang Zihan's family. Ling Su finally snapped and blocked her for good. Lin Feng finally gets the full picture. So, Yang Zihan's family is straight up broke. No food, just vibes and begging. Lin Feng wonders which poor soul is going to be her next target now that he's shot. I've got plenty of meds. Lin Feng says, but what are you bringing to the table? What can you actually trade? Lin Feng rubs his chin, his eyes glowing with interest. On the other end, Ling Su goes quiet for a second before dropping a bombshell. All I have to trade is my brain. She says, I studied biotech in college, and I'm cracked at gene research. Think that could be useful to you. The second he hears gene research, Lin Feng's smug face vanishes. Bro, he needs this. He's sitting on the core data for Gene Serums, but has zero clues on how to use it. He's been dying to dive into that research. He wanted to learn it himself. But the apocalypse happened way too fast. No teachers. No chimi. Just chaos. But since he's already unlocked 20% of his brain, he'd be a super fast learner. Even though she's exactly what he needs, he plays it cool. And he's got to test her first to see if she's actually partner material. Your degree is okay. I guess it's... By the way, keep an eye on the other neighbors for me. If they make a move, let me know as soon as possible. He hangs up and gets right into his daily workout. He hasn't stopped training since the world ended. Right now, he's handling 32 times gravity like a boss, doing strength sets under insane pressure, but today, he's switching it up. He pulls a Tong Dao out of his space, a trophy he took from the assassin headquarters. This blade is already upgraded. It's a literal cheat code, sharp enough to cut through steel like butter. It's got insane durability, and the sharpness is just off the charts. He once tested it on a thick cow bone, and it sliced through like it wasn't even there. The cut was perfectly smooth, and the blade didn't even have a scratch. And get this, he barely even used any strength. Lin Feng is obsessed with this sword. He starts practicing basic moves he found on some YouTube tutorial. Pure DIY energy, no master, no problem. He's got the internet. With his high-speed brain, he masters all the basic moves after watching the video just one time. Lin Feng grips the sword with both hands, moving through the training hall. Even though it's his first time, he's looking incredibly sharp. The more he swings, the smoother it gets. The clunky movements are gone, replaced by pure flow. He's getting faster and faster. His speed is so insane that he's basically a blur. You can't even tell where he is. It's all after images. It's impossible to tell what's a shadow and what's the real deal. After an hour of non-stop grinding, he's completely mastered the style, but he's still not satisfied. It's too slow. It's just basic sword play, nothing fancy or OP, to win in a real fight. Speed is everything. If you're fast enough, even the simplest slash becomes a god-tier finisher. In the world of martial arts, a speed is the only thing that doesn't have a counter. He steps into the gravity room and cranks it up to 20 times. He starts swinging the Tang Dao again. Under 20 times gravity. His moves look like they're in slow motion. But the pressure is unreal. By the time he finishes a set, he's drenched in sweat, but his heart is racing with excitement. This heavy gravity is perfect for finding flaws in his form. Plus, it's buffing his stamina like crazy while he practices. Total win-win. Lin Feng wipes his sweat, takes a sip of water, and gets right back to the grind. While Lin Feng is out here getting cracked, the bums at ZZ Bay are having a massive meeting. They're arguing over how to steal his food. They finally made some progress. To keep it low-key, they even started a secret group chat just for themselves. Obviously, Lin Feng isn't invited. It'd be pretty awkward to talk about looting him right to his face. After all, everyone agreed to set up a supervision committee, basically a group of snakes watching the food to make sure no one steals more than their share. Chapter 34, Lunchtime Stream. Everyone voted, and Luisi stepped up as the chairman of the committee. Lin Yutang is the vice chairman. I mean, he lost his son for this. So the group figured he deserved the spot. No one complained. The rest of the squad includes Xiao Pengfei, Li Ling, Liu Haiyang, Wang Tianyi, and Zhang Dashon. Once the committee was official, the group chat was popping. Everyone was celebrating like they already won. They think they're about to hit the jackpot. They're already sharpening their knives, ready to butcher Lin Feng like he's some easy target, but Ling Su is a real one. She immediately snitches and tells Lin Feng everything. Lin Feng just laughs. These clowns are actually taking this seriously, a whole committee just to rob one guy. They're ready to play rob the rich guy. Honestly, Lin Feng hopes they all come at once. It's time for a reality check. This way I can settle everything at once and save myself the headache later. It is now 10 in the morning on day 7 of the apocalypse. Lin Feng is still knocked out in bed because he was grinding his blade skills until 2 in the morning. He didn't stop until his body literally couldn't lift the sword anymore. But the results absolutely cracked under 20 times gravity. He can already swing his blade at normal speed. Imagine how terrifying his attack speed will be under normal gravity. He is going to be straight up OP. Beep, beep, beep. A sudden alarm blares. Waking Lin Feng up instantly, he heads straight to the window. Looking down at the front gate, he sees a group of people bundled up so tight. Lu Jue is acting ever since he retired. It has been a long time since he felt this important. Who knew the apocalypse would let him be the boss again? He is in charge of food distribution. Now, in Siziwan, everyone is going to have to kiss his feet if they want to survive. Thinking about this, he stands even taller with his head held high. Xiao Pengfei is the one knocking, trying to suck up to the leader. He winds up and punches the door with everything he's got. Boom! Xiao's face turns bright red instantly. and he starts hopping around, clutching his hand. Why is this door so hard? He feels like his hand is literally broken. What kind of freak installs a door like this? Them. That hurts. Lu Jue sees Xiao Pengfei acting like a clown and gets annoyed. I told you to knock, not put on a comedy show. Are you trying to make me look bad? The guy gasps out. Boss, this door is built different. It is way too hard. I hit it too hard and wrecked myself. Xiao says through gritted teeth. Lin Feng is watching this from his bed, laughing so hard he has tears in his eyes. He is literally rolling on the bed. His door is made of the strongest materials on the planet. It is solid all the way through, and this idiot tried to punch it. Bro is lucky his bones didn't shatter into dust. Outside, Lu Jue looks at Xiao like he is total trash. He thinks the guy is useless for failing such a simple task. Someone else do it. Li Ling steps up, trying to show off. She learned from the last guy's mistake and doesn't go full power, only using about 50% of her strength. The door makes a dull thud. Lin Feng doesn't even acknowledge them. He is going to let them freeze out there for 30 minutes. He heads downstairs and pulls 3 boxes of instant soup dumplings from his space. These are semi-ready. I just need to hit the steamer. Heat them up for about 10 minutes and they are good to go. Lin Feng pops them in and fires up the induction stove. Then he makes some soy milk and boils 2 eggs. In the entire Ziziwan complex, he is probably the only one who can use high-power appliances right now. He has his own generator, so he can flex all the power he wants. The other owners are cooked. Since the world ended, the power grid has been a mess. Blackouts are everywhere. And the voltage is trash. Right now, the power is barely enough to charge a phone, let alone cook anything. It won't be long before the lights go out for good, and the internet will follow soon after. Nobody is left to fix the equipment. In this extreme cold, everyone is trapped inside and starving. Nobody is going to show up for work. In some neighborhoods, the snow is 3 to 4 meters deep. Since Zizuan is near the ocean and gets hit by heavy winds, 10 minutes later, the dumplings are steaming hot. Lin Feng sets them on the table, ready to feast. Look at that steam. His appetite is huge. He takes a big bite and the juice literally sprays everywhere. That beef flavor is so intense, it is a total party for his taste buds. Fresh meat, thin skin, super soft. This is so satisfying. Lin Feng is inhaling these things one by one. He is basically in God mode right now. While he's enjoying his cozy breakfast, the group outside realizes they can see him through the window. The dining room and the gate face the same way, and the table is right in front of a massive floor-to-ceiling window. So the people outside have a front row seat to the feast. They are watching Lin Feng devour those soup dumplings. Everyone out there is drooling. Lin Feng is just chilling in his thin pajamas, looking totally relaxed. To them, the inside of that house looks like a warm room and delicious food. They are staring at the table like starving dogs. Lu Jue is so hungry, he almost bites his own tongue watching those dumplings. But he tries to act cool. Since he is the leader, he can't lose his cool. He walks up to the glass and gives Lin Feng a stern look. Hey kid, open the door. But Lin Feng completely ignores him and actually starts eating faster. It is not just that he doesn't care. The soundproofing is just that good. Through that thick glass, he can't hear a single word they are saying. They have to watch him finish off all 3 baskets of dumplings. Lin Feng isn't full yet, so he pretends to go to the kitchen. He actually pulls a massive steaming hot pork hock out of his space. Chapter 35, Tearing Off the Mask. Eating a whole pork hock for breakfast is a total flex, especially when you have an audience watching you eat it. The people outside are just staring, completely desperate. Some of the hot-headed ones start banging on the windows. Their faces are twisted and their eyes are bloodshot. It looks exactly like a scene from a zombie movie where the monsters are trying to get in. While these NPCs were outside screaming their heads off, Lin Feng was vibing and enjoying his feast. Honestly, the pork trotters were so rich he could barely finish half of them. Black Panther, he called out. The dog teleported to his side instantly, eyes locked onto the meat, literally drooling. Lin Feng flashed a smirk and handed the pork over to give his pup a massive upgrade. Even the dog was stunned. Like, is this for real? Boss, it is a holiday. Big guy. Eat up, Black Panther didn't hesitate, and grabbed the loot and dashed back to his spot. He started devouring it right there. The crowd outside saw Lin Feng feeding high-quality meat to a dog, and they absolutely lost it. They started smashing the windows even harder, throwing a tantrum and cursing him out. They were so salty they could have seasoned the whole neighborhood. They were low-key jealous of a dog. Lu Juwei's face was turning purple. Looking at his useless goons, he almost lost it and called them all frauds. His hate for Lin Feng reached a new peak. To him, feeding that meat to a dog was the ultimate face slap. It was a total violation. He decided he had to take Lin Feng down and seize all those supplies. He pulled out his phone and dialed the number. Lin Feng saw a random number popping up on his screen. He picked up. Who is this Lin Feng? Open the door right now. Lu Juwei's authority voice boomed through the phone, acting like he was some final boss. Lin Feng was not impressed. Who do you think you are? Old man, state your name and speak properly. Or I'm hanging up. Lu was fuming. For years, nobody had dared to talk to him, but he had to play it cool for now. It is Liu Chivai. Open the door immediately. Lin Feng looked out the window at him and acted totally shocked. Open up. Why would I do that? Stop playing dumb. Hand over the supplies. You killed someone. You have to pay up. You agreed to the deal? Remember, Lin Feng acted like he just realized, oh, that thing, I was literally trolling. Bro, did you actually believe me? Just go home. It is freezing out there. Lu's face went dark. He had been played. Lin Feng, you committed a crime. If we report this to the authorities, do you have any idea? Hearing that Lin Feng just laughed the authorities. Good luck even finding them in this mess. This man was really trying to use the law in the apocalypse. Lin Feng wasn't a 3-year-old. Oh no. I am so scared. Whatever will I... Listen up. You bald fraud. Get lost. Lin Feng shouted the last part so loud that everyone around Lu heard it perfectly. Lu Jiwei snapped. Being clowned and insulted over and over was one thing, but mocking his hairline, that was the final straw. I have hair. It is just thin Lin Feng. Open this door right now and we might let this slide. Otherwise, you are finished. Lin Feng was low-key hoping they would try something. They were the ones looking for trouble, not him. Don't blame me when things get ugly. Now beat it. Lin Feng hung up and went upstairs to play video games like a boss. Lu's cool leader energy was gone, replaced by pure salt. Lin Feng's words had totally ruined his reputation in front of the crowd. He looked like a clown to everyone watching. Chairman, this guy is way too arrogant. He's basically spitting in our faces. This is a direct challenge, Lin Yutang said. stirring the pot. He gave Li Lin a look, who chimed in, "Yeah, we can't let this slide." They kept gaslighting Lu, pushing him to go full villain mode. "We're heading back to plan our next move." Lu said coldly. He turned around and walked away. And the whole circus followed behind him. The 7 members of the committee gathered at Lu's villa. It was just him and his trophy wife there. So it was the perfect place for a secret meeting. "Boss, what is the plan?" Wang Tianya asked as soon as they sat down. "Lin Feng is a menace. You can't reason with him. I say we use force and take control." Lu's eyes were full of malice. "Everyone, start recruiting in the group chat. Get all the young guys together. We're forming a militia. Lin Feng is the first target we're clearing out." Liu opened the neighborhood group chat and started typing his propaganda. "Attention, everyone. Because of the extreme weather, the government is offline. We have to look out for each other. After what happened with Lin Feng's violent outburst, I suggest we form a neighborhood guard to keep our families and property safe. Every house needs to send one guy. If you don't have a man between 18 and 50, you're exempt. With this guard, we can handle any threat." As soon as he posted, his cronies started spamming the chat with support, trying to hype everyone up to join, but the results were mid. Not many people were biting. These were all elite rich people. The thought of being a security guard didn't vibe with them. "Boss, nobody is signing up." Lin Yutang said, looking worried. Lu stayed calm. "Don't worry. I have a way," he said with total confidence. He dropped a voice note into the chat. "Listen up. A lot of people have joined privately, but some of you are still holding out. That's not very team player of you. I'm giving you one last chance to sign up. If you don't join, the guard will not protect you. We only look out for our own, and when we get food, the guard members and their families eat first. Your move." As soon as Lu Jiwei dropped that message, the group chat went absolutely wild, and people started signing up left and right. In no time, over 50 people had joined, and the numbers were still climbing. Chapter 36, The Villa Under Siege. "Boss, your plan is seriously galaxy brain." Li Ling was right there kissing up to Lu Jiwei. And man, he was loving every second of it. He'd been a leader for decades. And if there was one thing he was good at, it was manipulating people. Handling these small fry was a total walk in the park for him. As long as he had his own little army, he figured Lin Feng couldn't do anything to stop him. He planned to take dozens of guys over there, wreck the place, and make Lin Feng crawl on his knees and beg for mercy. But while he was busy daydreaming about his big win, he had no clue that Lin Feng already knew every single detail of his plan, how the god-tier surveillance system. Obviously, Lin Feng just laughed at Lu Jiwei's little scheme. Forget dozens of people. Even if 10,000 of them showed up, they wouldn't even be able to scratch his villa. For the past few days, Lin Feng told Wang Long to stay inside and keep his head down. Since Wang Long wasn't in the group chat, he had no idea what was going on. But Lin Feng made sure he kept training hard every day. He needed his buddy back at his peak as soon as possible. Lin Feng did a final sweep of the villa, making sure every door and window was locked tight, and ran a full diagnostic on all his tech. He was getting everything ready for the showdown. Once he was done, he pulled a special slingshot out of his storage space. This thing was upgraded and hit like a truck. At full draw, the steel pellets could punch right through 3mm steel plates. That kind of power was already enough to ruin someone's day. But Lin Feng felt like plain steel balls were a bit too basic, so he pulled out a bottle of high-strength insecticide. He threw on a gas mask and started drenching the steel pellets in the toxic spray. Imagine these pellets hitting someone and then entering their bloodstream. The damage would be insane. Physical plus magic damage. Yeah. Nobody's surviving that. Meanwhile, Lu Jue's security team was basically ready to roll. Aside from a couple of neighbors who refused, almost every household sent one person to join the mob. The total count was now 65 people. Lu Jue was pretty hyped about those numbers. Seeing that everything was set, he decided it was time to launch the first attack on Lin Feng. He hopped back on the chat to give the order, listen up, everyone. Our community has a major problem right now. And that's that criminal Lin Feng. This guy is dangerous. He didn't just brutally kill his own cousin. He's got a hair-trigger temper and could snap at any moment. To keep our neighborhood safe, I've decided to lead a team to take this guy down. Also, Lin Feng is hoarding a massive amount of supplies. We saw it with our own eyes this morning. He's feeding steak to his dog while we starve. He even said he'd rather give it to a dog than share it with us. This guy is the definition of selfish trash. For this mission, I'm taking 20 security members to his place to bag him. Everything we find inside will be split among everyone. The chat instantly started glazing Lu Jue. Zhang Yang said, "Thank God we have Chairman Lu Li Yingying added. Man, I really hope I get some of that food." He Li Wei started hyping it up too, saying trash like him needs to be taken out. Count me in. Hu Jiqiang and Yang Huijun jumped on the bandwagon immediately. Everyone was fired up by Liu's speech and started grabbing whatever they could find as a weapon. They all met up at Lu Jue's villa. Their gear was a total mess. Everything from baseball bats and golf clubs to kitchen knives, broken chair legs, and even some rusty metal pipes. Looking at his squad of 20, Lu Jue felt like he was invincible. He gave the signal, and his little committee led the 20-man mob toward Lin Feng's villa like they were some kind of elite army. Inside, Lin Feng was vibing, singing his heart out, when suddenly a sharp alarm cut through the mood. To make sure he was never caught off guard, he had installed sensors in every single room. He walked over to the window and saw dozens of people standing outside his villa, all armed to the teeth. Talk about a warm welcome. Lin Feng popped the window open and yelled down, "Yo, Lu Jue, what do you clowns want?" Lu Jue was hiding in the back with two guys guarding him like human shields. Bro was definitely worried about his own skin. He'd heard Lin Feng was cracked with a bow. If he caught an arrow to the face, it was game over. Lin Feng, I'm giving you one last chance. Hand over the supplies, or we're breaking our way in, Lu Jue shouted, looking up at him. He hated having to look up at people while talking. Hand over my supplies in your dreams. I've got plenty of food, but if you want it, come and get it yourself. You moron. He finished that off by spitting right toward Lu Jue. Lu was absolutely fuming after being insulted like that and ordered his goons to break down the door. The guy in the front swung a heavy metal pipe and slammed it against the main door. Boom. The door let out a deep thud. But the kickback was insane. It vibrated so hard his arms went numb. And he almost dropped the pipe. Holy crap. Why is this door so hard? The rest of the guys joined in, smashing their weapons against the door together. But surprise, big surprise, everyone ended up with stinging, numb hands. The door didn't have a single scratch on it. Everyone there was stunned. They'd never seen a door this tanky in their lives. One guy realized they weren't getting through So he pointed at the floor-to-ceiling windows and screamed, "Smash the glass." The whole mob swarmed the windows and started hitting them with everything they had, but it was useless. The windows didn't even budge. Lin Feng stood on the third floor, watching them go all out like a bunch of idiots. They were doing the absolute most, but it did zero damage. He couldn't help but laugh his head off. Even if you guys worked yourselves, even if they tried to bash it down, it wouldn't matter. He installed triple-layered reinforced glass. These trash mobs could swing at it for 10 years and it still wouldn't break. Lu Jiwei saw that the windows and doors were basically indestructible. So he got desperate. He made his goons grab some heavy bedboards and try to ram the front door like some budget version of an ancient siege. A dozen guys spent over 10 minutes slamming into that door until they were red in the face and gasping for air. The result, that door didn't. Lu Jiwei was losing his mind. Who in their right mind installs a door and windows this cracked? The whole squad just stood there looking like total clowns because they were completely stuck. Lin Feng was just watching them from above, like they were free entertainment. He pulled out a slingshot and some custom steel balls from his space. It is showtime. Chapter 37, Beating the Trash. Why use a slingshot instead of his OP guns or a compound bow? Simple, he was just bored out of his mind. Honestly, Lin Feng was dying of boredom. Even though he had all the entertainment in the world in his villa, it just wasn't hitting the same. If he used a gun or his bow, he would have wiped these guys out in 2 seconds. He didn't want that. Using the slingshot was the play. He wanted them to suffer but stay alive just so they could keep him entertained. He would delete them later once he got tired of them. But for now, they were his toys. They were the ones who messed with him first anyway. After watching the group catch their breath and start sweating over that door again, Lin Feng decided to start his little shooting game. He loaded a steel ball into the slingshot and snap. The ball zipped through the air and drilled right into a big guy's right arm. Why him? Because his bright red shirt made him the perfect target. Unlucky, bro. Damn. The guy dropped his weapon instantly and started screaming like his life was over. At first, his arm just went numb. But then the real pain kicked in. He was clutching his arm and howling so loud it made the rest of the squad jump out of their skins. They all turned to see what happened. Blood started gushing out of the wound. But because of the extreme cold, it turned into ice almost instantly. The guy in the red shirt felt his entire arm losing all feeling. It is a slingshot. He is using a slingshot. Li Ling pointed up at the third floor and screamed. Everyone looked up and saw Lin Feng just vibing with a massive smirk on his face. But before they could even blink, he started popping off again. By the time they realized what was happening, another guy caught a ball. The crowd lost it. And everyone started scurrying around like rats looking for cover. But surprise! The surprise. There was nowhere to hide. Not a single spot could cover their whole bodies. In less than 10 seconds, 6 more dudes were down. Every single one of them got hit right in the arm. Lin Feng did that on purpose. The right arm is the most important part for a fighter. If your right arm is cooked, you are basically useless. Lu Jiwei was standing in the middle of the chaos, and he definitely did not see this coming. Seeing 8 of his guys on the floor crying and holding their arms, he knew they were out of the fight. He just looked up at Lin Feng and started barking in a total rage. Lin Feng, how can you be so heartless? We just wanted some supplies, and you are out here trying to kill us. Lin Feng just gave him a cold sneer. Are you freaking kidding me? You are literally trying to break into my house and you have the nerve to blame me. Is your brain full of trash or something? He aimed the slingshot again, and the guards didn't wait around to find out what was next. They started bolting for the exit. Even the people from the committee were terrified and ran for it. Pretty soon, only Lu Jue, Lin Yutang, and two other losers. Lu Jue was absolutely losing his mind, screaming at his guys to come back. Get back here, all of you. Don't you want the food anymore? At this point, he could have screamed until his throat bled. But nobody was checking for him. These guys were terrified. They were just normal people who had never seen smoke like this before. They didn't even look back as they vanished. You better watch your back. Lin Feng, this isn't over Lu Jiwei, tried to act tough one last time, but Lin Feng wasn't having it. He sent a steel ball straight through the guy's ear. It was a clean through and through. A bloody hole appeared in his ear instantly. Aha, Liu Ziwei was in pure agony. A guy in his position had never felt pain like this. Pure terror filled his eyes, and he stopped talking trash. When the boss ran, the rest of the squad followed. They were all hauling it out of there as fast as they could because he was panicking so hard. Lu Jiwei didn't even see the ice on the ground. He tripped and ate dirt in the most embarrassing way possible. Lin Yutang tried to be a bro and help him up, but then he heard the wind whistle. Boom! A steel ball zipped through his palm and slammed into the ground. Before he could even process that his hand was a mess, and another ball drilled right into his arm. The pain was coming from two places at once, and Lin Yutang was officially done. He didn't care about Lu Jiwei anymore. He just turned and ran like a track star. Lu Jiwei didn't even care about his bruised body. He started scrambling on all fours just to get away from that villa. Watching him scramble like a dog had Lin Feng dying of laughter. He kept peppering Lu Jiwei with about a dozen more balls as he ran. He avoided all the kill zones, just to make sure the guy felt every single hit. Once the villa was quiet again, Lin Feng felt like the fight ended way too fast. In less than a minute, the whole squad was gone. Man, what a bunch of losers. This is so boring. Since he wasn't satisfied, and he closed the window and headed down to the basement to keep training his sword skills. While he was chilling, Lu Jiwei's house was a total disaster zone. The living room was full of guys howling in pain. Their wounds were starting to turn black because those steel balls were dipped in insecticide. That is a toxic way to go. Lu Jiwei was in the worst shape of them all. He had over 10 wounds on his body and was looking like he was about to see the light. He was already old. And after the terror and all those injuries, running like that nearly took the rest of his life. Luckily, one of the guys in the guard unit was a doctor and offered to patch everyone up. He grabbed a scalpel and some alcohol pads from home and walked over to Lu Jiwei. Chairman, I gotta get those steel balls out. This is gonna hurt like crazy. Just hang in there. Lu Jiwei nodded. Looking like a ghost, the doctor cut away his clothes, and then the wound looked absolutely... Because it's so cold out, the flesh was already dead. It's literal rot, and we don't even know how bad the inside is yet. With the gear we have, the only way is to carve out the dead meat. And since there's zero anesthesia, bro's gonna have to just tank it. A blood-curdling scream ripped out of Lu Jiwei. No meds means every single cut was hitting his nerves like a lightning strike. The freezing cold had numbed his body a bit, but this kind of soul-crushing pain, no normal person could handle that. He's cooked. The other injured guys watched Lu get sliced up and turned pale as ghosts. Knowing they were next, they were shaking like leaves, but Lu was definitely having the worst time. Everyone else took one shot. But this guy was a literal human pincushion with over 10 steel balls in him. After 5 balls came out, Lu just blacked out from the pain. Then the next cut woke him right back up. This happened 3 times. Absolute torture. By the time the last ball was out, Liu was just a limp sack of meat on the sofa. 10 plus wounds, all carved out. It was a total gore fest. Chapter 38. The conspiracy. Once Liu was done, the doctor moved on to Lin Yutang and the rest of the. The villa sounded like a slaughterhouse again. After hours of bootleg surgery, everyone was finally patched up. They survived, but the doctor dropped a major reality check. Your right hands are basically trash now. Even when you heal, you won't be lifting anything heavy ever again. The room went dead silent. The vibe was heavy until one guy lost it. Damn it, this is all that old geezer's fault, he screamed at Liu. Facts. If he didn't start this guard nonsense, we wouldn't be cripples. He just used us as meat shields. That old trash dissolved this trash squad already. Everyone started dogpiling Liu with insults. The energy was getting dangerous. They looked ready to throw hands. Liu was actually awake by now, but he was too scared to open his eyes. He just stayed there playing dead. Listen up. Everyone, Lin Yutang suddenly yelled. Stepping into the spotlight, the crowd finally shut up. Neighbors, we took an L today because we weren't ready, but we can't just quit. Someone shouted back. Not quit. Lin Feng's house is a fortress. How are we supposed to get in? You want to lead the charge next time. Big guy. The crowd started flaming Lin Yutang too. As the vice chairman, he was just as responsible for this disaster. Wait. If we don't take Lin Feng's place, where do we get food? You guys want to just starve to death? That shut them up. Everyone started thinking, it's true. They were completely out of supplies. If they didn't do something, they were all going to starve. Lin saw his chance and kept talking. Our villa is lucky because of where it's built, so we aren't buried in snow. But look at the plains below us. The snow is 5 or 6 meters deep. Finding food out there is impossible. So, what's the move? Xiaoping Faisite. Lin Feng's defense is too cracked. We can't break through. Lin Yutang just gave a creepy smile. We can't get through the doors or windows. But what about the walls? Most of his walls aren't solid concrete. They're just hollow bricks. They aren't that strong. If we bring the right tools to tear the walls down, and his fancy defense won't mean a thing. The crowd started vibing with it. If the doors are God tier, just ignore them and break the house. Genius. But what about that slingshot? We can't block that, one injured guy asked. His hand was still throbbing just thinking about it. We'll use bedboards as shields. That slingshot is OP, but it's not punching through solid wood. Simple math. Last time we were caught off guard. Next time, we go in with more people and better gear. Lin Feng is finished. Lin's hype speech actually worked. The broken guard team rallied, and just like that, he became the. As for Lu Jiwei, he was just rotting on the sofa, totally ignored. And was he salty? He's badly hurt and just got his position snatched. Massive L. He did all the work and got nothing but scars. He started low-key hating Lin Yutang right then and there. Lin Yutang. Though he was feeling himself. Liu was out, and he finally had the power. Next time, I won't miss. Lin Feng is dead meat. He muttered. He was on a mission to avenge his son. Meanwhile, Lin Feng just finished his workout and a hot shower. He was chilling in bed when Wang Long called, Yo Feng, how's it going over there? You need me to come through. Wang Long had seen the whole mess from the 3rd floor today. He wanted to go out and smoke those guys. But he remembered Lin Feng told him to stay put, so he held back. It's fine. Just a bunch of fodder. Don't sweat it. Just stay inside and keep low. They chatted for a bit about the guard situation. Wang Long was heated and wanted to fight these bandits. But Lin Feng shut it down. The raid was over for now. But the real trouble was just getting started. These people are definitely coming back for more. When you're starving, ethics go out the window. Things haven't hit rock bottom yet. But the desperation is starting to kick in. Give it about a week. And this whole neighborhood is going to be a literal war zone. That's when the real nightmare starts. But honestly, our boy Lin Feng couldn't care less. He just wants to chill in his fortress and live out his days in peace. And hey, if he finds a girl he can actually trust. Even better, for now, Lin Su is checking all his boxes, but he's playing it safe. He needs to keep an eye on her for a bit longer before letting her. No way is he letting a snake into his bed after regressing and seeing it all before. Trust is a luxury he can't afford. He's being extra cautious this time around. Just as he's debating whether to let her into the villa, his phone buzzes. It's a photo from Lin Su. The pic shows a whole mob marching past his gate. They're armed with hammers, shovels, and even random bedboards. Talk about a budget. They weren't heading for his house yet. But Lin Su drops the intel. She warns him to stay sharp because they're planning an all-out night raid. Lin Feng is loving having an inside source like her. He's getting the script before the show even starts. He's basically playing with map hacks at this point. It makes things so much easier to handle. Lin Feng starts his prep work. Looking at that photo, it's clear they're planning to use those bedboards as shields to block his slingshot. Not gonna lie, it's a solid play. His slingshot isn't gonna do much against those heavy boards. But who said he was sticking to a slingshot? He pulls a high-end compound bow out of his space, tunes it up, and grabs 100 arrows. This is more than enough to handle these clowns. Once he starts using the compound bow, people are definitely going to die. But hey, they brought this on themselves. Since they want to play dirty, he's ready to show them no mercy. Chapter 39, The Second Defeat. It's the 8th day of the apocalypse, and a massive blizzard is hitting. The wind is screaming, slamming against the windows like a beast. Outside, the temperature is tanking hard. It's hit a terrifying negative 70 degrees. For anyone without food or heating, this is a literal death sentence. More people are going to freeze or starve tonight. Nature doesn't care about your feelings. And Lin Feng just watches, realizing how fragile humanity really is. Even with all our tech, we're still weak against the elements. But our MC, he's chilling. He's prepared for whatever this nightmare world throws at him. He lights up a smoke and just waits for the chaos to arrive. In the pitch black room, only the glow of his cigarette is visible. He's only halfway through his smoke when the alarm starts screaming. It's showtime. Lin Feng walks to the window and looks down. There's a squad of over 50 people gathered outside his house. They definitely leveled up since last time, using those bedboards to cover their heads and sides like a turtle shell. They're completely boxed in, so you can't see a thing. But strangely, they aren't even touching the main gate this time. Instead, they're trying to break through the villa walls. Lin Feng's actually a bit surprised. Looks like these guys actually used their brains for once. They're swinging axes and hammers like crazy. Before long, they actually managed to put a hole in the outer layer of the wall. The guards are getting hyped now. They're dreaming of the mountain of food and the warm beds inside. So they start digging even faster. But Lin Feng is just watching like, is that all? When he built this place, he didn't cut corners. Every single wall is a fortress. We're talking 30 centimeters of titanium alloy. This thing is literally nuke-proof. These guys could dig for 10,000 years, and they still wouldn't leave a dent. But they look so happy, so Lin Feng lets them have their fun for a bit. Even Lin Yutang is there, covered in bandages, but still supervising from the back. As the new chairman of the committee, He's acting like a big shot. And the squad is actually falling for it, seeing the wall about to give way. Lin Tang is losing it. He thinks he's seconds away from the ultimate win. We're through. We broke through. Someone screams, and the whole mob starts cheering. They're all grinning like they just won the lottery. Lin Tang is loving this. He orders the next group to swap in and keep digging. He's even got a whole rotation system going. 6 guys digging, swapping every 5 minutes. Honestly, the efficiency is actually impressive for a bunch of amateurs. In less than 40 minutes, they tear through the outer wall, but just as Lin Yutang is about to celebrate, someone lets out a scream of pure confusion. What the heck is this? Why is it so hard? Same here. It's tougher than steel. Lin Yutang shoves his way to the front to see what's going on. Someone shines a flashlight, and there it is. A second layer of high-grade alloy, and shining back at them. It's solid as a rock. They hit it with a hammer, and it doesn't even leave a scratch. Lin Yutang is completely stunned. All that work just to hit another wall. He's fuming. That little brat Lin Feng. How did he build a house this tough? He starts realizing that all that hoarding wasn't just luck. The more he thinks about it, the more he hates Lin Feng. He's convinced the MC knew everything. From the very beginning, this punk knew the world was ending and didn't tell a soul. He only cares about himself. How can anyone be this selfish? Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. I'm hit. Just as he's throwing a tantrum, someone in the mob screams in pain. Before they can even react, another guy goes down. The whole group freezes, staring at the 2 casualties in total shock. One guy has an arrow buried deep in his chest. Blood everywhere. The other, he took one straight through the neck. He's cooked. Lin Yutang is panicking. How is this happening? They have the bedboards for cover. What kind of arrow can punch through thick wood like that? But Lin Feng isn't giving them time to figure it out. The arrows are raining down now. And it's about to become a total bloodbath. Screams are popping off everywhere and someone's catching hands every single second. Some are getting sniped in the thighs. Others are taking hits to the gut or straight to the heart. It doesn't matter where you're hit at negative 70 degrees. Every single wound is a death sentence. Up on the 3rd floor, Lin Feng is stone-faced, letting it fly with insane speed. He doesn't even need to aim. He's just spamming arrows, one after another, straight into the mob below. He can't see them through the bedboards, so he's just going full spray and pray. His upgraded compound bow is absolutely broken. And those bedboards they're using for cover are basically paper to him. The guard squad is getting absolutely deleted in under 30 seconds. Half of them are already cooked. The rest are completely terrified. They start throwing down their gear and sprinting for their lives, holding bedboards over their heads and leaving their wounded boys behind. But Lin Feng isn't hitting the brakes. He keeps the slaughter going. Without their bedboard shields, these guards are just lambs at the slaughterhouse. His compound bow is literally reaping souls. Every arrow is a guaranteed kill. Seeing their teammates drop like flies, the rest, everyone's in a desperate scramble to get out. Their leader, Lin Yutang, is lagging behind because of his messed up hand and the fact that he's getting old. He's at the back of the pack. Watching his guys get dropped left and right, his legs are literal jelly, and he can practically see the Grim Reaper waving at him. Luckily, it seems like Lin Feng hasn't clocked him yet. Even though he's trailing behind, he hasn't been hit. He's only a few meters from the corner. If he can just make it around that bend, he's safe. The fear starts to fade. Only 5 meters left. Almost there. Almost safe. 4 meters. 3. 2. just when he thinks he's home free. A sharp pain explodes in his calf, and he face plants hard. He looks down and sees a black arrow has gone clean through his leg. His blood is already starting to turn into ice. His leg is going completely numb. He doesn't even care about the pain anymore. He's literally clawing the ground to get to that corner. His survival instinct is hitting max level. The wounds on his hands rip open again. But he's gone full zombie mode. Chapter 40. Triggering the starving neighbors. Lin Feng watches Lin Yutang crawl away. He doesn't fire another shot. Killing him now would be way too easy. He wants this dude to suffer. Since there's no more law or government, ending him is as easy as crushing an ant. Lin Feng looks down at the yard. Over 20 bodies are just lying there. Another dub art is screaming in agony because they're shot in the legs and can't move. If nobody helps them, they'll be human popsicles in 30 minutes. Lin Feng doesn't feel a single bit of pity. The moment they stepped into his yard, they signed their own death warrants. If they had managed to take his house, would they have spared him? Fat chance. He'd be dead in a ditch. Lin Feng just ignores them. He shuts the window, grabs a late-night snack, and hits the hay. The next morning, he wakes up feeling like a king and checks his phone. The neighbor group chat is already at 99 plus messages. He scrolls through the logs, and it's nothing but people crying about his crimes. Tanzuo from the 26th floor is screaming, Lin Feng, why did you kill my husband? We just wanted some food. Was it really that deep? Zhang Deshan from the 55th floor is fuming, you killed 43 of our people, karma is coming for you. Another neighbor says, we're all neighbors here. And you killed my brother and crippled my dad. You're a monster. Old man Zhao Dayu is also yelling, he killed my son too. This jerk is going to hell. You better stay locked in that turtle shell of yours forever. Lin Feng just looks at all the trash talk. He gives a cold laugh. Oh. So now that they lost, they want to complain. These clowns are hilarious. You try to rob me, get clapped, and now you're the He types back. I'm telling you all right now. A few of you got lucky and escaped this time. Next time, you're toast. But I won't give you guys a single crumb. Cry about it. He's not pulling any punches with these people. After roasting them, he snaps a pic of his breakfast and drops it in the chat. And let me tell you, it's a massive flex. We're talking steamed buns, fried dough, rice noodles, meat pies, sandwiches, milk, spicy soup, and some high-end fruit. Total balanced nutrition. Even in the apocalypse, you gotta eat like a boss. He adds a caption, I'm not really that hungry today. So I'm keeping it simple. From now on, I'll share my daily meals with everyone. Don't forget to leave a like. Guys, he even adds a cheeky emoji. The chat goes nuclear. People are salty as hell. Typing, I hope you choke on all that. Some people would rather throw food away than share. You're evil. God's never letting you into heaven. I hope your food is poisoned. Rot in hell. While the haters are barking, some people start acting like total simps. Yuan Tianhu from the 71st floor says, Brother Feng, I never joined them. I don't need your food. Just give me your leftovers. I'll eat them like a dog. Please. Yang Zihan from the 42nd floor says, Feng Bu, just a little bit of food and I'll do literally anything you want. Please. Zhao Na from the 48th floor chimes in, me too, give me a chance. She even drops a spicy artistic photo. Lin Feng sees a bunch of girls starting to post their photos. He takes a good look for research purposes. Obviously, some of them are actually pretty fire. Great bodies, and their headlights are definitely shining bright. But he's not biting. He's not that desperate yet. Plus, he doesn't know these people. No way is he letting a stranger into his fortress. His life is worth more than some mid-tier girls. But he notices one thing: Lin Su didn't join the circus. Looks like his gut feeling was right. She's got more class than these other clout chasers. Lin Feng literally doesn't care about these people selling their souls just to survive. To him, their desperate flattery and begging are just a side. He treats them like a comedy show to watch while he relaxes. His WeChat is blowing up with friend requests, so he finally decides to take a look. They are all from the neighborhood group chat. One says, "Hey, big brother, can we get to know each other?" Another says, "Bro, I need a favor. Let's talk." One just says, some are trying to act official, saying they want to check on the situation. Then there's this guy, Yang Zihan, claiming they ate together. Others are crying, "Why did you delete me?" Brother Lin Feng just looks at these dozens of requests, scoffs, and shuts off his phone to finish breakfast. Just like that. It has been exactly 15 days since the apocalypse started. Lin Feng's past 7 days have been chill, just eating, training, and staying in top shape. He spends his time gaming, and for the ultimate flex, he shares photos of his gourmet meals in the neighborhood group chat, just to trigger everyone. Every time he posts, he gets a wave of people sucking up to him or straight up cursing his soul. He doesn't care about the hate. The hungrier they are, the more they talk. Interestingly, that security team hasn't bothered him for a whole week. Looks like that last fight really put the fear of God in them. I mean, Lin Feng literally took out over 40 of them, single-handedly. The entire team is basically crippled, but he knows this isn't over. Especially a snake like Lin Yu Tang. He's definitely plotting a comeback. After 15 days in this frozen hell, most families have officially run out of food. Even the ones who hoarded supplies are hitting zero. Things are about to get ugly. This morning, Lin Feng notices some shady figures lurking under his building. They are dragging away the bodies of the guards he shot down a week ago. Why wait a whole week to move them? Is it for a proper burial? If they actually cared about their family members, they wouldn't have waited this long. It's too late for that. There is only one terrifying reason left. When people are starving, they lose their humanity. These people aren't looking for a burial. They're looking for meat. They've turned their eyes toward the corpses. Cannibalism is the oldest horror story in history. Back in the Tang Dynasty, a rebel leader named Huang Chao ran out of rations for his army. He reportedly had thousands of people slaughtered every day just to feed his troops. In the face of starvation, morality is dead. This is the apocalypse, a world. Lin Feng pulls out his phone to message Lin Su. He figures the timing is just right. It's been a week, so her food supplies have to be nearly gone. During this time, Lin Su never begged him for help after that first trade. She even gave him intel several times during the recent chaos. Overall, she's proven she can be trusted. Chapter 41, Lin Su, is in deep trouble. Lin Feng sends a simple text, "You still alive?" When Lin Su sees the message, she's so annoyed she almost faints. She hasn't eaten in 2 days, and she's freezing to death. She's curled up on her bed, looking thin and fragile, a total shell of her former self. Even though she's at her breaking point, she still won't beg. That pride of hers is intense. Even when talking to the guy she actually likes, she refuses to throw away her dignity. She struggles to type back, "Still alive, thanks to you." Lin Feng lets out a sigh of relief when he sees she's still kicking. It would be a waste if she died. She's got serious talent. And honestly, Lin Feng values her brains even more than her looks. Though let's be real, she is top tier. He texts back, "Get to my building right now." Lin Su's heart starts racing. She's smart. She knows what going to his place implies. Nobody gives out free handouts in this world. She forces herself to get up. She packs every bit of medicine she has left into her bag, takes one last look at her home, and steps out of her villa. The freezing wind and heavy snow hit her like a physical blow. Since she hasn't eaten in 48 hours, she's dizzy and her vision is blurring. She stumbles through the deep snow, pushing herself forward. Luckily, her villa isn't too far from his place. After 5 minutes of struggling, she finally sees Lin Feng's villa just 50 more meters. She tells herself, trying to keep from collapsing. She's so focused on surviving the walk that she doesn't notice two shadows stalking her from behind. It's Yang Tianwu and his son, Yang Zizeng. They are watching her like hungry predators. These two are the father and brother of that girl, Yang Zihan. They came out looking for anything to eat because they've been out of food for days. Their family actually just ran out. Usually, their daughter could scam food off some simp. But their family of 4 eats too much. They cleaned out the simp's entire stash, and now that guy is starving too. The Yang family hasn't eaten in 2 days, and they're desperate. They originally came to Lin Feng's place because they heard people were scavenging bodies for food. They were ready to grab a corpse. But then they saw Lin Su all by herself, grab her and bring her back. Yang Tianwu says with a twisted look, his son, Yang Zizeng, is terrified. He hated the idea of eating corpses, but kidnapping a live person. Plus, he recognizes her dad. That's a real person, he whispers. Shaking, his dad snaps back. So what? There's no food left. If we want to live, we do what we have to. How did I raise such a coward? A man has to be cold-blooded when it counts. You understand? Yang Tianwu looks at his son with pure disgust, then grabs him and creeps closer to Lin Su. But as she's walking, Lin Su's sixth sense screams at her. That female intuition tells her something dangerous is right behind her. She spins around instantly. Suddenly, he sees 2 guys creeping toward him. They're less than 20 meters away and closing in fast. He's being hunted. These 2 are closing in fast, and it's super obvious they're hunting her. Only 10 meters left. Stop right there, Lin Su is fighting to stay conscious, trying her best to keep it together. The blizzard was way too thick to see anything before, but now that they're close, it's all coming into focus. And let's just say, the look on their faces, Yang Zizheng loses his mind and yells, "Yo!" Dad, it's Lin Su. Yang Tianwu is completely shook. He's staring at her, totally caught off guard. Plot twist, it's his own daughter's best friend. And this guy, total trash. He's been thirsting over her forever because her visuals are top tier and her body is straight fire. We're talking, but Lin Su is just built different. She's way too proud for his games. No matter how much he tried to flex his power or buy her off. But today, he actually spots Lin Su out in the open, all by herself. Instantly, a straight-up devious plan pops into his trashy. This guy is determined to drag her back and have his way. A top-tier beauty like that, he thinks it'd be a total waste to let this chance slip. Honestly, he's a straight up ignores his own son and keeps stalking toward Lin Su. This guy is on demon mode. Lin Su is watching him close the gap. Her hands clenched tight inside her sleeves. She's absolute. Uncle Yang, what do you guys want? Lin Su is scrambling backward, her legs shaking. It's game over for the nice guy act. She knows these 2 are straight up trash and they've been tailing her this whole time. As for this so-called Uncle Yang, she has zero respect for him. In fact, she's totally disgusted. This absolute trash used to harass her. This guy is supposed to be an elder. But honestly, he's straight up trash with zero dignity. Now he's actually stalking me. Lin Su screams at Yang Tianwu to back off. But this old creep doesn't care. He keeps walking toward her like he owns the place. Look at that greasy smile. He's like, "Little Lin, it's just me. Why so cold to your favorite Uncle Yang after just a few days?" No way. She tells him to freeze one more time. Then she levels her right hand straight at his face. Boom! She's packing a literal handgun. Young Tianwu is shook. Like, where did she even get that it's definitely not a toy? But then he sees her hand shaking. Bro thinks he's safe just because she looks nervous. This old fox thinks he's a genius. He's trying to read her like a book, thinking having a gun is one thing, but actually pulling the trigger. No shot. He plays the victim card immediately. Whoa. Little Lin, what's with the heat? Your uncle just wants to say hi. Why the gun? He's being extra careful though. He stays back and tries to sweet talk her into lowering her guard. His son, Yang Zizeng, is absolutely bugging. He's never seen a real gun before. His legs are literally turning into jelly. Lin Su, we're the good guys. I swear, please don't shoot. Bro is literally trembling. He is not built for this. They keep acting innocent, but Lin Su isn't buying it. In this apocalypse, rule number 1 is trust no one. Especially not this creep who's had intentions since day 1. Chapter 42, Lin Su enters the villa. She tells him it's a dangerous time, and to keep his distance, she grips the gun with both hands and starts backing away. Young Tianwu hits her with that fake, kind grandpa smile. You're so tense. In, kiddo, I'm harmless. Really? But he's low-key sliding closer while he talks. Too bad for him. Lin Su's eyes are sharp as a hawk. She loses it. Step any closer and I'll blow your head off. But the old man just laughs it off like it's a joke. He thinks she's bluffing. He keeps walking. Then, bang, a massive gunshot rings through the entire neighborhood. Yang Tianwu is stunned. He really thought this weak girl was a pushover. Plot twist, she's cracked. He looks down at his chest. There's a massive hole, and blood is spraying everywhere. You actually did it. His strength vanishes. He's officially cooked. He collapses right there. The son sees his dad go down and literally loses it. He's so scared, he actually pees his pants. Lin Su doesn't blink. She aims the gun straight at his head. Don't kill me, please. Lin Su, have mercy. The dude is on his knees, crying and begging for his life. Absolute trash. Why are you following me? Lin Su asks with a voice like ice. Yang Zizheng is a total coward, pointing at his dad on the ground and screaming. Man, he's throwing his own dad under the bus just to live. Absolute trash move. Lin Su just looks at him and says, I won't kill you. Just get. Yang Zizheng acts like he just got a second chance at life. He's all like, thank you. Thank you, Lin Su, and starts hauling tail away from there. But wait, the second he turns his back, his eyes turn straight, evil. No way. All that begging, he was just acting pathetic to save his skin. He's already planning his revenge, thinking about how cruel she was for taking out his dad. But before he can even finish that thought, boom, another shot rings out. Yang Zizheng looks down at his chest. It's a complete mess. He turns back, gasping. You said you wouldn't. He's cooked. And just like that, it's over. Lin Su is standing there, hands shaking like crazy and her face pale as a ghost. It's her first time taking a life, and she can't even hold it in. She's literally on the ground retching, but after a minute, she finally locks in. She looks at the two bodies with cold eyes and whispers, "You brought this on yourselves." Then she turns around and keeps heading toward Lin Feng's place. Little did she know, Lin Feng was watching the whole thing from the shadows. Honestly, he was going to step in when they first started following her, but he wanted to see how she'd handle it. He definitely didn't expect her to go full god mode like that. Bro was shook. He didn't expect Lin Su to have a piece, let alone use it like a pro. She dropped two guys just like that, making sure they were gone. Honestly, Lin Feng was vibing with it. That ruthless energy is exactly what you need in this trash world. But he wasn't about to be a simp. He still had to keep his guard up until he could trust her 100%. He had to keep her on a short leash. Lin Su made it to the front gate pretty quick. Lin Feng opened the observation slot on the first floor and gave the orders, "Pop the mag out and hand me the heater handle first." He said, Lin Su didn't say a word. She just did what she was told and handed the empty gun over to Lin Feng. Once he had the gun, Lin Feng finally unlocked the heavy door. He backed up 2 meters, pointed his weapon at the entrance, and yelled for her to push the door and get inside. Lin Su pushed with everything she had, but that door was heavy as heck. It was like trying to move a mountain. She had to use every bit of strength just to open it. Boom! A wave of warm air hit her instantly. After being out in the freezing apocalypse, it felt like she just stepped into heaven. She gave it another massive shove until there was enough room to squeeze through. Once she was inside, it felt like she'd traveled to a whole different world. Close the door. Lin Feng ordered. He was still pointing his gun at her, looking at her like she was some kind of final boss he hadn't cleared yet. Lin Su was speechless. So she just turned around and forced the heavy door shut. Then Lin Feng dropped the bomb, "Take off your clothes." Her face went instant red. Talk about awkward. But honestly, the temperature inside was so high that her bulky winter gear was already making her sweat. She didn't stay shy for long. She quickly peeled off the layers until she was just in her basics. Lin Feng nodded and led her straight to the living room of the mansion. Looking at her now, he could tell the last 15 days had been rough. She definitely lost weight and looked exhausted. But even with the messy hair and dirt, she still had that high class. Lin Feng pointed toward the bathroom and told her to go take a hot shower first. Hot water. Lin Su's eyes literally sparkled. Ever since the world went to trash 15 days ago, the water had been cut off. She hadn't washed in 2 weeks. Her hair was so greasy she could probably fry an egg with it. Just thinking about it made her skin crawl. So she booked it to the bathroom. Before long, the sound of splashing water filled the air. Lin Feng dipped into his spatial storage and pulled out some slippers and a fresh set of He took a quick guess at her size. Yep, looks about right. Bro is low-key a pro at visual measurements. He's got that eye for detail. All these clothes came from that warehouse raid he did back in the day. That $0 shopping spree was the best move he ever made. He'd grabbed every single thing he could find back then, and look at that. It finally came in handy. Your clothes are right here, Lin Feng. Then he started prepping a massive lunch. He got the rice cooker going and whipped up some classic tomato and egg soup. For the rest, he just pulled them straight out of his space. 8 different meat dishes. He'd been eating so much steak and ribs lately that he was actually getting bored of it. Flex. He made a light tomato salad and some tofu for himself just to cut through the grease. After an hour of waiting, Lin Su finally stepped out. She must have scrubbed her skin raw. Her cheeks were flushing pink, and she was rocking some tight pajamas that showed off her S-tier figure. Lin Feng was about to start drooling. Lin Su walked over slowly, and the smell of the food made her stomach growl loud enough for the whole room to hear. She looked so embarrassed she wanted to hide, but Lin Feng just gave her a chill smile. Don't be shy. Sit down and eat, he said. Chapter 43, The Blue Dragon Society. Lin Su took a seat right across from him. Looking at that insane spread of food, she couldn't help but swallow her spit. Spicy beef, numbing chicken, chumin lamb, braised pork, pork knuckles. Every dish looked absolutely bussin'. Lin Su couldn't hold back anymore. She started devouring the food like a beast, totally forgetting about her ladylike manners. Since the apocalypse started, she hadn't had a single hot meal, let alone a meat feast like this. Compared to the hell out, she grabbed a pork knuckle and started going to town on it. Totally ignoring Lin Feng's gaze, Lin Feng just watched her with a smirk on his face. He realized that watching someone eat this much was actually more fun than eating himself. Now he finally understands why those mukbang streamers were so viral. He was going to keep it light. But seeing her enjoy it so much made him hungry too. He grabbed a meatball and joined in on the feast. 30 minutes later, the table was basically empty. Lin Su leaned back in her chair, looking completely satisfied with life. Full, he asked. Lin Su's face turned bright red. She was so embarrassed about how she'd just inhaled that food. She'd never lost her cool like that before. Come on, I'll show you the rest of the crib. Lin Feng led her around, showing off the rooms and all the high-end entertainment gear. Finally, they made it to the third floor bedroom. Lin Feng stepped up, touched her hair, and tilted her chin up. Fast forward 2 hours, and, well, you know how it goes. Lin Feng lit up a smoke, feeling absolutely goated. That release felt incredible. He looked at the girl sleeping soundly next to him and gently stroked her back. He didn't expect such a perfect woman to be so inexperienced. He pushed the thought aside, knowing they had plenty of time for more later. He still felt a bit restless, though. This woman's charm was seriously off the charts. Thank God he's built like a tank, or he wouldn't have been able to keep up. He decided to head down to the basement to practice his sword skills and burn off some steam. After all that grinding and practice, and he could finally swing his blade perfectly even under 30 times gravity, Puagumul. Lin Feng is literally built different. His weight limit just cracked 40 times gravity, and his progress is insane. He grabs his Tongdao and steps into the chamber. Today, he's pushing it at 35 times step / parry. Lunge. Every move is lethal. Every basic strike is executed to perfection, compared to 30 times gravity. 35 is a whole different beast. The resistance is heavy. Each swing feels like a trial by fire. But Lin Feng isn't a quitter. He grinds until every motion is flawless. 1 hour of pure hustle later, he's drenched in at 35 times gravity. He's finally becoming one with the blade. This is peak performance. After finishing his daily grind, he steps out feeling refreshed. All that restless energy is gone. Bro is just chilling now. He heads to the third floor and sees Lin Su still passed out. He doesn't bother her. She's been living in a nightmare lately, so she needs this rest. He heads down to the second floor to hit the gaming room. Time for some relaxation. He's been low-key addicted to this post-apocalyptic survival game lately, grinding missions for hours. Since there's nothing else to do, gaming is the ultimate way to kill. He lights up a smoke and cracks open an ice-cold Coke. Meanwhile, in a neighborhood not far from ZZ Bay, a bald dude is lounging on a sofa, puffing away. A young girl is trembling while she massages his legs. Across from him sits a guy with a face that screams trouble. This guy has a massive, terrifying scar across his face. Remember the clown who tried to harass Yang Zihan at the BBQ stall? Yeah. The one, he's part of the so-called Azure Dragon Gang. They used to be small-time thugs. But now that the world has gone to trash and the law is dead, these losers are getting their boss, Niu Xuan, used his small army of 50 lackeys to take over the entire neighborhood by force. They've been looting supplies and terrorizing everyone. No woman is safe from his reach. He's basically a monster. If anyone talks back or steps out of line, they get a beatdown, or worse, he's out here living like a king while everyone, thanks to his reign of terror, people are dropping like flies. Families are literally starving to death because he stole all their food. Scarface looks at Niu Xuan with total fear and respect. Boss, we've picked this place clean. We only have enough food left to last the boys 2 days. Niu Xuan frowns, taking a deep drag of his cigarette. You sure there's nothing left to lose? Boss, I'm serious. Out of 12 buildings, there are less than 80 families left alive. Everyone else is gone. Niu Xuan shuts his eyes. Looking stressed, he's clearly in a trash mood. And Scarface is shaking in his boots. The boss is a total psycho. Just the other day, an owner in Building 6 refused to hand over his stash. Niu Xuan literally took the guy's head off right then and there. Now, everyone else just freezes up and hands over everything the moment they see him. Boss, I might have a play. Scarface says it real quiet. Niu Xuan opens his eyes. Talk to me. There's a villa district nearby. It's the wealthiest spot in the city. Those rich types always have the best loot hidden away. Plus, it's packed with high-tier beauties. I even heard a famous influencer is hiding out there. He gives Niu Xuan a look like he knows his boss's weakness is women. Mention a pretty face. And the guy is sold, but Scarface has his own agenda. He still remembers the beatdown he got at the BBQ stall. He found out that guy was Lin Feng from the... Back then, he was just a low-level thug who couldn't touch a rich heir. But the world is different now. It's time for some payback. Niu Xuan's eyes light up. No way. Why didn't I think of that? Why are we rotting in this dump? Tell the boys to pack the gear. We're gonna raid some rich fools. Chapter 44, Chef Lin Su. Lin Feng was so deep into his game that he didn't even notice the sun go down. He checks the time, 10:25 p.m. Dang. It's late. He shuts down the PC, ready to grab some food and keep grinding. He gets to the first floor and remembers he's not alone anymore. He goes back up and sees Lin Su is finally awake. She's standing by the window, barefoot, looking out at the dark world. She's wearing a thin silk nightgown that shows off her perfect figure. Her long black hair flows down to her waist. Even from the back, she looks like a dream. Hearing him come in, she turns around. Her face turns a bit red. She's feeling conflicted. This is the man who took everything from her, and she never expected her life. You know how to cook, Lin Feng asks, breaking the ice. I do. Then let's go to the kitchen. The kitchen has a massive fridge packed with every ingredient you can imagine. Lin Feng stocked up big time. Dinner is on you. Use whatever you want. Cook what you like. From now on, you're the official chef of this house. Fine. Lin Su doesn't even argue. Honestly, she feels relieved. She's relying on him to survive. So she needs to prove the high and mighty attitude she had before the apocalypse. That's gone. Trash. Being a maid in a luxury villa is a win. Outside, people are literally killing each other just to get a crust of bread. She opens the fridge and her jaw drops at all the food. It's like a dream. I've been starving for 15 days. Finally, I get to eat like a human again. While everyone outside is starving and fighting for a single crumb of bread, our MC is out here flexing with a fridge full of fresh fruits and veggies. Lin Feng watches Lin Su handle the prep. Like an absolute pro. Bro is definitely satisfied with this waifu upgrade. Life is good when your girl is this cracked at housekeeping. He's just chilling on the sofa with a smoke and some soda, living his best life, gaming on a limited edition console while she cooks. No way. This life is literally perfect. And Lin Su, she is built different. In less than 60 minutes, she whips up 4 meat dishes, 2 veggies, and a whole corn and rib. Dinner is served. The table looks absolutely fire. And the colors straight yo ren. Lin Su heads to the living room to tell Lin Feng it's 1 bite of the beef. And Lin Feng is floored. This is 5-star hotel level stuff. The taste is insane. Big thumbs up from the MC. Lin Su is just happy he likes it. But honestly, Lin Feng did not expect her to be this goated in the kitchen. This is way better than his own cooking. Before, it was a gamble. Sometimes, okay, mostly trash. Now it is a win every time. They absolutely demolish the meal. Most of it disappears into Lin Feng's stomach. And Lin Su is just happy to see him eat. Seeing someone clean their plate is the ultimate compliment for a cook. Once they are done, she is already back to cleaning and organizing. She cleans the kitchen and even brings him a fruit platter like a total pro. Lin Feng is locked into his game while she quietly sits and vibes. She starts hand-feeding him fruit while he games. Absolute emperor status. This is the peak flex. Wanna play, he asks, not wanting her to be bored. But she just shakes her head. I do not know how. I have never played before. Growing up as an orphan, her childhood was straight up rough. No games, no fun. It's just survival. From college to the workforce, she was all about that grind. Her only real hobby, mastering the art of cooking when she had a free moment. Don't worry. I will teach you, Lin Feng says, pulling her onto his lap. Things are starting to get spicy. First time on a guy's lap, she is blushing so hard she can't even focus on the game. Constant mistakes. But Lin Feng does not mind. While Lin Feng is enjoying the sweet life with his girls, a squad of about 30 thugs is creeping into the neighborhood under the cover of night. These guys are from the Azure Dragon Gang, led by their boss, Niu Swan. They're here to loot everything in sight. This place has 80 luxury villas ripe for the taking. The place is massive, with over 100 meters between each house. Niu Xuan is looking at these mansions and he's absolutely hyped. This guy came from nothing. So being in a place this fancy is a total dream. Before the apocalypse, he couldn't even step foot here. Now he thinks he's him. He's thinking all the supplies and all the women belong to him. Now he takes his goons and heads straight for the nearest villa. The house is pitch black. Niu Xuan doesn't care and barks an order to break the door down. One of his lackeys, a guy with blonde hair, steps up. This dude starts smashing the door with a steel pipe. Bang, bang, open up. Right now he screams like a madman. Open the door or I'm smashing every single window in this place. He's yelling and threatening them for a good 30 seconds, but there's zero noise from inside. Just as they're about to kick the door in, they hear the lock click. Nushuan shines his flashlight right at the door to see who it is. It's a woman, maybe 30 years old. The second Nushuan sees her face, his eyes light up. He's flexing already. Talk about luck. First house they hit, and they already found a baddie. The woman looks absolutely terrified of these thugs. These guys are definitely not the good guys. The girl is frozen in fear, shaking as she stammers, "What do you want?" But Nushuan doesn't care. He just walks right up and grabs her by the waist. He's got that evil smirk on his face as he looks at her. "Listen, beautiful. We're just here to crash for the night. As long as you play nice, I'll make..." His hands are already starting to wander where they shouldn't. She's totally lost and panicking. But then a weak, shaky voice comes from inside. Xiao Wu, who's at the door. Chapter 45. Bro is scared to death. Before the girl named Xiao Wu can even say a word, Niu Xuan pushes his way inside with his entire squad of goons. As soon as they enter the villa, they hear these low, painful groans. Niu Xuan shines his light toward the sound. And yikes, those agonizing groans are coming straight from him. And this isn't just some random old guy. It's the former chairman, Liu Chiwei. But the Lu Jiwei from before he's gone, no more power, no more flex. His face is pale as a ghost, and his eyes are filled with... Ever since Lin Feng blasted him with those marbles, things have gone downhill fast. With zero medical supplies, those wounds got straight up infected. His entire back is literally rotting away. Now, every single second is pure torture. And since food is so low, his young wife only gives him half a slice of bread a day. He's so weak, he can't even stand up anymore. He doesn't even look human. At this point, he just wants to end it all. He's begging for the sweet release of death. Who are you? People Lu Jiwei asks with his last bit of strength. Niu Xuan just laughs. Listen, old men, we're just here to borrow some food. Be a good boy and hand over the stash, or things are gonna get real ugly. Scarface flashes his machete, making sure the threat hits home. But when Lu Ziwei hears that, his dead eyes suddenly light up with excitement. A weird flush even comes to his pale face. Kill me, please. I'm begging you. Just kill me. I don't want to live like this anymore. Lu Jiwei's reaction literally breaks Scarface's brain. Bro is confused. It's the first time he's ever seen someone. Niu Xuan walks over, still holding on to Xiao Wu. He can see it. This old man has completely snapped. This guy is straight up hanging by a thread. Listen, all men. Just hand over the food, and I might actually give you a quick end. All right. Lu Jiwei looks at his woman being held by another man and feels pure humiliation. He was a big shot his whole life, and now he has hit rock bottom. Not only is he rotting away from sickness, but he even had to watch some random thug snatch his woman right in front of him. But then a devious thought hits him. These guys are just hungry for loot. So why not bait them towards someone else? He wants them to go after that brat Lin Feng so they can tear each other apart. And then there is Lin Yutang. If that snake hadn't dragged him into this mess, he wouldn't be in this state. If his life is ruined, our food stash isn't even enough for a snack. But I know someone who is absolutely loaded with supplies. Niu Xuan's eyes instantly lit up. He's got a whole squad to feed, and they are burning through rations fast. If he runs out of food, His men won't stay loyal for long. So, who is the target Lin Yutong? His place is at Building 80, the very last villa in the complex. After hearing the intel, Niu Xuan looks at the girl in his arms. You know where Building 80 is. The woman nods, shaking with fear. Lead the way, he shouts, leading the pack straight out the door. Lu Jiwei sees them leaving without a word and goes absolutely ballistic. Wait, stop, just kill me already. Give me a quick death. But nobody cares. He's left all alone in the silence. He starts cursing them like a madman, calling them bastards, and wishing they all rot in hell. You're all gonna die, but there is no one left to hear him. Only his own pathetic voice echoing through the empty mansion. After leaving Lu's place, Niu Xuan follows the girl straight to Lin Yutang's house. The squad arrives at the front gate in no time. Niu Xuan isn't about that. Knocking life. He just tells his goons to smash the door down to save time. The goons start wrecking the door. And the noise wakes the entire Lin family. Lin Yi and Lin Kier rush down, followed by Lin Yutang and his wife. Lin Yutang is looking just as pathetic as Lu Jiwei. His right leg and arm were already cooked after Lin Feng shot him. Since he didn't get any medical help, his limbs are completely useless. He's basically a cripple now, just limping around. Lin Yi peeks through the door and sees dozens of thugs outside. His face goes ghost white, and he almost wets himself again. Dad, there's a whole mob out there. What do we do? Lin Care speaks up, saying, Dad, just open the door. If they break in by force. Lin Yutang sighs and tells Lin Yi to open up. Lin Yi is terrified, but since he's the only male who isn't a cripple, he musters some courage and slowly cracks the door open. About time, you slow idiot. Oh, you trying to die. Scarface immediately boots Lin Yi into the wall. The kid hits the floor, curling up in a ball and breaking out in a cold sweat. How dare you hit my son, Madam Wang sees her precious boy on the floor and tries to square up with the thugs. Scarface looks at the angry woman charging him and just delivers a massive slap. Smash Madam Wang is completely dazed. The hit is so hard she almost loses her balance. Her face burning. She snaps and goes into a full rage. She's used to being the bully, not the victim. She lunges at Scarface, screaming, "You piece of trash. How dare you touch me, I'll kill you." She swings her hand. But Scarface is way too fast for her. He catches her wrist midair. Madam Wang goes full feral and bites down on his thumb like a rabid dog. Scarface roars in pain and starts raining punches down on her. But she's lost her mind. She locks her jaw on his finger and refuses to let go. No matter how hard he hits her, shut it. You crazy hag, let go or I'll end you. Then bang. Her head literally explodes. Blood and brains splatter all over Scarface. He jumps back, startled by the sudden shot. He looks back and sees Niu Xuan calmly holstering his gun, walking into the villa like a boss. Lin Yi is so scared he actually wets himself this time and just plays dead on the floor. Even though his mom just got deleted, he's too chicken to make a sound. Lin Care watches her mother die and doesn't even flinch. She just stands there, her eyes moving as she calculates her next move. Lin Yutang isn't sad either. He stopped caring about that woman ages ago. Honestly, seeing her gone is kind of a relief. If he wasn't scared of her family's power, he would have dumped her years ago. Niu Xuan is actually impressed by how cold-blooded this father and daughter are. Then he gets a good look at Lin Kier and starts smirking. Chapter 46. The big prize, Lin Feng. Lin Care sees the man approaching with that creepy look in his eyes and knows she's in trouble. Even though she's terrified, she keeps a straight face. If you're looking for food, you're out of luck. We have absolutely nothing. Niu Shua just stares at. Most people would be shaking, but she's standing her ground. She's pretty, and she's got ice in her veins. No food. Then what are you guys living on? We eat people. Lin Care says it so casually, like she's talking about the weather. The gang members all freeze, thinking she's joking. They can't believe this delicate-looking girl is actually a cannibal. Seeing their doubt, she doesn't waste time. She looks at Niu Xuan and says, "If you don't believe me, come check the kitchen yourself." Niu Xuan follows her to the back. She points to a corner and says, "Right there." He shines his light over and sees a half-eaten corpse. Only half the body is left. And that body, it's her own biological brother. Lin Tao, after Lin Tao bit the dust. The family was devastated. They wanted to bury him. But outside, it was a literal icebox. The ground was frozen solid as a rock. No way. They were digging through that. So they had to keep the body in the house. At first, and they had a bit of food left. And they tried to make it last. The whole family started cutting back on meals, trying to survive. But no matter how much they rationed, the stash finally hit zero after two. They didn't want to do it, but their eyes eventually turned toward that frozen corpse. That is how Lin Yutang and his family managed to stay alive until now. Niu Xuan was straight up traumatized by the bloody scene in front of him. Some of his lackeys actually started barfing on the spot. But Lin Qi, she was totally chill. Her eyes were just numb. Processing that meat every day had turned her into a literal robot. Niu Xuan realized right then that the old geezer Lu Jiwei had played him dumb. That old man scammed me. But then he looked at Lin Qi and figured the trip wasn't a total L. He grabbed her hand, smiling like a creep. He said, "Forget the food. You're coming with me. I can at least give you something to eat." Before Lin Qi could even open her mouth, Lin Yutang came limping over like a dog. "Boss, please, let us join too. Just give me a bite to eat, and you can have my daughter." Niu Xuan just smirked. "Say less. I've got dozens of brothers. A few more mouths won't hurt." Lin Yutang was so hyped he couldn't stop bowing and thanking him. He didn't even care that this guy just ended his own wife. Lin Qi looked at her dad and felt nothing but coldness. In his head, she wasn't even as important as a full stomach. "Fine. I'm yours now." Niu Xuan was losing it. Linka was het totale baba. She was a high-class rich girl with serious vibes. Back in the day, she was way out of his league. But now he gets to play with the premium goods. Man, the apocalypse is goated. Niu Xuan impatiently ordered the gang to camp there for the night and tossed some scraps to the Lin family. He dragged Lin Qi and the old man's young wife upstairs. 20 minutes later, Niu Xuan was lying in bed looking totally satisfied. That little group session gave him the ultimate rush. Especially that girl Xiao Wu, she had so many moves. Her voice alone made him surrender twice. A woman like that serving a crusty old man, what a waste. And Lin Qi had that pure, high-class energy, that innocent face. Man, even though she was a bit of a noob, she really tried her best to keep him happy. That feeling of conquest was pure fire. He felt great, but his legs were like jelly. A wave of exhaustion hit him, and he drifted right off to sleep. The next morning, seeing this actually gives Niu Xuan a weird boost of energy. He heads to the living room, where the rest of the squad is finally getting up. The designated cook for the group already has breakfast ready. But don't expect a feast. It's just one simple bowl of white porridge in the entire gang. He's the only one who gets to eat breakfast. Everyone else has to stay hungry. Food is so tight that the lackeys only get one meal a day, even with only one meal a day. They've only got enough food to last for 2 more days. Niu Xuan sits there eating his porridge while everyone else just watches him, drooling. After he finishes his breakfast, Niu Xuan decides it's time to go looting again. He calls over Lin Yutang. Yo, old Lin, this neighborhood, who else around here has a big stash of food? Lin Yutang doesn't even hesitate. Oh, that's easy. The one with the most supplies is definitely Lin Feng. Lin Feng Niu Xuan pauses. That name sounds way too familiar. He's definitely heard it somewhere before. And as soon as Scarface hears that name, his whole vibe changes. The lackey rushes up and shouts, Boss, that is him. Lin Feng is the punk who trashed me at the BBQ joint and talks smack about our Green Dragon Society. Oh, right. Almost forgot about that. Niu Xuan smacks his forehead as it clicks. He had been itching for payback, but he never made a move before. Back then, Lin Feng had too much family backing, but now it is hunting season. Old Lin, does this kid really have... Lin Yutang listens to the boss and realizes Lin Feng is already on their hit list. He is grinning inside because his big chance just arrived. He quickly hypes it up, saying, a lot, bro. He has a literal mountain of supplies. He was flexing his stash in the chat group, and it was insane. He tries to pull up the photos to show Niu Xuan, but then remembers the power has been out for days. His phone is completely dead. He tells them how Lin Feng was always flexing his meals, posting pics of high-end meat and top-shelf liquor every single day. While everyone else was starving, this guy was feasting on Australian lobster, steak, and caviar. Plus, his villa is a custom-built fortress. It is super warm inside, even in this freezing apocalypse. The guy is just chilling in a t-shirt. Lin Yutang just keeps going and going. Hearing about the horde in Lin Feng's house has Niu Xuan and his goons literally drooling. If this is true, they just found the ultimate fat sheep, especially those mentions of seafood and wine. They can almost taste it. If they can just get inside, it is not just about the food. It is about that cozy villa. Niu Xuan is already dreaming of a life with no more cold or hunger. Just him and a bunch of girls in a luxury mansion. Man, that is the life. Chapter 47, Dealing with the Brat. So where does this Lin Feng live? Take us there right now. Niu Xuan's eyes are glowing. He cannot wait another second. He has got the numbers, so he thinks he is straight up invincible. Lin Yutang is about to spill the location, but Lin Care cuts him off, saying, wait, we cannot just rush in there. She warns them that Lin Feng's house is built like a tank, and he is armed. A direct attack is going to get people killed. Niu Xuan frowns. Does he have a gun? Probably not. She says, but his bow and slingshot are no joke. They are lethal. Lin Yutang chimed in from the side. A bow and a slingshot. Are you for real? LMAO. Niu Xuan and his goons immediately burst out laughing. Niu Xuan was laughing so hard he literally had tears in his eyes. A slingshot? No way. He whipped out the pistol from his waist and slammed it onto the table. Think your little toy is more powerful than this. Lin Care immediately shut him down. I bet his glass and iron doors are bulletproof. Your gun is trash against that. Lin Care basically poured ice water on his ego and told him all about the two failed attacks from before. Honestly, she was looking at Niu Xuan with pure disgust. This guy was nothing but a meathead who only cared about getting laid. He was a complete moron. Back in the day, but right now, she had to use him to take out Lin Feng. To finish him, she needed a big brain play. Using brute force would just lead to a total wipeout. Niu Xuan actually started thinking, after hearing her out, if what she said was true, Lin Feng was definitely built different. Going in, guns blazing might not end well, but since he was all brawn and no brains, he couldn't think of any other way to handle it besides fighting. He turned to Lin Kier, realizing she was actually pretty sharp. Her analysis made sense, so he asked her, "What do you think we should do then?" Lin Kier laid out her plan right then and there. She'd been cooking this up all night. Ever since Lin Feng rejected her the first time, she'd been obsessed with taking him out and stealing his house. She didn't have the power to do it alone. But when Niu Xuan and his squad showed up yesterday, she saw her chance. That's why she forced herself to play along with this disgusting guy. She had to get his trust to pull off her ultimate revenge. Niu Xuan was hyped after hearing the plan. To him, it sounded perfect. There was no way his small brain could have come up with something that genius. We're doing exactly that. Let's move out now and take him down today. Niu Xuan ordered his subordinates to get ready for the mission. Everyone started buzzing with activity. At 8 in the morning, Lin Feng was woken up by a soft voice. He slowly blinked his eyes open. Lin Su was leaning over the bed with a smile. Time to get up, wash up, and eat. Lin Feng didn't say a word. He just grabbed her slim waist and pulled her toward him. Whoa! Lin Su lost her balance and fell right into his arms. Lin Feng quickly flipped over and pinned her down. Looking at her lips, he couldn't resist. He went straight for it. The two of them spent the next hour just vibing in bed, finally satisfied. Lin Feng got dressed and held Lin Su's hand to go get breakfast. Lin Su's face was flushed red, and she gave him a playful, annoyed look. Are you literally addicted or something? Her legs were shaking as she got out of bed, walking like she was on clouds. Lin Feng just smirked and put his arm around her as they headed down. Since they just spent an hour in deep conversation, the food was already cold. Lin Feng had to heat up the breakfast again. Lin Su had made steamed dumplings and some savory pork and egg porridge. Lin Feng took a bite of a dumpling, and man, the flavor was elite. Every single dumpling had a whole shrimp inside. Perfectly snappy and fresh. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he started inhaling the food like a beast. The porridge was creamy and delicious, especially with the green onions on top. Lin Feng polished off 5 whole steamer baskets. Good thing Lin Su knew he had a massive appetite. She had made more than enough. After finishing, Lin Feng lit up a cigarette. A smoke after a meal is pure heaven. He'd been smoking the same brand too much lately, so he decided to switch it up. He had a massive stash in his space with every brand imaginable. He had bought everything from local brands to high-end imports. If he ever got bored of cigarettes, his space was packed with top-tier cigars like Cohiba. Lin Feng chilled on the sofa, playing games, while Lin Su started cleaning up. Black Panther was following her everywhere. Ever since Lin Su moved in, it seemed like even the Panther was simping for her beauty. He wouldn't leave her side. Lin Su loved the chubby little guy too. Every time she cooked, she'd toss him some meat. Lin Feng had roasted Black Panther a few times for being an ungrateful traitor. which always made Lin Su die laughing. Having Lin Su there brought so much life to the villa. Lin Feng's life was officially peak. He was totally fine living like this forever. But just as he was dreaming about his perfect life, the alarm started blaring again. Lin Feng frowned. I couldn't even get a few days of peace before someone came looking for trouble. He checked the monitors and saw an old lady with white hair standing at the gate. She was holding the hand of a little boy. The kid was super thin, basically just skin and bones. You could tell he was severely malnourished. Lin Feng actually remembered this duo. They lived in a villa not too far from his... the boy's dad used to be a CEO of a public company and was one of the richest guys in the neighborhood. He was always super flashy. But Lin Feng had already deleted. This old lady used to be a total nightmare because of her son's money. She was rude, bossy, and completely unreasonable. If she couldn't get her way, she'd just throw a tantrum on the floor. Nobody in the neighborhood wanted to deal with her. She spent all day spoiling her grandson, giving him whatever he wanted, without question. Because of that, the kid turned into a total brat that everyone hated. He caused trouble in the neighborhood all the time. When neighbors went to complain, the old lady would just scream at them and play the victim. People just gave up and took it, which only made the brat even more out of control. Lin Feng remembered that this kid had once keyed his entire car. Back then, the family refused to admit it, and even tried to frame Lin Feng. Just thinking about it made Lin Feng annoyed. He decided it was time to teach this brat a lesson. Chapter 48. The Death of a Brat. Lin Feng walked to the gate and opened the intercom. Lin Feng looks at the grandma and grandson standing outside and smirks. Yo! If it isn't Old Lady Lu, what brings your precious grandson to my place? The old hag immediately puts on a fake smile the moment she hears him. Hey neighbor, I know you have food in there. Can't you spare some for little Xiaoyu? Lin Feng acts all disappointed. Oh, you should have said something sooner. We are all out of extra food here. Sorry, I am all out of luck for you. Old Lady Lu literally drops to her knees and starts banging her head on the ground, begging through her tears. Lin, I am begging you, just give us a little bit of food. Our Xiaoyu is starving to death. Please, just do a good deed. Good deeds get rewarded. Lin Feng sneers inside. Like, I need your prayers. In this world, the nice guys are usually the first ones to get cooked. Seeing her beg did not move Lin Feng at all. He knew exactly what kind of trash she was. She would stab him in the back the second she got what she wanted. Listen, Old Lady Liu. I cannot handle this grand performance. You are going to... The little brat standing next to her could not take it anymore. He glares at Lin Feng and starts screaming like a maniac. Hand over the food now, you bastard, or I will tell my dad to kill you when he gets back. The old lady's face goes pale hearing that. She quickly grabs the kid and covers his mouth before he can say anything worse. She looks at Lin Feng, trying to act sorry. Sorry, Lin. He is just a kid. He does not know better. Do not take it to heart. Lin Feng just waves it off like it is nothing. Why would I be mad? You guys will not even be alive in a few days anyway. Lin Feng looks at the brat's angry face and adds, do not worry. You will be seeing your dad real soon. That was it. The old lady lost it. She thought he was cursing them to die and could not hold back anymore. She jumps up from the ground, tossing that poor me axe straight into the trash. She is back to her old toxic self. You little piece of trash, who do you think you are talking to? Your whole family is going to die, leaving us to starve. Did a dog eat your conscience? The brat starts chirping too, calling Lin Feng every name in the book. But Lin Feng is cool as ice. He just stays calm, facing their insults. He does not even bother yelling back. He just calmly stares at them. Your dad is already dead. He is not coming back, and you guys are going to starve to death too. Then he pulls out a bag of chips and starts munching right in front of them. Crunch, crunch. He even makes sure to smack his lips extra loud. Then he pulls out bag after bag of snacks and starts a whole feast. The brat is losing his mind, seeing Lin Feng eat all those snacks. The kid starts wailing. Give it to me. I want it. Give it to me. It is all mine. Hell, you bastard! He even starts punching his own grandma. I want chips. Go in there and take it from him. Lin Feng is just vibing, watching this wholesome family drama. He looks at the kid rolling on the floor and asks, Hey kid, you want some? The brat stops crying instantly and nods like a good little boy, hoping for a snack. Too bad. I would rather throw it in the trash than give it to you. The kid starts crying even harder and starts beating his grandma again. The old lady is annoyed by the kid, but she would never hurt her precious grandson. Instead, she glares at Lin Feng with pure hatred. You little bastard. Do not act tough. You killed my son. And the government will make you pay. Just wait for the reckoning. We will never settle, scum, like you should be executed. Lin Feng just laughs. Oh no. I am so scared, please. Do not hold back. But you have to survive long enough to see that day. Now beat it. Or I will give you a taste of my slingshot. He pulls it out, ready to fire. The old lady's face drops. She has heard how much damage that slingshot can do. She shuts her mouth and drags the brat away. The kid is still throwing a fit as they leave, crying for snacks. He is totally fuming. After kicking out those two losers, Lin Feng goes back to his games. He was not about to waste a single bullet on them. An old lady and a kid with no food in this apocalypse. They are cooked. They end up heading to Lin Yutang's villa instead. They report that the plan failed. Niu Xuan knew it might happen, but he is still livid. You two useless pieces of trash. You cannot do one simple thing, get out of my sight. But the old lady just stands there, still here. What? You waiting for a red carpet. Piss off. The old lady forces a smile, terrified. Didn't you say you would give us some food? Niu Xuan actually laughs at how delusional she is. You failed the job and you still want supplies. Are you stupid? Get out before I break your legs. Seeing his grandma get yelled at, the brat's fearless attitude kicks in. He points right at Niu Xuan's nose. Hey, bastard. Do not yell at my grandma. Apologize now. Apologize, my ass. Niu Xuan kicks the kid so hard he flies across the room and slams into the wall. He is out cold instantly. The old lady screams and runs to him, crying her eyes out. You monsters. He is just a kid. How could you be so cruel? Her wailing was making Niu Xuan's ears ring. He was officially done with her. He pulls out his gun and bang, right through the heart. Her grip on her grandson loosens as she slumps over. Finally, some peace and quiet. Niu Xuan says, totally chill. Killing someone was like breathing to him. Throw these two outside. They are an eyesore. He orders his men to dump the body and the unconscious brat out in the cold. After disposing of the brat, Lin Yutang is left shaking in his boots. He keeps his head down, terrified that this god of death might target him next. Lin Qi is trying to stay cool, but his hands are gripping his shirt so hard they're turning white. Bro is definitely not as calm as he looks. Niu Xuan looks at Lin Ke, itching for the next move. What is the play? When do we start the mission? In 1 hour. We can't wait too long. Or Lin Feng will definitely smell a rat. Niu Xuan nods, saying he is going in personally. He is determined to take this kid down. Chapter 49. The Green Dragon Society attacks. After waiting a bit, a lackey runs back with a heavy bag. Boss, I got the goods. Niu Xuan checks the bag and smirks. He grabs his smartest goon to help him pull off the plan. Inside the bag are 2 police uniforms. Turns out, he iced a cop back in the last neighborhood to get these. The plan is simple. Play dress up. Act like cops. And lure Lin Feng out to his death. Once the time is right, Niu Xuan suits up and heads straight for Lin Feng's villa with his goon. They reach the courtyard, and Niu Xuan spots a woman through the dining room window. The glass reflection hides her face, but her silhouette absolute fire. His current women are total trash compared to her. He speeds up, thirsty to see her face. Inside, Lin Su feels a gaze on her and turns around, locking eyes with Niu Xuan. And finally, Niu Xuan gets a clear look at her. Bro literally stops breathing. She is a total 10 out of 10. She looks better than any celebrity, especially with that cold goddess aura. He is staring at her assets like a total creep compared to her. The girls he got yesterday are mid at best. He wants to charge in right now and get close with her. Knowing Lin Feng has food, warmth, and a top-tier beauty while the world is ending makes him absolutely malting with jealousy. He swears to himself that he will steal everything Lin Feng owns. Lin Su is surprised to see 2 guys in police uniforms outside, but when she sees that disgusting, lecherous look in his eyes, she feels totally grossed out. She closes the curtains and runs to find Lin Feng. Meanwhile, RMC is already watching the CCTV. Something is wrong with those guys. She says, Lin Feng asks, what is the matter? They might be wearing uniforms, but they act like total thugs. Plus, the way they look at me is definitely not professional. Lin Feng smirks and teases her, saying he looks at her like that too. She rolls her eyes at him. You are a rogue too. He just laughs and says, then let me show you how a real rogue acts. He tries to get playful with her, making her blush as she pushes his hands away. Stop it. There are people outside. Lin Feng stops and laughs. He just wanted to see her get flustered. The knocking starts, and Lin Feng lazily walks to the door. He opens the small intercom. What is the business, officers? The lackey tries to act tough. You, Lin Feng, we are from the local precinct. We have a report that you are a murder suspect. You need to come with us right now. Lin Feng acts shocked, then starts flaming them. Are you guys freaking blind? You think you can arrest me? Do you even know who the hell I am? Even your chiefs, Wang and Zhou, wouldn't dare talk to me like that. Scram. You nobodies. The goon is completely stunned. Lin Feng is not following the script at all. His lines are useless. Now, so he looks at Niu Xuan. Niu Xuan is fuming, but he suppresses his rage to stay in character. He takes a step forward and tries to sound reasonable. Mr. Lin, the chief specifically said this has to be by the book. Don't make this hard on us. Lin Feng is dying, laughing inside. He totally made up those names. And these clowns actually fell for it. It has been over half a month since the world ended. The government is cooked. Who is investigating murder right now. Just another scammer. But hey, their acting is better than the last group. Lin Feng lights a cigarette and blows a smoke ring. You want me to go. Show me the warrant. Niu Xuan smells the smoke, and his addiction hits hard. He finished his last pack yesterday, and seeing Lin Feng flex like this is killing him. It is a classified case, so we didn't bring it. Just come to the station, and I will show you. Niu Xuan is still trying to act, so Lin Feng decides to troll them a bit more. No warrant. No deal. Niu Xuan finally snaps. If you don't cooperate, we will use force. Think carefully. Lin Feng doesn't care at all. Yeah, I thought about it. Go ahead, try it. Then he shuts the intercom. For crying out loud, Niu Xuan can't take it anymore. He rips off his hat, revealing his shiny bald head, and looks ready to explode. The air suddenly got cold, and he quickly shoved his hat back on. Listen up, Lin Feng, I'm from the Azure Dragon Gang. Niu Xuan was out there screaming like a total clown, demanding him to open the door, or else Lin Feng just watched the security feed, completely unbothered by his impotent rage. But that name, Azure Dragon Gang, it sounded way too familiar. He looked over at Lin Su and asked, Yo, you ever heard of these bums? Why does that name sound so mid? Lin Su thought about it for a second. Then her eyes lit up. Wait, I know who they are. Remember those trash mobs you folded at the BBQ stand the other night? That's what they called themselves. Lin Feng finally remembered. No way. He's running into these losers even in the apocalypse. In his past life, he never even saw these guys. This timeline is definitely glitching. Did his regression change the script that much? It had to be. In his first life, the Azure Dragon Gang wasn't even on his radar. Well, if they want to play, he's down for some fun. Chapter 50, the full-scale raid. Niu Xuan saw that Lin Feng wasn't coming out. He was absolutely tilted. He stomped back to his base to gather the squad for a full-on siege. He was ready to crash out. Grab your gear and move out. When he saw Lin care, he lost it and slapped her right across the face, knocking her to the ground. Your trash advice wasted my time, he barked. Then he led a whole mob of goons straight toward Lin Feng's villa. Lin Kier held her swollen cheek, staring at his back with pure hate. Bro was literally projecting his own skill issue onto her. So pathetic. Lin Feng stood on the third floor, watching a literal army marching his way. He counted about 60-some people, all armed to the teeth. The leader was that bald fraud in the fake police uniform. This time, the bald guy was packing a heater, and a few others in the back had guns too. Suddenly, Wang called him up to see what the move was. Obviously, he saw the mob too. Man, I've been sitting in this house so long, I'm about to lose it. Wang complained. Lin Feng figured it was time to let him off the leash. These losers were perfect for target practice. You've got a gun, right? Start blasting. Just don't one-tap the leader yet. If he dies too fast, the game's over. Wang grinned. Wang hung up, hyped as hell. A second later, a gunshot echoed from the villa next door. One of the gang members dropped instantly. The rest of the Azure Dragon Gang jumped out of their skins. Yo, someone's getting sniped. Before they could even react, bang, another one went down. 2 shots. 2 bodies. Instant kills. The gang started panicking like a bunch of headless chickens, running in every direction. These guys were just street-level thugs. They're down to bully people for lunch money. But they aren't ready for this smoke. Niu Xuan saw his goons retreating and started screaming, "Get back here. You cowards, you want to starve. Anyone else who runs gets a bullet." He fired a shot into the air to show he wasn't playing. The thugs froze. Their boss was a psycho who actually followed through on his threats. So they shuffled back. Niu Xuan spotted where the shots were coming from and started blasting at Wang window. But the bullets just pinged right off. 0 damage. Damn it, it's bulletproof glass, Niu Xuan yelled. Everyone, split up and rush Lin Feng's villa. Go. They sprinted forward, trying to use speed to survive. It worked okay, but they still left 5 bodies behind before they reached the walls. Once they were under the cover of the villa, Niu Xuan ordered them to break the door. He was sure Lin Feng didn't have any guns, thanks to Lin Yutang's intel. He thought he was safe. Lin Feng just looked down at the idiots trying to break in. It's like they learned nothing from the last 2 groups he wiped. They started hammering on the glass and the door, but they couldn't even leave a scratch. Niu Xuan was fuming, watching his men fail, especially since Lin Feng was just standing there by the window, flexing while holding a beautiful woman. The disrespect was driving him insane. Bring out the explosives, blow this door to hell. Niu Xuan used to work in the mines, so he knew how to whip up some DIY bombs. They were homemade, but they still packed a punch. Usually, they could take down a brick wall with no problem. Lin Su saw the bombs and got worried. They have explosives. Will we be okay? Lin Feng just pulled her closer and whispered, "Relax. That little firecracker won't do anything." Seeing how calm he was, Lin Su finally relaxed. She trusted him completely. No matter how bad things got, he always acted like it was just another Tuesday. That him energy was exactly why she was so obsessed with him. Niu Xuan saw them acting all lovey-dovey inside, and his eyes were practically glowing with jealousy. He screamed at his guys to hurry up. "Move your asses. Set the charges now, in no time." 6 bombs were rigged to the front door. Niu Xuan lit the fuse himself. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the area, covering everything in a thick cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Niu Xuan and his goons stepped forward to check the damage, but they froze. The door was perfectly fine, not even a dent. What the hell is this thing made of? Niu Xuan screamed, "I don't believe it. Keep blasting, hit the walls, hit the glass." Inside, Lin Feng only felt a tiny vibration. He had to hand it to the security company. Their quality was top tier. Lin Feng led Lin Su to the 3rd floor and pulled out a handgun. It was the same one he'd taken from Lin Su before. He checked the clip, 8 rounds left. Time to end this. Lin Feng just realized he totally forgot to ask how Lin Su got her hands on a piece. Like, where did she even find a gun? Turns out, she hit up the black market. This was back before the world ended. After one talk with Lin Feng, she realized a woman needs protection. So she dropped 10,000 yuan on the black market. She only had 10 bullets left and never thought she'd actually have to pull the trigger. Thinking back to when she smoked Yang Tianwu and his son, she's still a bit shaken up. Lin Feng didn't waste any time. He racked the slide, cracked the window open, and started picking people off. Boom! One of Niu Xuan's lackeys got his head popped instantly. Blood sprayed all over Niu Xuan's face. Bro turned pale as a ghost and dove behind a pillar to hide. Once he realized Lin Feng was sniped from the 3rd floor, he tried to shoot back, but his aim was straight trash. He kept firing but couldn't hit anything except the window frames. Joke's on him because those windows are bulletproof. But Lin Feng, he's built different. Every time he pulled the trigger, it was lights out. Straight headshots. 8 guys were down in seconds. The rest of the crew saw their homies getting deleted one by one and completely lost it. They started running for their lives. Niu Xuan was shook by Lin Feng's aim. He was low-key screaming at the Lin family in his head for giving him such trash intel. Just when he thought it was game over, Lin Feng suddenly stopped firing. Chapter 51? I'm heated right now. Why? Because he's out of ammo. Niu Xuan started laughing like a maniac. Guess the universe wants me alive! He bolted for the gate and vanished before anyone could blink. Once the gang cleared out, Wang called to flex his stats. after being stuck inside for half a month. Bro, it's been forever since we grabbed a drink. I've been stuck in this house so long I'm literally growing mold. Lin Feng realized he was right. Before the apocalypse, they used to grab drinks all the time. Since the world went to hell, they hadn't had a single cold one together. He told Wang Long, Fine, let's do it tonight. Go to your basement and wait for me. Wang Long was like, the basement. What for bro was beyond confused. He had no clue what Lin Feng was cooking up. Lin Feng hung up and told Lin Su to whip up some extra food because they were having company. Lin Su didn't ask questions and just headed to the kitchen. Lin Feng went down to the backup storage in the basement and moved a massive cabinet away from the wall. Right behind it was a hidden door. When he was renovating the villa, he secretly built this path. The other side, it connects straight to Wang Long's basement. This door is the real deal. Same titanium alloy as the front gate. Super high tier. The catch is, it only opens from Lin Feng's side. It was hidden so well that Wang Long had lived there the whole time without knowing he had a secret tunnel. Lin Feng popped the door open and told Wang Long where to stand. When the door opened and Wang Long saw Lin Feng standing there, he lost his mind. No way, bro. You are actually a genius. He was stunned. He never expected Lin Feng to have a secret exit like this. He's in his basement every single day and never noticed a thing. He tried to give Lin Feng a massive bro hug, but Lin Feng just pushed him away. What are you doing? Get back. Lin Feng looked at him like he was crazy. Bro, I'm straight. Don't even think about it. Wang Long just looked at him all hurt, saying he just missed his best friend. Lin Feng didn't feel like joking around and just handed him a smoke. Lin Feng locked the secret door back up and led Wang Long up to the first floor. As soon as they got upstairs, Wang Long saw Lin Su cooking in the kitchen and his jaw hit the floor. He literally couldn't believe his eyes. He started walking circles around Lin Feng, checking him out like he was some kind of legend. What Lin Feng asked, totally confused. You're a savage. And hiding a literal goddess in your house. Don't tell me you actually bagged Lin Su. He knew her from before when they all grabbed dinner together. The first time he saw Lin Su, he thought she was an angel and tried to get her number, but she didn't give him the time of day. So he gave up. He never imagined that a top-tier girl like her would end up with Lin Feng. Seeing her act like the perfect housewife made Wang Long low-key jealous, but in a good way. Honestly, he was hyped for his bro. Even though he only met her once, he knew she was a real one. Lin Su heard them talking and poked her head out. When she saw it was Wang Long, she gave him a sweet smile. Welcome to our home, Mr. Wang. Wang Long beamed and waved like a fanboy. Hey there, sister-in-law. Getting called sister-in-law made her blush a little, but she was low-key happy about it. Hi there, you and Feng stay here and chat. I'll have dinner ready in a bit. She gave them a quick wave and went back to work. Wang Long saw Lin Feng's smug face and got so salty he snatched the cigarette right out of his hand. They went up to the third floor tea room where Lin Feng brewed some high-end tea. He poured a cup for his bro. Wang Long took a sip and acted like a protester. Dang, this is that authentic Wuyi mountain tea. How are you drinking stuff this good in the middle of the apocalypse? Seriously. How much loot are you hiding? Lin Feng just gave him a smirk. It's a secret, but let's just say I'm set. Wang Long didn't push it because he trusts his bro with his life. They sat there drinking tea and talking about the gang from earlier. Lin Feng explained why he didn't just wipe them all out right then and there. Bro, after the beating they took today, do you really think they'll come back? They'll definitely be back. Those guys are starving and desperate. If there's even a drop of hope, they'll go all in. You need to stay frosty too. Since you made a move today, you're officially on their hit list. Lin Feng and Wang were just chilling, sipping tea and catching up for over an hour. Eventually, Lin Su came up to tell them that dinner was ready. The spread was absolutely insane. Lin Su had been grinding in the kitchen and whipped up 8 different dishes. They looked fire and smelled even better. Wang Long was straight up drooling. After surviving on trash, frozen food for 2 weeks, this was a dream come true. He grabbed a piece of braised pork and took a bite. Bro's face changed instantly. This pork was next level. It was juicy, packed with flavor, and that fat, not greasy at all. One bite, and it literally dissolved. The meat was tender, perfectly seasoned. It was so good he almost cried. Wang Long gave a massive thumbs up and said, "Sister-in-law, not only are you a total 10, but your cooking is crap. This pork is goated, seriously. The flavor is out of this world." He was low-key jealous of Lin Feng. Now, imagine having a wife this amazing. This is the peak life. Honestly, Lin Feng pulled out 2 bottles of premium liquor, one for each of them. He told him to drink up because the stash was endless. While these two were vibing with top-tier food and drinks, Niu Xuan was having a rough time. He was completely cooked after losing over a dozen men in a single day. To make matters worse, his food supply was basically gone. They only had enough for 1 more day. After tomorrow, his whole crew was going to be starving. And if they don't eat, they're definitely going to start a riot. Just thinking about it gave him a massive headache. He slumped on the sofa, trying to figure out a plan. When he saw Lin Qi cooking, he suddenly lost it. If her family hadn't given him fake info, he wouldn't have lost so many of his boys. "Get over here!" Niu Xuan barked at her. Lin Qi saw his dark expression and felt her heart drop. She walked over, literally shaking with fear. What is it? Niu Xuan gave a cold, nasty laugh. "What do you think? I've got a lot of rage to blow off." He grabbed her and forced her down. Chapter 52. The green tea girl comes knocking. Man, that felt good. Lin Feng stretched and sat up. He'd been drinking with Wang Long until 2 in the morning. He slept like a log and felt totally refreshed. He checked the time and realized it was already past 10 o'clock. After cleaning up in the bathroom, he headed downstairs for breakfast and saw Lin Su binge-watching shows. Lin Feng was a genius and downloaded a massive library of movies and shows before the world ended. He had every classic you could think of. Lin Su was deep into some palace drama. Totally hooked. Lin Feng didn't get it though. A bunch of women fighting over one guy. Too much. It made his head hurt just watching it. If you miss one episode, you're basically lost. Lin Su noticed him coming down. She jumped up and said, "Let me heat up your breakfast. You looked so peaceful earlier, so I didn't want to wake you." Lin Feng nodded. And a few minutes later, a feast was on the table. Tofu pudding, steaming dumplings, beef pancakes, tea eggs, and some savory pickles. Lin Feng's appetite was peaking. After a night of heavy drinking, he was starving. He pulled out his phone, found a video to watch while eating, and dug in. He finished the meal and felt like a brand new man. Today, he wanted Lin Su to start teaching him about genetics. He couldn't let his grandfather's core data go to waste. He was going to research the Gene Serum himself and finish what his grandpa started. Since his brain was already upgraded, he could learn new stuff at light speed. He could breeze through the basics. If he could fix the flaws in that serum, his power level would go through the roof. But he was still debating if he should bring Lin Su into the loop. It was a huge secret, but she was a rare genius. With her brains, she'd be a massive help. While he was overthinking it, the doorbell started ringing like crazy. Lin Feng was triggered. He looked out the window and saw a woman with messy hair banging on his gate. He squinted for a second before realizing who it was. Yang Zihan, but she looked like a completely different person. She had lost a ton of weight, her face was covered in dirt, and her hair was a total disaster. That spark in her eyes totally gone. She looked nothing like the pretty girl she used to be. She looked absolutely terrified. She was slamming her fists against the door desperately. Lin Feng noticed some guys lingering nearby, keeping an eye on her, but they didn't dare get close to the villa. They looked familiar, probably members of that gang he humbled yesterday. Looks like they were hunting her. Yang Zihan is outside. What's the move? Lin Su saw the monitor and asked him, you want to let her in? Lin Feng wanted to see if Lin Su was going to be a soft-hearted Saint Mother type, because if she was that naive, he'd kick her out too. Being a Saint Mother in the apocalypse is a death sentence. You'll get eaten alive. Lin Su shook her head. Yang Zihan is snaky and never satisfied. If we let her in, it'll be a nightmare to get rid of her. And once people see you helping her, everyone will show up looking for a handout. Lin Feng was low-key proud of her answer. He wasn't about that sympathy life. He knew exactly how trash people could be. Well, you get to be the bad guy, then. Lin Feng smirked and pushed her toward the gate. Letting her handle it while he listened in, Lin Su climbed up to the intercom hatch and popped it open. Outside, Yang Zihan saw the hatch open. She was about to celebrate, but then she saw the face, staring back at her. How is it you? She couldn't believe her eyes. How is Lin Su in Lin Feng's crib? Did he actually let her in? Why her, what does she have that I don't? No way Lin Feng has eyes for her. Lin Su, why are you here? Yang Zihan is glaring at her with pure salt, especially when she sees Lin Su looking fire, glowing skin, fresh hair, and even wearing some light makeup. She doesn't look like she's in a zombie world at all. She looks better than before. Seeing her living her best life makes Zihan feel sick. Lin Su hits her with a cold stare. Why I'm here is none of your business, and I don't owe you an explanation. Also, Lin Feng doesn't stop wasting your time and beat it. Don't loiter at our door. You're capping. Yang Zihan is absolutely fuming. What do you mean our house? You're just blocking me from seeing him. Our house. You really think you're the lady of the house? You're just a gold digger clinging to Lin Feng for protection, aren't you? Stop acting so high and mighty. Lin Su gets tilted by the insults, and her face goes ice cold. Lin Feng heard everything from inside, and he's had enough. He shouts through the door, Yang Zihan, Susu is my wife. Say one more word and I'll end you. Hearing his voice, Zihan immediately flips her script and puts on her fake innocent act. She puts on a weak, shaky voice. Lin Feng, please help me. For the sake of our history, just help me this once. Lin Feng is pure disgusted by her pick-me energy. Our house is too small, and it's awkward for a girl like you to come in. I don't want my wife getting upset. Try another house. Lin Su rolls her eyes so hard. Wow, making me the villain while you act like a saint. Really. Facing Lin Su's eye roll, Lin Feng just gives her a cheeky wink. Hearing this, Zihan glares at Lin Su like she wants her dead. It was you all along. She's molting. First, Lin Su steals her man, and now she's blocking her survival. She thinks if Lin Su wasn't there, she'd be the one living in luxury and enjoying all the loot. Lin Feng. Don't trust a word she says. She's a liar who's just using your gear. Only I truly love you. Chapter 53. The big star arrives. Zihan is really trying to gaslight him and ruin their relationship. Lin Su just scoffs at her. Zihan, save your breath. It's embarrassing. We're not letting you in. Period. If you want to stay out there, be my guest. Then she slams the door shut. Zihan's face is bright red, and she's looking absolutely desperate. She starts kicking and punching the door like a psycho, screaming every insult in the book. But she gets zero response. Gasping for air, she glares at the villa with pure malice. Lin Su, Lin Feng, you two are cooked. I'm never letting this go. She storms off and heads straight for the Green Dragon goons nearby. The two goons watching her are shook. They keep checking behind her. Terrified Lin Feng might pop out and one-tap them. The trauma from yesterday is still fresh. They were supposed to kidnap her on the boss's orders, but she slipped away when they weren't looking. They watched her run to the villa but didn't dare go near Lin Feng's territory to grab her. They could only camp and watch the situation. Suddenly, the girl just walks right up to them. They have no clue what's going on. Take me to your boss. Zihan says, totally stone-faced, the goons didn't dare mess with her since the boss specifically wanted her. They take her straight to their base. Soon, Zihan is inside the Green Dragon Villa. Niu Xuan, the big boss, sees her walk in, and his face lights up with pure greed. He ditches his work immediately and walks over, looking at her like she's a snack. He knew who she was. Before the world ended, she was a top-tier influencer with 10 million followers, every guy's dream girl. If Lin Ki hadn't mentioned she lived here, he would have missed out. She's not as fire as Lin Feng's girl, but she'll do. Look who it is. The big star Niu Xuan laughs. You got food. Big bro. Looking at this ugly, scary dude. Zihan is internally gagging, but for a meal, she forces a cute smile. One big bro and Niu Xuan is folded. That puppy dog look has him ready to give her anything. Yeah, big bro's got you. Niu Xuan grabs a pack of bread from the stash, thinks for a second, and grabs a second one. He flexes the bread in front of her. Zihan's eyes light up. She hasn't seen bread in ages. She's been surviving on hidden crackers this whole time. She's so cold that she didn't even give a crumb to her own mother while she starved to death. Pure trash behavior. She reaches for the bread, but he pulls his hand back with a smirk. He looks at her and grins. Hold up. Superstar. This bread ain't free. I want some private time. Let's go upstairs and talk business. Zihan knows the drill. She grabs his arm and says, I'd love some private time with you. Big bro, Niu Xuan is hyped. He grabs her chin and drags her upstairs for some business. Their talk lasted a whole 10 minutes. After some close-range action, these two definitely got to know each other on a deeper level. Niu Xuan is chilling in bed with his arm around young Zihan. But bro is looking a bit drained. His stamina has been pretty tragic lately. On the other hand, Yang Zihan isn't exactly impressed with his performance, but she's playing. Bobbit, how much food do we actually have left? Young Zihan clings to his arm, acting all sweet and innocent. Niu Xuan just sighs. Honestly, the pantry is looking real thin. Her question immediately kills the mood and all that post-nut confidence gone, replaced by the crushing weight of their situation. All he can do is sit there and stress. As soon as Zihan hears the food is low, she loses it internally. She's fuming. I'm out here doing all this work just to get a meal, and now you're telling me we're out. Absolute trash. She's screaming inside, but her voice stays smooth and seductive. So, are we going to end up starving? Then don't worry. I'm working on a plan to score some more. Niu Xuan talks a big game while his hand starts wandering under her clothes again, making her blush. Oh, stop! Zihan lets out a shy little cry, pushing through her disgust to keep the convo going. Wait, doesn't Lin Feng have a literal mountain of food in his place? Why don't we just go borrow some from him? Niu Xuan's face drops at the mention of Lin Feng. He's got straight up trauma in his eyes. Trust me, we tried. We lost over 10 of our brothers just trying to touch that guy. He gives her the full rundown on every single L they took, trying to raid Lin Feng's base. Zihan frowns. As she listens, she didn't realize Lin Feng's villa was built that different. From the original owners to Niu Xuan's crew. So many people have tried to break in since the big freeze started. And yet, nobody has even made a dent. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off. She's cooking something. She looks at Niu Xuan with a huge spark in her eyes. Bob, what kind of plan? Niu Xuan is desperate. He's out of ideas, and every strat he's used so far has been a total fail. Zihan leans in and whispers the scheme directly into his ear. As she talks, Niu Xuan's eyes start glowing. His facial expressions are doing backflips. That is fire. Seriously, that might actually work. How did I not think of that? He gets so hyped. He gives her a massive kiss on the cheek. You're literally my lucky star. Babe, if this works, you're the absolute GOAT. Once we move into Lin Feng's villa, we won't have to deal with the cold or this trash food ever again. I'm gonna treat you to a massive feast. Her plan has him feeling like a new man. All the stress is gone, and he's suddenly got his energy back. He looks at the girl next to him and is suddenly ready for round 2. He flips her over and gets back to work. Chapter 54, giving the Azure Dragon Gang a little warmth. After Lin Feng finishes his daily grind, he spends an hour having a very intimate discussion with Lin Su until they both reach a mutual agreement. They're lying there, totally transparent with each other, when the peaceful vibe is shattered by Wang calling, Feng, the Azure Dragon bums are creeping toward your place again. Stay sharp. Lin Feng hangs up the phone, feeling heated. It's the middle of the night. Man, can a guy get some sleep? He walks over to the window and sure enough, he sees people moving across. But judging by the size, whatever is in those bags isn't very heavy. Aside from the bags, some of them are even carrying chairs and sofas. Lin Feng watches them work and almost wants to give them a round of applause. The dedication to the grind is real. As they enter the yard, the alarm starts blaring right on cue. Lin Feng casually kills the alarm. Lin Su wakes up all groggy, looking at him by the window. What's going on out there? Nothing major, just those same losers. Again, go back to sleep. I'm gonna go check it out from the second floor. Lin Su is too tired to argue. She's out like a light. That 1-hour session really took it out of her. Lin Feng gets to the second floor and watches the gang pile up the furniture against his walls. Then they start dumping piles of clothes out of the bags and onto the furniture. These guys are trying so hard to be quiet. Once everything is set, Niu Xuan steps out from the crowd, pulls out a lighter, and torches the whole. Lin Feng watches the flames go up, looking a bit surprised, but mostly just amused by their big brain move. In the glow of the fire, everyone is smiling. Not sure if it's because of the warmth or because they actually think they're doing something. As the fire gets bigger, New Xuan starts feeling himself. He's convinced he's won. This fire is going to cook you, even if it doesn't burn the house down. The smoke is going to be so thick, you won't be able to breathe. Let's see. You try to hide in your little shell now. Lin Feng just scoffs. He's not worried at all. His villa is made of special tech. A fire like this won't do anything, but leave some soot on the walls. As for the smoke bro, he planned for this before he even built the place. His ventilation system is cracked. Not a single bit of toxic air is getting inside. But seeing the whole gang huddled together for warmth gives Lin Feng a brilliant idea for a certain weapon. Hand grenades. He's got 30 of them he took from the Hitman HQ, and after the system duplicated them, he's sitting on 3,000. He hasn't used a single one yet. Time for a little field test. Let's give these Azure Dragon bums some extra warmth on this freezing night. Lin Feng pulls out 2 grenades from his inventory, 1 for each hand. He pulls the pins with his teeth and yeets them straight at the crowd. The moment they leave his hands, the safety pops off. Below him, the gang members are just vibing and enjoying the heat. Suddenly, one of them notices something weird falling from the sky. Bro got clocked right in the dome, and he was absolutely fuming. He held his head, screaming. Who threw that brick? Do you guys have zero chill or what? This is a public space. You boom boom. Before he could even finish his sentence, 2 massive explosions rocked the place. The whole yard lit up with fire and the blast echoed through all of Jizi Bay. Everyone in the neighborhood was shook awake, sticking their heads out their windows to see what went down. The vibes were all over the place. Some people were terrified. Some were curious, and others were just enjoying the show. As the smoke cleared, you could see the absolute carnage right where those Green Dragon Gang trash were huddled up. There were now 2 massive craters. It was a total bloodbath. Limbs were scattered everywhere, and the ground was painted bright red. Just straight up ground meat all over the yard, totally savage. There were survivors crawling around with missing legs and arms. Some even had their eyes blown out, just lying there wailing in pain. The yard turned into a literal hellscape. Those 2 grenades deleted nearly 20 lives instantly. Since those idiots were all bunched up, they got absolutely cooked, not far away. New Xuan was watching the whole thing, shook to his core. His legs were straight up jelly from the fear. He only survived because he was feeling a bit too hot from the fire and stepped away to catch a breeze. That one move literally saved his life. At this point, he totally lost any desire to raid Lin Feng. All he wanted to do was dip. Who knew when another grenade might come flying? And just like that, boom, another grenade went off nearby. 5 more guys hit the dirt instantly, with 2 of them screaming their lungs out. Even his top guy, Scarface, got hit. A severed hand literally flew right in front of him. Retreat, get out of here. New Xuan bolted like a track star. This place was a straight up nightmare. A total death trap. He swore he'd never mess with Lin Feng again. As for his wounded goons, he left them for dead. Screw this. I gotta save my own skin. Even if I tried to help, those guys are basically dead anyway. He kept telling himself that to feel better, while the remaining dozen guys scrambled after him like cowards. But Lin Feng, he wasn't about to let them walk away that easy. He pulled his favorite AK out of his storage space. Time for a little hunting game. Since the apocalypse started, he hadn't really used his guns. Time to knock off the rust. He aimed straight for the heart of the guy trailing at the back and pulled the trigger. Thwip. The rifle let out a muffled sound and the target dropped like a sack of potatoes. He moved to the next one. 1 shot. 1 kill. No miss. Every single shot was money. In just a few seconds, he racked up 8 kills. Not a bad score at all. Lin Feng was feeling good. His aim was getting cracked. Ever since he took that Gene Serum, his focus has been on another level. His precision was getting insane. He closed the window and put the weapon back in his space, while the guys in the yard were still screaming their lungs out, without any help. These guys were either going to bleed out or freeze to death. But Lin Feng, he wasn't feeling merciful at all. These trashes were so evil they deserved every bit of it. But honestly, seeing all those bodies and limbs in his yard was a total vibe killer. It was seriously ruining his mood and his appetite. He needed to find a way to clear out the trash. Chapter 55. Gene research. After losing over 20 men, Niu Xuan finally learned his lesson and stayed quiet. For 10 whole days. Lin Feng finally had some peace and quiet. During this time, he was grinding, studying everything about genetics. He was learning so fast that even Lin Su called him a straight-up genius. Even the hardest concepts clicked for him the first time he heard them. He wasn't just memorizing stuff, he was actually mastering it. There was literally nothing he couldn't grasp. In just 10 days, he finished an entire curriculum that normally takes people years to learn. He was flexing that 20% brain capacity for real. Once he had the basics down, if he started working on the actual Gene Serum research. After thinking it over, he decided to let Lin Su help out with the serum project. After spending so much time together, he started to trust her more. But he still kept the core data locked down. This stuff was way too important to leak 2 days into the research. He realized he was missing 2 key pieces of machinery and some gene samples in his lab. These were massive industrial machines that his grandpa didn't have in his home lab. That equipment was only at the main company lab. This was a huge headache because, well, it's the end of the world out there. He had no idea what the outside world looked like now. His whole vibe was to stay low and stay safe. He didn't want any smoke, but if he didn't hit up the company, his research was going to hit a dead end. After weighing his options, he decided he had to make the trip. That Gene Serum was the key to his future power, so he had to take the risk, but before leaving the villa, he had to take care of any loose ends. He looked out at the bodies in the yard, and a plan started forming. Lately, people had been creeping around to move the bodies, some from the Green Dragon Gang and some local residents. Today was no different. Lin Feng spotted 2 guys sneaking toward the villa, cautiously peeking inside. They were local residents, 2 brothers who used to run a construction business before the world went to crap. Lin Feng opened the window on the 3rd floor. The second they saw him, the 2 brothers freaked out and started running for their lives. To them, Lin Feng was like a literal god of death who killed without blinking. "Stop right there," Lin Feng shouted. But hearing him just made them run faster, terrified he was about to end them for no reason. "If you take another step, I'm opening fire," Lin Feng pops a shot into the sky. The brothers freeze. No way they're moving. They know Lin Feng's aim is cracked. He yells, "You 2, get over here. I've got a job for you." They turn around, shaking like leaves, walking into the villa, looking like they just saw their own funeral. The older brother stammers out, "Lin Feng, please, we just wanted to move the body back. We weren't doing anything else. Don't kill us." Lin Feng is just rolling his eyes. He's not some mindless psycho. Who said anything about killing? He asks, "I've got a deal for you. A good one." He pulls 2 steaming hot buns out of his space inventory and tosses them at their feet. "Merry Christmas." Boys, the brothers stare at the white buns. Steam still rising off them. They can't even help themselves. One of them just starts stuffing his face immediately. That first bite of warm food, pure heaven. They were so starved that the buns were gone in like 3 seconds flat. They finish and just stand there, savoring the taste. They ate so fast they barely even realized they were done. The older one, Zhang Ning, literally drops to his knees and starts bowing. Thank you, you're a saint, a literal god. My life belongs to you now. The younger brother sees his bro kneeling and joins in, hitting the floor just as hard. You're our savior. We'll follow you to the death. Lin Feng just watches them from above. Completely stone-faced, follow him. Bro is dreaming. Lin Feng thinks to himself, I don't need useless trash eating my food. But out loud, he says, you want to eat like this every day. Their eyes light up. Yes, more than anything, they're nodding like crazy. Go find everyone left in the neighborhood. Tell them I'm giving out free food. Right away. Master Zhang Ning is already glazing him. He grabs his brother, Zhang An, and they bolt. Lin Su is standing there like, wait, why are we feeding these people? Lin Feng just gives a mysterious smirk. Just watch. You'll see, before long, people start crawling out of the shadows toward the villa. 1 hour later, the whole squad is gathered. Lin Feng spots some familiar faces in the crowd, Yang Zihan and Lin Kier, but Lin Yutang is nowhere to be seen, probably dead or too scared to show. Zhang Ning pushes through the crowd, looking like a Lin Feng nods and does a quick head count. There aren't even 30 people left in the whole place. Only 26 survivors. This place used to have over 300 people. That's a 90% death rate. Absolutely brutal. Every single one of them looks like a zombie gaunt, skeletal, and completely broken. Lin Feng clears his throat and looks down at the refugees. Listen up, neighbors, it breaks my heart to see you all starving like. So, I've decided to share my limited supplies. Everyone gets one bun. Get in line now. He tells Zhang Ning to organize the queue. The crowd's eyes go from dead to hyped in a split second. They can't believe Lin Feng is actually being this generous. Zhang Ning and his brother get the 24 others into a neat line. Once they're all settled, Lin Feng pulls out a bag with 26 buns and drops it from the 3rd floor. Zhang Ning, Zhang An, start handing them out. Chapter 56. The death of Lu Xuan. The buns vanish instantly. Oh my god. This is so sweet. I ate mine in 2 bites. I didn't even taste it. Best thing I've ever eaten, man. Now, I'm even hungrier. The crowd starts buzzing. Everyone finally showing a real smile. Sometimes, happiness is just a warm bun. But not everyone is vibing. Yang Zihan and Lin Kier look like they're sucking on lemons. Yang Zihan's face is twisted with pure hate as she glares at Lin Feng and Lin Su. She sees Lin Su looking flawless in her nice clothes, while she looks like a straight-up beggar. She's convinced Lin Su stole her life. Lin Kier's eyes are shifting. She's feeling some type of way. Her brothers are dead because of Lin Feng, and her dad is basically on his deathbed. Lin Feng is the reason her life is ruined. But does she refuse the bun? Nope. She's not that brave. She eats every crumb. All her schemes failed against Lin Feng, and her confidence is completely cooked. Lin Feng looks at the crowd and asks, so, were they good? Incredible. So, good, Lin Feng. Your buns are the best I could eat. 10 of these, everyone is shouting out praises, trying to get on his good side. Lin Feng doesn't care about the glaze. He drops the real news. If anyone kills a member of the Blue Dragon gang, I'll give you 5 buns. The crowd's eyes go wide. Pure greed and excitement. They're already doing the math in their heads on how to take someone out. 5 buns. That's 10 days of survival if they're careful. Some people are still shaking, though. The Blue Dragon gang is full of psychos who just killed a bunch of owners recently. Lin Feng sees the hesitation. Most people are still too scared to move. Time to up the stakes. He raises his voice. Make it 10 buns and 2 ramens for every head. And if someone takes out Lu Xuan, the reward doubles. Lin Feng decides to throw in a massive bonus and pulls out a steaming hot roasted chicken. The thing is huge, juicy, and has that perfect golden. It looks so good that the neighbors' eyes practically pop out of their heads. Everyone is staring at that chicken, drooling like crazy, wishing they could just jump him and take a bite right now. Lin Feng flexes the chicken for a few seconds just to tease them, then hides it away again. The crowd is left hanging, their eyes filled with, all right, that is all I have to say. Whoever hits those targets, come to me to claim your loot. I will be right here waiting for the good news. Good luck, everyone. After saying that, Lin Feng slams the window shut, totally ignoring them. Lin Su looks at him with nothing but pure respect. So you are using these neighbors to wipe out the Azure Dragon Gang. You are literally making them fight your battles while they take each other out. Lin Feng looks at her like she is finally catching on. He gives her a playful slap on her booty and says, "Smart girl." Down below, the neighbors start whispering in small groups, and the people who were just at each other's throats are now, since they have a common goal now, they are calling a truce. Even Yang Zihan and Lin Care are huddled together, whispering some secret plan. Once the two girls agree on something, they take off together. It does not take long for news of Lin Feng's bounty on the Azure Dragon Gang to reach New Xuan. Even though the gang stayed away, they had a rat planted in the crowd. Anything that happens in the neighborhood gets reported back to him instantly. New Xuan does not even care about the hit on his head. He still has 8 or 9 killers under him. And even though they are outnumbered by the neighbors, every single one of them is a straight-up savage. He has already beaten those neighbors into submission, so he does not think they have the guts to challenge his authority. He figures they would have to be suicidal to try anything, but he totally forgot one thing: how much power food has over people who are starving. In this apocalypse, people will kill for a single slice of bread, let alone the insane rewards Lin Feng is offering. Night falls fast, and even though New Xuan, he is actually feeling a bit shaky. He makes his thugs take turns guarding his door, and even though the guys are annoyed, they do not dare to complain. They keep their mouths shut because New Xuan has a gun. And one wrong word could get them a bullet to the brain. Inside, he is enjoying being served by Yang Zihan and Lin Care, which is the only time he actually feels like a king. Big brother, why don't we all play together tonight? Yang Zihan looks at Niu Xuan with a shy, blushing face, is looking like she is totally ready to give him whatever he wants. Niu Xuan's heart starts racing when he hears that he had been wanting a... Niu Xuan looks her up and down, thinking she is just another toy. Fine, I have been waiting for this. He stares at her with pure greed in his eyes. Yang Zihan and Lin Care share a look and start acting all sweet, clinging to Niu Xuan. Before long, the room gets real noisy. The two goons standing guard outside are suffering. They look at each other with pure jealousy, wishing they were the boss right now. But hey, he is the boss, and they are just the help. They will just have to handle their own business later. 2 hours pass by. Young Zihan and Lin Care look down at Niu Xuan, who is passed out on the bed like a pig. Their eyes are filled with to get on Niu Xuan's good side. These two really put in work. The second he passes out, young Zihan's eyes go ice cold. She whispers Big Bro to see if he's out. Lin Care gets right in his ear and asks if he's finally asleep. She gives him a hard shove to make sure. Once they're certain he's dead to the world, they start raiding the bed. They find his piece under the pillow. Yang Zihan looks at him with pure hatred. This trash has been treating her like garbage for way too long. Just thinking about it makes her skin crawl. Finally, she's about to get that sweet revenge and take her life back. She aims straight for his chest. Bump, bump, bump. 3 shots. Niu Xuan didn't even have time to realize he was cooked. Bro just got sent to the lobby. Chapter 57. Taking over the Ziziwan owners, the 2 goons outside hear the noise. They're like, "Boss, you good?" Silence. They call out again. Still nothing. They realize things just went south and try to bust the door down, but it swings open. Lin Care comes out looking terrified, crying that Yang Zihan shot the boss and then took herself out too. The 2 idiots fall for it and rush inside. It's pitch black because the power's out. They're relying on nothing but moonlight. They walk straight in, completely missing Yang Zihan hiding behind the door. No hesitation. Yang Zihan aims and lets it rip right into their backs. 2 more goons just joined the lobby. Taking out 3 guys in minutes, she's not even shaking. She's actually feeling that bloodlust. Good thing her dad took her to the range back in the day. She's cracked with a gun. They move fast. Finishing the job and cleaning up the mess, they hide the evidence under the bed and get ready for the next play. Yang Zihan hides while Care goes fishing for the next victim. It doesn't take long for Lin Care to lead another unlucky soul to the room. This guy with the blonde hair is hyped. He asks, "Sister-in-law, is the boss really staying away tonight?" Care whispers, "Trust me, he's not coming back. Tonight, me and Zihan are going to make sure you have the time of your life." Bro is already losing it. He's looking at her like she's a snack. "I'm ready to move in right now." Messing with the boss's girl, he thinks he's him. He thinks he's hitting the jackpot. Especially with Yang Zihan. Little does he know, he's about to get the ultimate face slap. Care opens the door and this absolute trash can't wait to jump her. Bro is so thirsty he doesn't even notice the danger right behind him. Boom! A bullet tears right through his back. Yellow hair screams in pain and tries to look back, but he's too slow. Before he can even turn around, another shot rings out straight through the heart. Talk about he collapses like a sack of potatoes, totally lost and full of regret. The last thing this loser sees before kicking the bucket is Care standing over. She starts walking toward him. Knife in hand, Yang Zihan and Lin Care spent the whole night pulling off this lethal tag team routine. They wiped every single member of the Azure Dragon Society off the map. When it was finally over, they shared a cold smile while looking at a floor covered in heads. They weren't even grossed out in this world. These heads were basically meal tickets at the crack of dawn. They packed up their trophies like they were going shopping. They were headed straight to Lin Feng's place to trade for some grub. Meanwhile, Lin Feng gets woken up by his security alarm. He checks his window and sees the 2 girls dragging these massive suitcases through the snow. He pops the window open to see what's up. Bro, it's way too early for this. Lin Feng grumbles. Zihan stares up with ice in her eyes and asks, "Is your promise still good?" A night of... Lin Feng just yawns and stretches. "Of course. As long as you bring me those heads, I'm a man of my word." Without saying another word, the girls drop to their knees and unzip those suitcases fast. Boom, 10 heads inside, including that trash, Niu Xuan. Lin Feng was actually low-key shocked. His eyes widened. "Wait, you girls actually did all this." They just nod. Lin Feng doesn't even need to hear more. He pulls 2 whole roasted chickens out of his inventory and tosses them down. They did such a good job, he decided to give them a little bonus flex. The girls literally sprint for that food. They're tearing into those chickens like beasts. Grease getting everywhere. Their mouths are stuffed and they've got total tunnel vision on those chickens. This is the first time they've tasted hot meat since the world went to hell. They inhaled those chickens in no time, not even the bones were left. They licked their lips and shared a look. Mission accomplished. That hit the spot. Lin Feng then tosses 2 massive bags filled with buns and ramen down from the 3rd floor. They grab the loot and dip without a word. Lin Feng is feeling great. He just traded some basic snacks to wipe out a whole gang. Massive W. Now he can finally leave the house in peace. But before that, he needs to put the rest of the neighborhood on a leash so they don't cause trouble. Pretty soon, Jiang Ning and Jiang An, these two start bowing and scraping like crazy. Lin Feng's feeling it. At least these two know who's the boss. He pulls 2 cups of instant ramen out of his storage and tosses them down. Enjoy? Boys, thank you. Master, thank you. They're literally banging their heads on the ground in thanks. In this apocalypse, instant ramen is straight up legendary tier loot. Pickled cabbage flavor, bro. They're in heaven. Lin Feng tells them, go tell everyone else they work for me now. If they follow orders, they eat 1 bun a day for workers. No work. No food. Simple. Come get your rations in the afternoon. Then he drops a walkie-talkie down to them. Phones are dead weight now. So these walkie-talkies are the ultimate meta for communication. Good thing he's got stacks of them in his storage. He grabbed a ton of these during his shopping spree. And now they're coming in clutch. Use this to reach me. Channel 5 is for the boss. They take the radio and hurry off. Soon enough, the whole neighborhood is gathered up again. But there are 2 fewer people today. Jiang Ning says they couldn't handle the fever and died. Lin Feng didn't even blink. He passes out the daily buns first. Once everyone has food in their mouths, Lin Feng finally speaks up. From now on, if you work, you eat. If you slack, you starve. I'll even give bonuses to the MVPs. And listen up, Jiang An and Jiang Ning are in charge. If I want something done, it's coming from them. He looks at their faces. Everyone is actually smiling. Finally, the nightmare of starving is over. Even if it's just 1 bun, it's enough to stay alive. Jiang Ning leads the charge, dropping to his knees and shouting, "Thank you." Master, the whole crowd starts bowing and yelling, "Thanks." Chapter 58, Meeting Brother Kun. It's been nearly a month since the world ended. With the neighborhood handled, Lin Feng decides to head to the Tianhu Medical Company for some high-tier loot. He gears up in pro-level winter clothes, snow boots. He even puts on an upgraded bulletproof vest he looted from some assassins. It's super lightweight, but the defense is absolutely cracked. He loads his sniper rifle and stacks his mags with plenty of ammo. Now he's ready to roll. Stay safe out there. Lin Su says, looking worried as she fixes his collar. He just smiles and tells her, "Don't worry. Just wait for me to get back." He gives her a quick kiss and heads for the door. The moment he opens it, the freezing wind hits him like a truck. He squints against the cold. After nearly a month, Lin Feng is finally stepping outside. He pulls a beast of a snowmobile out of his storage. This thing cost him 500,000 bucks. After his upgrades, it can hit 300 kilometers per hour, and the stability is insane. The suspension is top tier. It's the ultimate ride for the end of the world. Since Lin Feng is a total gearhead, this bike is exactly his vibe. He loved it so much he bought 10 of them at once. In this wasteland, these things get wrecked fast. So he's always got a spare ready to go. After those upgrades, this beast is practically indestructible. Lin Feng hops on, snaps his helmet into place. and fires up the engine. That massive roar echoes through the entire ZZ Bay. Everyone stops and stares, but nobody dares to make a move. They know better than to mess with him now. Just one look at that rifle on his back, and they know it's over. But in the shadows, a pair of cold eyes watches him leave with a creepy smile. He hits the road, or what used to be a road. A whole month of blizzard has buried everything under 5 meters of snow. It's a total white. The shops on the side are completely swallowed up. You can only tell what they used to be by the tops of their signs sticking out. Lin Feng locks in on the coordinates for his old company and guns it. He's flying through the freezing wind like a total madman. The streets are dead silent. And honestly, he's loving it. After being cooped up for so long, this fresh air feels like a cheat code. This freedom is straight fire. Halfway through the trip, he spots a massive red building popping out from the snow. It's a Longguo petrochemical station. Lin Feng's eyes light up. A gas station jackpot. He's actually running a bit low on resources. Even though he hoarded gas before the world ended, he didn't have nearly enough. He only had enough for 10 years, which was making him low-key anxious. Plus, this snowmobile is a total gas guzzler. His current stash just wasn't cutting it anymore. This station is exactly what he needs. He pulls the bike in, ready to loot. But the whole place is buried deep. To get to those underground tanks, he's gonna have to break through layers of solid ice. It's a massive headache. The frozen snow is thick as hell. And he has no clue where the actual tank entrance is. Clearing the whole lot would take forever. Lin Feng pulls an ice pick out of his space storage and starts hacking away. Thanks to his insane physical stats, he clears a 2-meter radius in just 1 hour. Talk about being cracked, but he's still not feeling it. At this rate, he'll be here all day just to get a few gallons. He decides to bail for now and marks the spot for later. The priority is getting that gear from his office first. He packs up and gets back on the bike. But then he pauses. Ever since he rolled up to this station, he's had a bad feeling. It feels like something is watching him. He scans the area, but it's just endless white, nothing. He laughs it off and zooms away. But the second he's gone, a massive creature crawls out from a snowbank. Those icy eyes watch him disappear before it vanishes back into the snow. Meanwhile, Lin Feng is full-on sprinting toward the city center. 20 minutes later, he hits the heart of Shangjing City. This place used to be the peak of luxury and hype before the world ended. It was all neon lights and crowds. Now it's a ghost town, buried in ice. The contrast is insane. Even Lin Feng feels a bit hit by how brutal the apocalypse really is. He slows down to find his building. Everything looks different under the snow. So he has to navigate by memory. After a few minutes, he finally spots the company HQ, but hold up. There are actual people outside, and they spot him the exact same time he sees them. Lin Feng checks them out. They're all wearing the same gear, and they look absolutely jacked. These guys are clearly pros, and they're all packing heat. Lin Feng stays frosty. His hands sliding toward his own pistol. He rolls up slowly, ready to go God mode if things get ugly. The group across from him tenses up, eyes locked on him. A guy with a thick beard looks at their leader and whispers, "Boss Kun, someone's coming. Should we take him out?" He makes a throat-slitting motion, but the leader, Kun, looks annoyed. "I told you. Use my official title when we're on the clock." Kun's voice is weirdly high-pitched, and with that pretty face, You can't even tell if they're a guy or a girl. Let's see what he wants first. Don't start drama for no reason. The henchman nods, looking totally spooked by Kun's temper. Lin Feng stops a few meters away, pulls his keys, and walks toward them. He's not looking for friends, but they're standing right where he needs to go. Hold it right there. What do you think you're doing? The bearded guy barks, acting all tough. Lin Feng narrows his eyes. He's not in the mood for the attitude. None of your business. Now get lost. The bearded guy's face goes cold. Kid, I'll give you one chance to fix that tone. Or you're staying here permanently. Apologize right now. Leave the snowmobile, and maybe I'll let you crawl away. Lin Feng just gives a tiny smirk. Whoa, this guy really wants to die today. It's time for Chapter 59, The Battle Against Kun Ge. Lin Feng is fully confident, even with guns involved. He's not sweating it. His stats are 60 times higher than a normal human's. He's so fast, he could probably wipe them all out before they even draw their weapons. It's not even a fair fight. You want my ride, come and take it then. Lin Feng tosses his helmet aside, revealing his sharp, cold features. When Kun sees Lin Feng's face, his whole vibe changes, his eyes soften, and a weird smile creeps across his lips. The henchmen see that look on their boss's face and instantly know what's up. This is about to get complicated. Everyone got goosebumps. Their boss is a total creep, and that face he's making means he's thirsty for a fight. Brother Kun is looking at our boy Lin Feng with some seriously sus vibes. Beardy, I want him alive, Kun shouts, his eyes locked onto Lin Feng like he's a snack. Lin Feng is literally turning red, but from pure disgust. Watching this weirdo freak try to flirt with him he's frowning hard at that freak, feeling completely grossed out. Beardy gets the order and walks up to Lin Feng with a smug grin. Lucky you. Kid, boss took a liking to you, so you don't have to die just yet. If you serve him well, maybe he'll be nice enough to let you keep your life. Beardy is about to keep yapping, but Lin Feng is already moving. He's fast, like impossibly fast. Bro tries to block in a panic, but it's too late. One slap and he's sent flying 5 meters, sliding another 15 across the pavement. His face is swollen like a pig. He's just lying there, spitting out blood and teeth. That slap was heavy. It shattered his jaw instantly. If his stats weren't so high, he'd be dead right now. Even then, he's cooked. His head is spinning like 10,000 bees are buzzing in his ears. Lin Feng shakes his hand like he just touched trash. The other guys are fuming, but Boss Cooney's actually looking hyped. He licks his lips and gives a creepy smile. Interesting, you 5 go together. Get him alive. These 5 were already itching to jump in. After Kun gives the word, they surround Lin Feng with zero chill. Kun said alive, but he didn't say we can't beat him up. One guy growls, after the boss is done with him, I'm gonna break every single bone in his body. Kid, blame your bad luck. They're all laughing like they've already won. These guys are trained warriors, way stronger than your average thug. 5 against 1. They think taking down this pretty boy is going to be light work. They figure he just got a lucky sneak attack earlier. They all lunge at once from every side. Lin Feng doesn't even flinch. He goes God mode and throws a full power punch. It's so fast, the human eye can't even track it. The guy didn't stand a chance. Reaction time 0. He gets his head absolutely rocked. 1 down. Their little trap is officially broken. Lin Feng isn't done. He pivots and lands a sidekick that sends another guy flying through a skyscraper window. The glass shatters everywhere as he slams into a pillar inside. Kun is watching from the side, looking actually surprised. He didn't expect this skinny kid to be so OP. This guy is really putting in work. What a beast, Kun thinks. But he's still chill, thinking he's got the win in the bag. The last three see their buddies get deleted and start panicking. They're ready to dip. They're just here for a paycheck, not to die. But Lin Feng doesn't give them a chance. 3 punches later, they're all sent home. Clap, clap, clap. Kun is actually applauding, looking totally satisfied. You're so strong. I'm obsessed. Lin Feng's face drops. This is worse than eating a dead fly. Shut up. You creep. But Kun doesn't care about the insults. He just smiles. I love it when you're rough. Come on. Do your worst. Lin Feng is just confused at this point. Kun actually blushes and nods. You freak. Lin Feng is officially done. He pulls the katana out of thin air and lunges at Kun. Kun is stunned by the inventory skill. In that split second, Lin Feng is already on him with the blade. Kun barely dodges, but the blade shreds his clothes. He jumps back, feeling the cold air on his skin. His shirt is ruined, exposing his pale skin. He finally stops playing around. He's looking at Lin Feng with total focus. Now, are you a genetic warrior too? Lin Feng's kill mode is fully engaged. If this guy recognized him, he must be one too. No normal human could have dodged that swing, unless their body was enhanced. Guess he's not the only one who used the serum. Who are you people? Lin Feng's voice is cold. Kun just gives a flirty smile. If you agree to one condition, I'll tell you everything. Lin Feng doesn't say a word. He just lunges again, his blade leading the way. Kun pulls 2 daggers to block, but the moment they touch, the daggers snap like toothpicks. The sword keeps coming. Kun panics and dodges, but the blade sinks right into his shoulder. He backs off, groaning in pain. He quickly pulls a syringe from his waist filled with glowing green liquid. Without a second thought, he stabs it into his neck. Lin Feng watches, realizing this guy is a total psycho. Lin Feng grips his blade, eyes locked on Kun. It is time for chapter 60, and things are about to get weird. Mutation time. Kun's body starts swelling like he is being pumped full of air. He is massive now, easily over 2 meters tall. His clothes straight up explode off his body, showing off those beefy, mutated arms. And the only thing left, a tiny pink thong. No way. His skin turns a nasty shade of dark green, and his eyes glow red. Bro literally looks like a budget Hulk. Lin Feng is actually shocked. This guy really went full monster mode. He looks exactly like a movie character, but seeing that pink thong in the middle, man, Lin Feng's eyes are literally bleeding. Total brain damage. What a freak. Lin Feng motas. But Kun just growls. Change of plans. Kid, I am going to crush every single bone in your body. Kun grabs a dead body and chucks it at Lin Feng like it is nothing. He is fuming. Lin Feng backs up a bit, sizing up the beast. He is not taking any chances and keeps his distance. But Kun is not just going to stand there and look pretty. He lunges at Lin Feng with insane speed. This big guy is actually as fast as Lin Feng. Lin Feng swings his katana for a horizontal slash. The blade whistles through the air, but Kun just smirks. Bro really thought he was built different and tried to block the blade with his bare arm. He totally underestimated how cracked that katana is. Clean cut, the arm goes flying like it is made of butter. But here is the kicker. Kun doesn't even flinch. He can't feel a thing. With zero emotion, he swings his other hand straight for Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng can't dodge in time. He takes a direct hit and stumbles back 10 steps to shake off the force. But he's totally fine. Is that all? Even with a free hit, you're absolute trash. Lin Feng mocks him. Kun is losing it. He starts pounding the ground like a gorilla and charges again with his one remaining arm. Since he is missing an arm, his attack power is way down. Lin Feng is just vibing now, dodging everything with ease. Kun is swinging wild, but he can't even touch Lin Feng's clothes. He's getting more triggered by the second, his green face turning red with rage. Lin Feng sees the opening and swings. Snip. There goes the other arm. Cut clean off at the shoulder. No arms. Kun is basically cooked, but he still won't quit, trying to use his whole body to ram into Lin Feng like a human wrecking ball. But Lin Feng was already 10 steps ahead. He slips to the side the moment the arm falls and teleports right behind him. One clean swing to the neck, hand up, blade down. Kun's head goes flying. The headless body just keeps running forward until it slams into a wall. Pure comedy. Lin Feng stares at the body, frowning. Who even are these people? His head is spinning with questions. Looks like this world is way more dangerous than he thought. It's only day one, and he is already dealing with this. The outside world is terrifying. These guys he just deleted were definitely on some gene-altering drugs. They just happen to be outside the Tianhu Medical Building. Are they looking for something? If his hunch is right, they are definitely after the Gene Serum. That means Lin Feng is not safe. They'll find him sooner or later, so he needs to figure out who is pulling the strings. He walks over to the bodies to see if they dropped any loot or clues. He finds a logo on their clothes, MK. Is it MK Medical? Lin Feng remembers his grandpa talking about them. MK tried to force him into a partnership for the Gene Serum research, but grandpa told them to get lost. From the looks of it, MK is still salty and sent these goons to find the serum. He searches for a bit longer, but finds nothing else. He loots all their guns into his space, might as well. He even stuffs the snowmobile into his space. Then he heads for the main building. The entrance is buried under snow, so the ground is level with the third floor. Lin Feng punches a hole through the glass and steps inside. He knows this place like the back of his hand. No power means no elevators. So it's stairs only. He's got to hike up to the 88th floor. That is where the lab is, where all the secret projects happen, thanks to his OP stats. He reaches the 88th floor without even breaking a sweat. The lab door is locked tight, so he decides to go loud. The doors are bulletproof glass, and Lin Feng is too lazy to smash them. Why bother when you have grenades? He's got plenty to spare. He pulls the pin and chucks a grenade at the door. Boom! The door is literally deleted. Man, grenades are the GOAT. He definitely needs to get more of these. He enters the lab and starts a speed run of collecting all the equipment. He just vacuums everything into his space. It's huge anyway, so space is not an issue. After the gear, he hits the warehouse for the raw materials. It's all the high-end stuff used for gene research. Luckily, everything is sealed and ready to use. Once he's done looting, he's about to head out when he remembers something. Lin Yutang's office is just one floor up. Might as well check it out since he is already here. Who knows, maybe there is some hidden treasure. He heads to the 89th floor to find the biggest office in the building. He reaches the door and just kicks it open. Seeing how luxury the place is, Lin Feng curses that greedy snake, Lin Yutang, one more time. Lin Yutang's office was basically a museum. Besides a few heavy-duty safes, and there was nothing but old paintings and antiques. Lin Feng didn't give a damn about art. In the apocalypse, a painting isn't worth a slice of bread. He locked his eyes on the 3 safes in the corner, praying for a jackpot. He used pure brute force to rip the first one open. Just a bunch of boring contracts and files. Total trash. Next, he cracked the second safe and found a handgun with a few dozen rounds. Getting warmer, but still not it. Just some passports and random junk. 2 safes down and nothing. OP? Lin Feng was starting to get annoyed. He moved to the 3rd safe. Chapter 61, Lin Cares, Dirty Scheme. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Aaron Gate goes, "Please carry me." He muttered. He popped the 3rd safe. It was almost empty. Just one tiny box inside. He opened it up to see what was hidden. No way, Gene Serum. How did a loser like Lin Yutang get his hands on this? But wait, something looked off. This wasn't like his red serum from his grandpa. These 5 vials were a weird pale green color. Lin Feng figured it out. This serum was probably some bootleg version Lin Yutang's team tried to cook up. Without the core data, they only managed to make this half-baked trash. It was a total failure compared to the real deal. Lin Feng tried tossing it into his system space to see if it would trigger an upgrade. Boom! Hundredfold upgrade unlocked. 0 side effects. Effect 2 boosts human potential by 100 times. It actually worked. Lin Feng was hyped looking at the upgraded serum even after the buff. It was still mid since the base material was so low tier. It couldn't touch his personal serum, but it was still fire for his followers. He could give these to Wang or Lin Su. Man, Lin Yutang really was a fraud for making such weak stuff. Wait. Lin Feng suddenly realized something was wrong. He sprinted out of the building, jumped on his bike, and floored it back to the villa. Meanwhile, Lin Su was shaking, staring out the window with a ghost white face. A literal monster was outside, slamming against the front door. The hits were so heavy the whole house was thumping. Every bang made Lin Su's heart skip a beat. She watched the monitor, her legs turning to jelly. This was a nightmare. This thing was straight out of a horror movie. It was over 8 feet tall and looked absolutely cursed. Its body was covered in gross, fleshy lumps, and black slime was dripping from its mouth. Its eyes were blood red and bulging out. It was terrifying. Lin Su was desperately wishing Lin Feng was home. If he was here, he'd handle this freak in seconds. She realized she was totally dependent on him now. Outside. The monster was losing its mind because it couldn't break the door. It got even more aggressive, swinging its massive fists and trying to smash the first floor windows. The monster was roaring and scratching at the glass. Lin Su watched its twisted face through the window. She was too scared to even move or close the curtains. Suddenly, she spotted a figure in the villa across the street. It was Lin Care. That snake was behind this. Lin Care was watching her mutated father with 0 emotion. "Dad," she whispered, "you were gonna die anyway. So, just do one last thing for your daughter." She was completely cold-blooded. Ever since she found out about the serum, she'd been plotting this, but Lin Feng was always too careful to leave an opening. Finally, this morning, he left the villa alone. She knew this was her only shot. She was so excited she could barely breathe. She thought Lin Feng was a total idiot for going out alone during an apocalypse. He basically gave her a free win. She injected 3 vials of serum into Lin Yutang's dying body. Suddenly, he transformed, exploding with insane power. He punched through his own front door like it was paper, following her orders. The monster stumbled over to Lin Feng's place and started its rampage. Lin Care was grinning. Once that door broke, everything Lin Feng owned would be hers. But her smile didn't last long. The monster pounded on the door for an hour, but the door didn't even have a scratch. It was built different. The monster used up every last drop of energy. Its punches got weaker and weaker as its life force drained away. The light faded from its eyes until they were completely dull. Its massive body couldn't hold up anymore, and it collapsed into the snow. Lin Su let out a huge breath. Thank God that freak was dead. She was about to lose it. She noticed Lin Care had vanished from the window. Now she knew for sure who was responsible. She grabbed her phone to warn Lin Feng about the trap, right? Then she saw Lin Feng pulling up on his bike. Seeing him safe made her finally relax. She ran to open the door. Lin Feng killed the engine and saw the massive corpse lying in the... His heart sank for a second, but seeing his front door was still perfectly fine. He calmed down. He walked over to check the body and saw the gross, lumpy monster. It looked like a giant, disgusting toad. Looking at the face, he realized it was Lin Yutang. Lin Feng felt a bit robbed. He wanted to finish the guy himself, but the trash ended up dying like this. Such a waste of a good revenge kill. He walked inside. As the door opened, Lin Su was already there with his slippers. Waiting for him, she knelt down to help him change his shoes and took his coat and hat. I made some hot ginger tea for you, she said softly. On the other side, Lin Su said, let me get you a bowl. She turned and headed back to the kitchen while Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa, looking totally relaxed as he lit up a smoke. He couldn't help but think to himself, man, there's no place like home. It's warm. It's safe. And way better than the savage world outside. But he knew he had to keep leveling up because even stronger enemies would be coming for him soon. Lin Su came back and handed him a steaming bowl of ginger tea, telling him to drink it while it's hot. Lin Feng took the tea and sipped it slowly. As the hot liquid hit his stomach, he felt his whole body start to relax. Lin Su stood behind him, gently massaging his shoulders while she filled him in on everything that happened today. But when Lin Kier's name came up, Lin Feng's expression turned ice cold. A flash of pure violence crossed his eyes. That girl really doesn't know when to quit. He gave her a chance to live since you're literally begging for death. I'll give you exactly what you want. Lin Feng downed the rest of the tea in one go, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Wait for me here. I'm heading out. He stood up, ready to move. Wait, Lin Su called out, rushing over to catch him. She looked at him worriedly and said, you have to be careful. She might have a gun. Lin Feng reached out and touched her smooth cheek with a smirk. Don't worry. I'll be back before you know it. He turned and walked out of the villa, heading straight for Lin Yutang's place. It was finally time to settle this debt once and for all. Chapter 62. The end of Lin Kier. Lin Feng arrived at villa number 80 in no time. The door was wide open, like she was literally waiting for him. He walked right in and saw Lin Kier sitting on the sofa. She looked completely drained, showing zero emotion. So, you finally came to kill me. Lin Kier gave a faint, empty smile Lin Feng just sat down on the sofa across from her and lit a cigarette. I gave you chances. He said, but you just kept throwing them away. Lin Kier let out a self-deprecating laugh, her face looking absolute. I lost, and yeah, I brought this on myself. But don't think you're getting out of this alive. Suddenly, she whipped out a handgun from behind her back and aimed it straight at his head with a twisted, "Smookling, I'm taking you to the grave with my family, Lin Feng. Just die." But Lin Feng didn't even flinch. He just sat there, calm as ever. Like she wasn't even a threat. Lin Kier hated that he wasn't shaking in his boots. She screamed in a rage. What's wrong? Aren't you scared you're about to die? Ha ha ha. What are you too terrified to move, you piece of trash? Weren't you acting all high and mighty before? Where's that energy? Now Lin Feng took a long drag of his smoke and looked at her with pure disdain. Lin Kier's eyes went bloodshot instantly as she flew into a total blind rage. This wasn't how she wanted this to go. She wanted to see him on his knees, crying and begging for his life, so she could shoot him while he whimpered, "You bastard, go to hell." She pulled the trigger. Boom! The gunshot echoed through the room. She could already see the bullet hitting him in her mind, a scene she'd replayed 1,000 times. But the reality was a total fail. The bullet just thudded into the sofa cushion. Lin Feng was gone. Before she could even blink, he was standing right next to her. Lin Kier freaked out and tried to aim for a second shot, but she was way too slow. Lin Feng's speed was absolutely cracked. It was a total blur. And before she knew it, are you even human? Lin Kier's face went pale with terror. All the strength left her body, and she collapsed onto the floor like a total mess. Lin Feng toyed with the gun, looking down at her like she was nothing. I'm just the guy sending you to the afterlife. Lin Kier's heart skipped a beat. The reality of her death finally set in, and all that fake confidence vanished. She started shaking uncontrollably, her face looking like a ghost. Brother Feng, please, let me go, I'll do anything. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he scanned her up and down. Anything Lin Kier actually thought she had a chance to riz her way out of this. She nodded frantically. Yes, anything. I'll be your slave. I'll serve you however you like. Just please, deep down, she still hated his guts. But she'd do anything to stay alive. Even being a dog was better than being dead. Right? Lin Feng looked at her with pure disgust. Like father, like daughter. He thought, you're all just trash. Just like Lin Yutang, she'd sell her soul for a bit of profit. There was no way he was letting her live and leaving a loose end. Lin Feng didn't hesitate. One shot straight to the heart. A massive hole opened up in her back, and blood started pouring out everywhere. You said... Lin Kier looked at him in total shock. She really thought he was going to spare her. I never said I wouldn't kill you. Lin Feng said coldly, putting the gun away. You just heard what you wanted to hear. After finishing her off, he did a quick sweep of the villa. It was full of dead bodies from the Green Dragon gang, but young Zihan was nowhere to be found. It was a bit surprising, but he didn't care that much. Walking out of that villa, he felt like a weight had finally been lifted off his chest. Revenge was finally complete. He had paid back the debt for his past life and for his grandfather. Since he regressed, he'd been living for this moment. Even the air felt easier to breathe. Now, back at the villa, he hopped on the radio and called the Zhang brothers over. What are your orders? Master Jiang Ning asked, standing respectfully in the yard. Lin Feng handed him 5 walkie-talkies. From now on, I want scouts at every entrance. Give each spot a radio. If anyone tries to creep in, I want to know immediately. The pay is 2 buns a day. Also, get some strong guys to start digging traps around the yard. For that, I'll pay 1 cup of noodles and 1 bun per meal. Lin Feng decided to put the other neighbors to work. He had more than enough food, and to him, this was basically pocket change for some serious security. As long as these guys don't act up and stay in line, our MC is willing to give them a path to survive. Honestly, he's being way too nice. Zhang Ning and Zhang An's eyes literally lit up when they heard Lin Feng's offer. In the old world, this job was trash. Like, even a dog wouldn't take it. But in this post-apocalyptic hell, this is a total win. No more starving, just straight up survival. Don't worry, master. We'll get it done perfectly. Zhang Ning was basically flexing his loyalty. Lin Feng liked that vibe and tossed them a bag of sausages as a reward. These two started kowtowing like crazy, which honestly made Lin Feng a bit uncomfortable. After they left, he got back to the grind. Ever since he heard about Mark Corp's moves, he's been feeling the pressure. The heat is coming. Those guys are going to track him down sooner or later. If he doesn't prep now, he's cooked when they show up at his door. Plus, Mark Corp has those Gene Serum freaks who are way stronger than normal humans. Lin Feng needs to level up fast. And he needs Wang Long to get on that God mode level. He needs a wingman he can actually trust. On top of that, he's looking to scavenge some serious firepower. He's got plenty of ammo, but he needs those heavy hitters. It's time for a supply run to see what he can find. Places like police stations or military bases, that's where the OP weapons are hidden for sure. Imagine if he scored some heavy artillery. That would be fire. But man, all this planning is giving him a massive headache. Bro just wants to chill at home and stay low-key. But the plot just keeps throwing drama his way. Lin Su noticed his bad mood while she was in the kitchen. She dropped what she was doing and gave him a shoulder massage. Dealing with more drama, she asked softly. Lin Feng just nodded. Then she was like, want to go upstairs and relax. But as soon as she said it, she realized how that sounded. She tried to backpedal, saying she just meant sleep. But it was too late. Lin Feng had that hungry wolf look in his eyes. He just scooped her up and headed for the bedroom. Chapter 63. Weird Tracks. The next morning, Lin Feng woke up feeling absolutely refreshed. After a quick wash, he headed down to the dining room. Lin Su was already busy setting the table with a whole spread. She looked totally radiant this morning, like a fresh peach. Honestly, he just wanted to take another bite. Lin Feng smirked and snuck up behind her, giving her a big hug. He started getting a bit handsy, feeling how fit she was. Lin Su felt his energy shifting again and immediately dodged him. She was low-key terrified he was going to go for round 2 right then and there. Lin Feng teased her, saying, "Hey, want to go back upstairs for a bit?" She gave him the biggest side-eye and shouted, "No way. Can't you let me rest for just one day? I'm exhausted." Lin Feng just laughed it off and sat down to feed. The breakfast was stacked. We're talking pork buns, rice rolls, noodles, pancakes, and egg. Lin Feng went full beast mode on the food. He burned a ton of calories last night, so he was starving. He never gets tired of Lin Su's cooking. Every time he eats until he's about to burst. After finishing up, he headed out